As these words echoed, the earth rumbled and a giant fist made of earth appeared. It flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. As the fist made of earth closed in, he threw a punch. A thunderous bang rumbled. Wang Lin didn't move, but the fist made of earth trembled before it collapsed. A terrified cry came from inside the earth. An earth-yellow figure appeared from the earth. Without hesitating, he took a step and escaped into the ground. From afar, the grass on the earth swayed and hid this person within. At the same time, the third person struggling against the fire with the green light let out a miserable cry and suddenly stopped. The mouth of fire devoured him in an instant. The monstrous fire formed a firestorm, and Wang Lin's essence true body walked out of it. Want to run? There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He looked at the figure trying to escape in the earth, stepped forward, and landed on the ground. I didn't want to kill you, but you're all courting death. Wang Lin let out a cold snort and raised his withered hand. He didn't chase but pressed his hand down on the ground. This caused an aura to erupt from the ground under him, and his dried-up hair drifted upwards. The grass began to rapidly wither and water vapor was rapidly absorbed by Wang Lin's dried hands. This absorption was very fast, and large amounts of green grass around Wang Lin withered. Strands of water vapor flew toward his arms. The grass before Wang Lin withered especially rapidly. If one was above, they would see the shocking scene of the grass before Wang Lin rapidly withering. Strands of water vapor entered Wang Lin's body, and the withering seemed to be chasing the person escaping. The cultivator in the earth felt his heart tremble like crazy. He felt the powerful aura of death chasing him. If that aura touched him, he would die. As he fled, the grass behind him withered even faster. Some of the caves nearby were about to be affected. The escaping cultivator gritted his teeth and rushed toward those caves. Damn it! How can he be so strong? But it is only one person. If he angers everyone, then he will die. The person who had escaped using Earth Escape was very fast and was charging toward those caves. The grass behind him rapidly withered and almost caught up to him. When he got close to the caves, there was flash of coldness in his eyes when a powerful aura suddenly erupted from one of the caves. Following that, a white-haired old man walked out from one of the caves. The moment he appeared, the aura of an early-stage void turbulent cultivator spread out. The old man didn't hesitate to charge toward the escaping person and wave his hand. Thunderous rumbles echoed and a shockwave spread across the earth, reaching toward the escaping cultivator. This caused the cultivator to pause for a moment. Then he was quickly knocked away. Scram! The escaping cultivator coughed out blood and was pushed out from the earth. The moment he was knocked back out, the withered prairie looked like a giant mouth and touched his body. At this instant, the cultivator let out a miserable scream and his body rapidly withered. He lost all water and blood, and as his body died his origin soul flew out. However, black gas surrounded his origin soul, and as he tried to escape the EC puppet caught up. His origin soul was shrouded by black fog as miserable screams echoed and then slowly dissipated. Fellow cultivator, this old man is Zhuozhou. The person who provoked you have died, so please dissipate this Dao spell. This is the lowest point in the entire Heavenly Bull continent and can't be lost. Please don't destroy the foundation of all the rogue cultivators in the extreme sky prairie. The white-haired old man appeared in the sky. He looked at Wang Lin in the distance and clasped his hands. After he said those words, the grass on the earth no longer withered and water vapor flew toward Wang Lin's body. However, this much water, along with the essence from that cultivator, wasn't enough for Wang Lin to complete the 9th cycle. At this moment, he raised the hand from the ground and looked at the old man in the distance. Then he looked at the prairie and pondered. Most of the rogue cultivators here are underground. Strange. The lower part of the continent, or so to say, this is the place closest to the heart of the earth. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin didn't speak but glanced at the old man before leaving. The EC puppet was called back and returned to Wang Lin's side with the Mosquito King. He waved his sleeve and it was put away. As Wang Lin stepped forward, Ripples echoed and he merged with the world. He used spatial bending to disappear and leave this prairie. It wasn't until Wang Lin left that the old man relaxed. Shadows came out from the earth and more than a dozen people looked at where Wang Lin went. Left Senior is decisive. This person is not someone we can provoke. His puppet is very strong and his beast is very strange. He himself is also very powerful. Such a person can't be without a sect. Yes, that person's is very decisive and even killed the Black Mountain Dao's 4 people. He is indeed fierce, and based on his appearance, he is clearly a demonic cultivator. The Black Mountain Dao's 4 can only blame themselves. They followed him for many days. They're dead now, so let this matter be over. Fellow cultivators, scatter, the old man said before turning to leave. As for Wang Lin, after he used spatial bending for a second time, he appeared in a mountain range. According to Yen Lu's map, he was 3 months away from the inland sea. The Heavenly Bull continent is too big. Wang Lin summoned the mosquito beast and sat on its back as it flew east. The mosquito beast was very fast. This place was near the Green Devil continent, so there weren't many cultivators around. Only mortal cities occasionally appeared. Wang Lin didn't know much about the Green Devil continent, but Kongren had an extreme fear of the Green Devil continent, as if anyone from there was terrifying. 10 days of time went by in a flash. Wang Lin crossed paths with some cultivators, but they didn't interact with each other, just passed by. Even if their divine senses spread out, after seeing Wang Lin's appearance, they hesitated a bit and left. After 10 days, Wang Lin used the 3rd spatial bending and disappeared from this mountain range. The eastern continent was very large, and the sea between the Heavenly Bull continent and the Green Devil continent was called the Pill Sea. Rumor had it that this sea was created by a pill that fell from the sky. However, this rumor was simply too ridiculous. It was impossible to imagine what kind of pill could create a sea like this. No one believed it, but this was passed down as a rumor for generations. The Pill Sea was endless as the waves raged. Although it was an inland sea, the wind and waves were still fierce. Because this was a place that belonged to both the Heavenly Bull continent and the Green Devil continent, the cultivators here were rather chaotic. Dark clouds covered the sky as thunder rumbled and rain fell to merge with the sea. Below the clouds, ripples appeared in the rain. Wang Lin's figure walked out from the ripples and stood above the sea. Looking at the sea below, Wang Lin's dried-up eyes shined brightly. He was only half a cycle away from completing his water essence. He didn't need much, just a sliver. However, the only method he could think of to obtain it in a short period of time was to condense it from the endless sea. Whether he could successfully condense it was still unknown. While pondering, Wang Lin's body slowly sank toward the seafloor. After an unknown amount of time, land appeared below him. There were many colorful corals and seaweed covering the seafloor, as well as countless fish and shrimp swimming nearby. Wang Lin sat down within the seaweed and closed his eyes, placed his hand on his knees, and formed a seal with his hands. The moment his hands formed a seal, the sea water around him trembled. Invisible ripples spread out in all directions. Wang Lin murmured, "Water essence gather." After he spoke, the endless sea began to surge and thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. Wang Lin's body gave off no aura at this moment, as if he had merged with the Pill Sea. It was impossible to distinguish them, as if he was part of the sea. As the Pill Sea trembled and boiled, it should have attracted the rogue cultivators from both continents. However, a bloodbath was raging inside the sea, so no one paid any attention to the sea raging. The entire sea was surrounded by a layer of restrictions. This restriction was very mysterious, and even Wang Lin hadn't noticed it when he entered. Only when he was absorbing the Pill Sea did he vaguely notice it. This layer of restrictions allowed one to enter but not leave, thus completely sealing the Pill Sea. As Wang Lin absorbed the water essence, many miserable screams came from within the sea. Many rogue cultivators from the Heavenly Bull continent were being slaughtered by cultivators surrounded by a green ghostly fire. There was a large amount of cultivators like this in the Pill Sea. The caves inside the depths of the sea were broken into by the groups of cultivators in green, and they ruthlessly killed the people inside. Anyone who tried to escape would be chased by groups of green-robed cultivators. They wouldn't give up until their target was dead. Due to the fact that the entire Pill Sea was sealed and there were too many green-robed cultivators, it was difficult to escape. Slaughter loomed within the roar of the Pill Sea. The smell of blood slowly attracted the fierce beasts inside the Pill Sea. This was a massacre. This was a slaughter of unequal cultivation levels. The green-robed cultivators were high-level cultivators, and they strictly followed commands as they annihilated all the Heavenly Bull Continent cultivators in the Pill Sea. On the other side of the Pill Sea, near the Green Devil Continent, there were 3 large flags inserted into the sea. There were thousands of cultivators below the flags, and they were all silently looking ahead with a cold gaze. At the center of the thousands of cultivators, there were 3 people not wearing green but white. It was 2 men and 1 woman. They looked fairly young, only about 30 years old. The woman was very beautiful, her head was lowered, and she was looking at a palm-sized compass in her hand. Among the 3, there was a young man whose face was like white jade. He pondered a bit and said, "Senior brother Chen, junior sister Zhao, the slaughter in the Pill Sea has already lasted 7 days. If we don't speed it up, I fear we can't complete the old ancestors' order." The other young man looked ordinary but would occasionally reveal a poisonous gaze. After hearing what the white jade-faced youth had said, he slowly answered, "At most 4 more days for this slaughter to end and kill all the Heavenly Bull cultivators in the Pill Sea. The Pill Sea is the gateway for my Green Devil Continent to enter the Heavenly Bull Continent. There are many powerful cultivators here, so it's difficult to deal with them all quickly. However, it is as Senior Brother Chen said, 4 more days should be enough." The woman smiled as she moved a strand of her hair behind her ear with her left hand. "Senior brothers, look at the compass of the Pill Sea." As the woman spoke, the compass in her right hand shined and the entire map of the Pill Sea appeared. There were thousands of green dots all over the map of the Pill Sea, and they seemed to be slowly moving. Aside from these green dots, there was also a large amount of white dots. The white dots were like candle fire that could extinguish at any moment. In just these few moments of talking, hundreds of white dots disappeared and were devoured by the green dots. The white lights had different sizes. There were 3 dots far brighter than the others. The 3 strongest cultivators in the Pill Sea are at the mid-stage of Void Turbulent. The ancestors have already sent out Green Devil messengers to deal with them, so we don't need to worry about them, the woman slowly said. Aside from those 3 brightest lights, there were less than 10 lights that were smaller but still far larger than others. They were surrounded by green dots and seemed to be engaged in a fierce battle. Aside from those 3 rogue cultivators, there are 9 more with slightly inferior cultivation levels, at around 7 or 8 arcane tribulants. They are the targets for the 3 of us. As long as we kill them, the rest of the cultivators in the sea will not be a problem. With this item, for days should be enough to kill them. The woman smiled and raised her left hand. She waved her jade-like hand and a drop of black liquid appeared in her palm. The black liquid was crystal clear and gave off a strange light. Rich water essence aura came from this drop of liquid. With the treasure from the Poison Devil sect, the 10,000 refined corruption liquid, do you think the cultivators in the Pill Sea stand a chance, senior brothers? The woman looked up at the 2 youths. The youth whose face was like white jade smiled and slowly said, "We can't be careless. Since our 3 sects have joined forces, no accidents can happen, and we can't let the Heavenly Bull Continent notice anything. The 3 ancestors have already begun using spells to disrupt people from divinating what will happen. We must slaughter the Heavenly Bull cultivators in the Pill Sea and refine it back into half of a celestial pill. Then we will use the pill to break open the invisible barrier around the Heavenly Bull Continent." None of the 3 saw that on compass map in the woman's hand, there was a very ordinary white dot near the Heavenly Bull Continent. This very ordinary white dot was where Wang Lin was. Green dots would occasionally pass by, but they didn't notice him at all. Wang Lin was calmly sitting in the depths of the sea, and his body had fused with the sea. He slowly condensed the water that entered his body to form water essence to nourish his body. However, it was very difficult to condense water essence from the seawater. Perhaps if he condensed the whole sea into a drop, He could form water essence, but no matter what, Wang Lin had to try. His divine sense was fusing with the sea, so he noticed the slaughter happening in the Pill Sea. The entire Pill Sea was immersed in the slaughter. Time slowly passed. In a flash, one day went by. During this day, more than a dozen groups of green-robed cultivators flew above Wang Lin, but none of them noticed Wang Lin in the seaweed below them. After this day of time, the giant Pill Sea had sunk 100 feet, as if the water had disappeared into thin air. This slowly attracted the attention of the cultivators, but with all the slaughter, no one paid too much attention. The three people under the three flags that pierced the heavens on the Green Devil continent side were like this. The beautiful woman looked at the compass in her hand and spoke. Northeast, 390,000 kilometers away. One set of Green Devil soldiers, go. Dozens of cultivators suddenly moved forward. They entered the water and disappeared without a trace. They couldn't use spatial bending, but the Green Devil continent was well prepared. Not only did the restriction seal the Pill Sea, it could also allow Green Devil continent cultivators to merge into it to move. Southeast, 1.98 million kilometers away. 5 sets of Green Devil soldiers, go. After she spoke, over 100 cultivators stepped out and disappeared. Orders came from the woman and she continued to deploy troops based on the compass map in her hand. With the help of the large amount of Green Devil continent cultivators, they wiped out the resisting white dots. Senior Brother Qian, Senior Brother Zhao, it's up to you guys. Out of the 9, 4 have died and 5 remain. 2 of them have scattered, so there is nothing to worry about, but 3 of them have gathered together. These 3 people are probably good friends and are good at joint attacks. I ask you 2 senior brothers to kill these 3. On the compass in the woman's hand, there were 3 slightly larger points of light that were moving toward the heavenly bull continent. The green dots that got close to them extinguished one after another, representing death. The young man whose face was like white jade smiled and raised his right hand. A fan appeared in his grasp and he knocked the center of his left palm with it as he looked at the young man named Qian before him. Senior Brother Qian, little brother will follow and see the Grand Devil Dao spell of the Devil Dao sect. The cultivator named Qian revealed a poisonous expression, and without a word, he stepped forward into the formation. He disappeared without a trace. The young man whose face was like white jade shook his head with a smile and followed. After the 2 of them left, the woman surrounded by thousands of cultivators frowned and looked at the compass in her hand. She was confused about something. Strange, why did the water in the Pill Sea decrease so much in a day? Her gaze swept by all the white dots, including the one that represented Wang Lin. However, the white dot that represented Wang Lin was simply too common and didn't attract her attention. She pondered for a bit before burying this matter in her heart. She continued to deploy troops to work with the cultivators of the Green Devil sect to wipe out the few remaining rogue cultivators of the Heavenly Bull continent in the Pill Sea. The slaughter was endless, and Wang Lin ignored all of this as he spent all his effort absorbing the sea water. He was like an endless hole that continued to condense the sea water in an attempt to gather water essence. However, it was simply too difficult to condense this water essence. Even 100 feet of seawater was still not enough. Then let's absorb more. Wang Lin opened his dried-up eye and watched a group of green-robed cultivators fly above him. He frowned. A moment later, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes to continue absorbing more water. After a day, the water line continued to lower until it had lowered more than 800 feet. Even some of the reefs were now exposed to the surface. Even the many cultivators who were part of the slaughter could no longer ignore this change. But they had no idea what was happening. Where did all the sea water go? Could it be that someone is using a powerful spell? The green-robed cultivators in the Pill Sea couldn't remain calm anymore. At this moment, at the bottom of the sea, far away from Wang Lin, there were 3 people running away. 2 of them were obviously seriously injured, but the last person didn't abandon them to escape on their own. White Tiger, leave by yourself. Vermilion Bird and I are seriously injured. Taking us along would just drag you down. I didn't expect to encounter this death calamity after we left the 7 Dao sect and came here to cultivate in peace. Alas, White Tiger, Leave by yourself. The three of them were the vermilion bird, the white tiger, and the black tortoise who had come out of the cave world. They had returned many years ago and saw that the Seven Tao sect no longer existed. They chose to leave and then came here to become rogue cultivators. They had already been famous and had their time in the spotlight. However, they were near the end of their lifetimes. They were just tried and wanted to rest. With their cultivation levels, they could have done great things in the Pill Sea, but the three of them chose to live a calm life. However, although the trio wanted to be quiet, the wind wouldn't allow them. Although they wanted to live in peace, now they were running for their lives. The vermilion bird and the black tortoise had been seriously injured. The white tiger was the least injured and was carrying his two lifelong friends as they did their best to escape the Pill Sea. When the words from those two entered his ears, White Tiger's pale face revealed a miserable smile. There is no need for you two to speak. How can I escape alone? We entered the cave world together and now Azure Dragon is dead. But it was understandable. However, didn't we agree to stay here until we die of old age? Didn't we agree to find 3 talented juniors to pass down our Tao? We haven't done these things yet, so how can I live by escaping alone? The white tiger let out a roar as he carried the black tortoise and the vermilion bird while escaping. Behind the three of them, the youth with the white jade-like face slowly chased with a fan in his hand. The youth named Qian revealed a vicious gaze as he let out a cold laugh and chased. The two of them were in no rush. The Pill Sea was sealed, so there was no way for the three of them to escape. Toying with them like this was much more fun for the cultivator named Qian. These 5 people continued their escape and pursuit. However, under the 3 flags, the woman's eyes revealed a strange light as she stared at the compass in her hand. She had a bad feeling. In one day, the sea level has dropped hundreds of feet, several times more than yesterday. There is a problem. She stared at the compass that was covered in green dots. There weren't many white dots left, less than 1,000. The 3 largest lights had disappeared. As for the 9 weaker dots, after the first 4 disappeared, 2 more had disappeared. Only the 3 dots that were together were slowly moving, with 2 eye-catching green dots chasing them. The woman carefully scanned the compass and frowned even harder. There is nothing wrong. How did the water level drop so much in 2 days? There are still 2 days left. Forget it, I'm not waiting until the end. The sudden reduction in the seawater is too strange. I'm going to use the 10,000 refined corruption liquid to sweep the remaining cultivators. The woman felt a sense of unease. After hesitating for a bit, she clenched her teeth and took out the black liquid. She then flicked it toward the sea. The drop of black water immediately flew down and disappeared into the sea. After it disappeared, the sea water before the woman turned black. The ink-like black water rapidly spread at an unimaginable speed. No matter what kind of secret remains inside the Pill Sea, it will die to the 10,000 refined corruption liquid. As for Wang Lin, after 2 days he had absorbed a large amount of seawater. He condensed it inside his body in an attempt to form a water essence, but none had formed yet. After pondering, he absorbed even faster. Several hours later, more than half of the Pill Sea had turned black. All Heavenly Bull continent cultivators that were touched by it screamed one by one. Their bodies were corroded by the water, and not even their origin souls could escape. Even the group of green-robed cultivators slowed down in the Black Sea, but they weren't injured. The woman under the flags couldn't see it, but the compass in her hand clearly revealed the changes that were happening. Half of the pill map on her compass had turned black. All the white dots touched by the Black Sea had disappeared as if they were erased. Whoever is causing the problem, I want to see how you will absorb the Pill Sea once it has been defiled. The woman murmured, and there was a cold flash in her eyes as she searched the hundreds of white dots on her compass. She was very concerned about the fact that the sea level was decreasing rapidly. She had to find the reason. The white dot representing Wang Lin was overlooked by the woman once more. However, as her gaze swept past, Hei's eyes locked onto the white representing Wang Lin and revealed monstrous killing intent. Every white represents a non-green devil continent cultivator, All the white dots are slowly moving toward the heavenly bull continent to escape, but this white dot has remained motionless. I should have noticed it a long time ago. There was a flash of killing intent in her eyes. Directly north, 97 million kilometers away, send 30 sets of green devil soldiers to kill. Before she finished speaking, the white that represented Wang Lin suddenly disappeared. This happened so suddenly that she stopped talking and was startled. As for Wang Lin, he had continued to absorb seawater during these days, but he was still not able to condense any water essence. Shortly after, he began absorbing even faster, making his body tremble. He opened his eyes and they shined brightly. Water essence. I feel the aura of a water essence. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and after hesitating a bit, he revealed a decisive gaze. He stood up and stepped forward. Ripples appeared under his feet as he merged with the world and disappeared. When Wang Lin reappeared, he was above the other half of the Pill Sea, where the black liquid was. When he appeared, he felt a terrifying force from the Black Sea water that could corrode all flesh and even origin souls. This is another power of the water essence. Wang Lin's body was currently in the 9th cycle of completing his water essence. He had more resistance to the Black Sea water than ordinary cultivators. Although this sea water was terrifying, it could not corrode his body right away. More importantly, it contained the water essence Wang Lin needed right now. After he appeared, Wang Lin sat down without hesitation. His hands formed a seal and the 36,000 pores in his body opened to absorb the Black Sea water into his body. As he rapidly absorbed it, he felt a stinging ping in his body, but at the same time, an extremely comfortable feeling came from his heart. His body was being nourished and the 9th cycle was slowly being completed. Far away from Wang Lin on the other side of the Pill Sea, near the Green Devil continent, under the 3 flags, the woman's pupils shrank. She stared at the compass in her grasp and her right hand trembled. The black ink that covered half the Pill Sea was rapidly dissipating on the map. When she saw this, her expression changed and she gasped. Disbelief appeared in her eyes as she looked at the compass in a daze. Soon, she noticed that there was a white dot within the black part of the Pill Sea. This dot wasn't bright, but it was the only white dot in this half of the Pill Sea. It's that person. The woman's eyes filled with killing intent as she pointed forward with her left hand. 50 set of green devil soldiers. Kill that person. With that, more than half of the 1,000 cultivators beside the woman stepped forward and disappeared. In the woman's compass, large amounts of green dots appeared around Wang Lin, surrounding him. As for Wang Lin, he was rapidly absorbing the water essence and his body was rapidly recovering. His dried-up hands quickly recovered and his blood began to move as if he had regained his vitality. His body, head, and hair were no longer dry as he continued to absorb the Black Sea water. The 9th cycle of the water essence began to move once more after Wang Lin injected new power into it by absorbing the Black Sea water. This speed was very fast and the sea level in this area was rapidly dropping. Wang Lin's water essence's 9th cycle quickly completed. The moment the 9th cycle completed, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His body was no longer withered. It had completely recovered. The moment he recovered, the 8th essence appeared in his body. It was the water essence. The appearance of this water essence caused Wang Lin's cultivation level to suddenly increase. A powerful aura spread out around him. This was the aura of his true cultivation level, late-stage spirit void. At this moment, his aura increased like crazy and broke through. At the moment of breakthrough, his aura continued to increase until it reached the peak of spirit void and was only 1 step away from arcane void. At the same time, the inside of Wang Lin's body raged and popping sounds echoed. His eyes revealed a light like that of a water crystal. Water essence, condense in the blood of my body. From now on, my blood will be the water essence. When Wang Lin's water essence was completed, many shadows appeared near him. The moment those shadows appeared, a green light spread out. Wang Lin had long sensed the shadows that had suddenly appeared. He remained calm and his right hand grasped at the sea above. All the black liquid in the sea gathered in a flash and formed a drop of black liquid. This liquid was the 10,000 refined corruption liquid. The shadows appeared one by one, followed by the auras of their powerful cultivation. As they all charged toward Wang Lin, he mercilessly squeezed the drop of black liquid. Water can isolate all auras. It can stop fire from burning, can suffocate life, can turn the world colorless. Wang Lin murmured as he squeezed and the drop of black liquid in his hand until it collapsed. Large amounts of ink-like water spread out with Wang Lin as the center. The 1,000 figures that had closed in on Wang Lin were trapped by the black liquid before they could even get close. Miserable cries echoed inside the pill sea. All the green-robed cultivators touched by the black water trembled as their bodies rapidly corroded and their origin souls dissipated. Some seemed to suffocate. Their eyes widened and they died. The water not only cut off air, but also celestial energy and the burning flames of their lives. Some collapsed directly and the blood in their bodies came out of their pores. It crushed their bodies and shattered their origin souls. There were also many that trembled violently as their bodies rapidly withered until they became bone-like corpses. Their origin souls weakened to the point of collapse. Everything happened the moment Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal. He was calm as he slowly walked forward through the corpses. Black liquid came from the corpses and entered Wang Lin's body to fuse with his blood. After walking forward 7 steps, Wang Lin suddenly turned around and looked into the distance. Far away in that direction was the location of the 3 flags where the woman was. The woman's body was trembling and her eyes were filled with fear. All the green dots around Wang Lin had been extinguished. The black that covered half the pill sea had also disappeared, leaving only a white dot that moved slowly before disappearing. Who is this person? Why did he not show up when we investigated the powerful cultivators here? The woman silently pondered and clenched her teeth. All green devil soldiers in the pill sea, listen to my order. Chase after this person and don't let him leave. He took the 10,000's refined corruption liquid. You must kill him to get it back, the woman said before coughing out a mouthful of blood. The blood merged with her words and turned into gas that drilled into the compass. When the blood dissipated, all the green-robed cultivators beside the woman quickly marched forward. At the same time, all of the Green Devil Continent cultivators trembled as the woman's voice echoed in their minds. The reason her voice was able to spread so far was not because her cultivation level high, but through the compass in her hand. The compass was no ordinary object. It was the center of the restriction that surrounded the pill sea. Wang Lin remained calm and moved through the pill sea. His pace was not fast, but with every step he moved very far away he was gaining speed. These people have sealed the pill sea. Although I don't know why. Since they only allow others to enter and not leave, it is obvious they don't want the news to leak out. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he raised his right hand. A small person came out of his palm. This little person was a soul Wang Lin had formed through the soul I Dao. As Wang Lin walked forward, his gaze met the little person's eyes. The little person trembled and kowtowed toward Wang Lin. The moment the head of the little person touched Wang Lin's palm, a rumble echoed in his mind. Just as he was about to divinate the future, a powerful force interrupted it by force. His eyes narrowed and his expression became even more serious. There is someone interfering, not against me, but all divination spells in this place. Wang Lin closed his palm and the small person inside disappeared. I fear there will be a big mess here. Wang Lin pondered as he stepped forward and ripples echoed under his feet. He disappeared without a trace as he used spatial bending. Less than 10 breaths after he left, almost 1,000 figures appeared here. These figures were all wearing green robes, and after looking around a bit, they disappeared once more. As for Wang Lin, when he got near the heavenly bull continent, he walked out of the ripples and frowned. He didn't leave the sea but looked up. His gaze seemed to penetrate the sea. He saw the dark sky above. The restriction here made it so spatial bending can only move within the pill sea and not leave. This restriction is a bit mysterious. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He was not afraid of restrictions. It was difficult for a restriction escape his restriction essence. The more restrictions he encountered, the more beneficial it would be to his restriction essence. If he could absorb and refine a powerful and ancient restriction, his restriction essence would increase greatly. The restriction here can be refined and absorbed into my restriction essence, Wang Lin murmured to himself. When he was at the Soul Scripture Pavilion, he felt like it would not be good to refine the restriction there as an elder of the set. Also, those restrictions weren't that mysterious. They merely contained the will of powerful cultivators. While pondering, Wang Lin was very calm and waved his right hand. Dozens of flames began to burn in the sea to Wang Lin's right. The moment the fire appeared, miserable screams echoed and more than a dozen cultivators in green appeared. Their bodies were burning from a black fire that not even the seawater could put out. This fire was ethereal fire ignited by their killing intent. Wang Lin rarely used ethereal fire, and this was his first time using it on the immortal astral continent. But it was still extremely powerful when used unexpectedly. Those more than a dozen cultivators weren't even at the third step. They were merely scouts sent to find Wang Lin, and they had no chance of resisting. Wang Lin was about to rush out from the water to observe the restriction covering the Pill Sea. However, his expression changed and turned around and looked into the distance. The three of them are actually here. Wang Lin revealed a smile as he changed directions and stepped forward. Thunderous rumbles rang out deep inside the sea. The white tiger coughed out blood as he carried the black tortoise and the vermilion bird to rapidly escape. The cultivator named Qian licked his lips and revealed a ferocious expression. Your body is pretty strong. It might be a good choice to refine you into a puppet. The three of you have pretty good cultivation. According to my sex investigation, you three moved here only a few decades ago and belong to no sect. How about joining my Wu Ji sect to avoid death? The youth with the white jade-like face smiled. The white tiger's face was deathly pale. He didn't speak as he escaped like crazy with the black tortoise and the vermilion bird, who were on their last breath. However, no matter how fast he moved, he was unable to create any distance from the two cultivators chasing him. White tiger, the three of you should not be nameless. Why is our investigation of the three of you three blank for the countless years before you three came to the Pill Sea? The youth with the white jade-like face slowly said as he pointed forward with the fan in his hand. A strand of green gas appeared from the fan and turned into a golden celestial holding a gold sword. It stepped forward and sliced down on the white tiger. The moment the golden sword descended, white tiger turned around. With a roar, a white tiger shadow appeared and separated from his body to pounce at the golden-armored celestial. A thunderous rumble echoed and the celestial collapsed, but the white tiger also let out a miserable scream before collapsing. White tiger trembled as he coughed out blood once more and retreated 1,000 feet. This old man is the white tiger general, one of the 4 great generals of the Seven Tao sect. I won't change my name or my sect. Little child, remember this well. White tiger didn't look good, and he stopped fleeing. He understood that it was unlikely he would escape death in this situation. Since he was going to die, then he was going to go out with a bang. Vermilion Bird General, one of the 4 great generals of the Seven Tao sect. Behind the white tiger, the vermilion bird had blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth as he stared at the youth. Black Tortoise General. The black tortoise also understood that the 3 of them would likely die. He let out a sigh and no longer hid his identity. Seven Tao sect? The Heavenly Bull continent has such a sect. The youth with the white jade-like face pondered for a moment but couldn't think of such a sect in their investigation. Seven Tao sect. The cultivator named Qian carefully looked at the 3 of them after hearing this name. I once saw this name in the sect's investigation of the Heavenly Bull continent. It was a sect from a long time ago, and their sect leader was called the Seven-Colored Celestial Sovereign or something. His cultivation was extraordinary, but that was a long time ago. He is likely dead. Hearing the name Seven-Colored Celestial Sovereign, White Tiger and company became silent. They had complicated expressions on their faces. Although the sect master is dead, there is still one more person. If he comes out, he will immediately become famous across the immortal astral continent. The white tiger suddenly said. The vermilion bird and the black tortoise looked at each other and nodded. Famous across Immortal astral continent? This matter is interesting. Could the person you're talking about be Yuni Feng from the Guei sect? Or the four geniuses of the eastern continent? Funny. The youth with the white jade-like face laughed as he charged forward filled with killing intent along with the cultivator named Qian. But as they closed in and White Tiger and company were going to fight to the death, a voice appeared like the chilly wind. It is funny. The voice appeared very suddenly, as if it had merged with the sea and then come out. As the words echoed, the surrounding sea began to move. Wang Lin slowly walked out of the sea. He was very calm and his white robe wasn't stained by the sea at all. His white hair was hanging over his shoulder and wasn't moved by the sea. He looked at the two green devil continent cultivators before White Tiger coldly. Wang Lin. White Tiger was startled. The vermilion bird and the black tortoise were also dumbfounded. They would have never expected to meet Wang Lin here. Wang Lin nodded at the three of them and his gaze swept toward the two cultivators from the green devil continent. The cultivator named Qian was filled with killing intent. He didn't think Wang Lin was a threat as Wang Lin's cultivation level was only peak spirit void. It was not enough to be a threat. He only had to worry about Wang Lin's ability to hide. This person must be good at hiding. Otherwise, he couldn't have appeared here without me noticing. The cultivator named Qian sneered. Not only did he not stop, but he flew even faster toward Wang Lin. Since you all know each other, then all of you should stay. You can accompany each other on the road to the afterlife. In contrast to the cultivator named Qian was the young man with the white jade-like face. When he saw Wang Lin appear, his pupils shrank and he stopped. Instead of charging forward, he rapidly retreated. This person looks ordinary, but there is an invisible sense of blood around him. He has clearly killed many inside the Pill Sea. The youth with the white jade-like face cultivated a method that made him sensitive to blood. The moment Wang Lin appeared, he felt a sense of blood that was strong enough to suffocate him, though no one else could feel it. As he retreated, he raised his right hand and covered his right eye, leaving only his left eye open. His left eye's pupil rotated strangely, and he suddenly saw thousands of resentful souls around Wang Lin. These were all green devil continent cultivators killed by Wang Lin. When he saw this, the youth with the white jade-like face trembled and retreated at full speed without warning his companion. A stark contrast formed between him and the cultivator named Qian as one retreated, while the other charged forward. Courting death, Wang Lin sneered. As the cultivator named Qian closed in, Wang Lin waved his hand and black fog spread out. A roar rang out and the EC puppet appeared. Its scarlet tongue came out of the fog, and it revealed a cruel smile as it pounced at the cultivator named Qian. This cultivator's cultivation was extraordinary, but compared to the EC puppet it was like the difference between heaven and earth. The moment EC appeared, the eyes of the cultivator named Qian widened. He was covered in sweat and a life and death crisis filled his body. At this moment, his body distorted and he changed directions without hesitation to escape. Damn it! How could he have such a powerful puppet? What is his identity? To actually have an early-stage void tribulent puppet. The cultivator named Qian was filled with fear, but his speed could not compare to the EC puppets. As he retreated, the puppet caught up and he was surrounded by black fog. Thunderous rumbles echoed inside the fog along with bursts of blood. As for the youth that had escaped first, he was filled with fear and quickly extended the distance between himself and Wang Lin. He was about to fuse with the restriction and teleport away. Wang Lin remained calm and looked at the green devil continent cultivator that was going to leave. His right hand reached out at the void and this caused currents to appear. The water formed a giant hand that reached toward the youth whose face was like white jade. With a thunderous rumble, the youth opened the fan in his hand. On the front side of the fan, there was a painting of 10,000 horses galloping. The moment his fan opened, the sound of horses suddenly appeared. At the same time, an illusion of 10,000 horses galloping appeared behind him. The sea trembled as the illusory horses charged out and collided with the arm Wang Lin had formed from the sea. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the Pill Sea and a giant vortex appeared. The vortex rotated and caused the sea to rapidly rotate with it. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the arm dissipated along with the 10,000 horses. As for the youth, he merged with the restriction and disappeared. On the other side of the Pill Sea, near the Green Devil continent, where the 3 big flags were, the youth appeared next to the woman holding the compass. The moment he appeared, he coughed out blood. His face was filled with terror and his eyes still held lingering fear. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "There was an accident. It is likely that Brother Qian is dead. When did the Heavenly Bull continent have such a cultivator? His name is Wang Lin. I need to report this to teacher at once." The woman beside him was still staring at the compass in her hand. Her eyes were locked on to the white dot that represented Wang Lin. After a long time, there was a flash of killing intent in the woman's eyes and she softly said, "He is inside the formation, so he can't escape, and I have already reported this matter to the sect. The 3 ancestors have sent Senior Brother Voidcloud here. Once Senior Brother Voidcloud comes, the army of the 3 sects will also arrive. We just need Senior Brother to refine the Pill Sea into the half-celestial pill and blow up the barrier around the Heavenly Bull continent. Everything will be over then." Senior Brother Voidcloud. The eyes of the youth with the white jade-like face was filled with respect when he heard the name. Voidcloud was very famous in the Green Devil continent and even across the Eastern continent. Voidcloud, one of the 4 geniuses of the Eastern continent. He didn't have a fixed sect and all 3 major sects of the Green Devil continent were his sections. He could go to any sect and learn their spells. He was the senior brother of all disciples of the Green Devil continent. It is said that Senior Brother Voidcloud went to the northern continent and joined Grand Emperor Wu Feng's sect to learn Tao. Now his cultivation is unfathomable. With him, hear that Wang Lin will without a doubt die. The youth with the white jade-like face was excited. As for Wang Lin, the cultivator named Qian was not EC's match at all. The battle ended with a cry and his body collapsed. EC devoured the body, but the origin soul remained due to Wang Lin's order. Wang Lin began searching the origin soul of the cultivator named Qian before White Tiger and company. After he finished searching, he released the origin soul. The EC puppet's tongue lashed out at the origin soul, but Wang Lin sealed it and put it away first. EC was startled and stared at Wang Lin with a fierce gaze. "I still have a use for this person." Wang Lin looked at EC with a calm gaze that contained monstrous killing intent. The EC's roars slowly weakened under Wang Lin's gaze. It lowered its head and no longer roared. When Wang Lin's cultivation level increased, his imprint on EC became more profound. Unless it was pushed to the limit, it wouldn't resist Wang Lin's orders. 3 old friends we hadn't met in many years. I didn't expect to meet you all here." Wang Lin turned around to look at White Tiger and company, who had complicated expressions. He clasped his hands and smiled. White Tiger and company were emotional and felt embarrassed. "Wang Lin, since the Green Devil continent has acted, they will move like lightning. At this moment, I fear most Heavenly Bull continent cultivators have been killed. How will we leave?" The black tortoise looked at Wang Lin and let out a sigh. The vermilion bird pondered a bit before he said, "This is the first time the Green Devil continent has tried to enter the Heavenly Bull continent on a large scale. However, they were stopped by the barriers set by the ancestors of the Great Soul sect and the Guei sect. However, they started by killing all Heavenly Bull rogue cultivators in the Pill Sea. So their objective must be great. The changes here are being masked by the Green Devil continent, so the Great Soul sect and Guei sect don't find out what is happening. As people of the Heavenly Bull continent, we need to leave and send a message to them," White Tiger said in a deep voice. "This is not the time to talk. Let's leave first." Wang Lin waved his sleeve and many currents appeared. The currents carried them forward. They quickly moved forward and encountered cultivators of the Green Devil continent several times. Each time they met, Wang Lin immediately used ethereal fire to kill them in a flash. However, as they moved forward, less and less Green Devil continent cultivators appeared. In the end, there were none, as if they disappeared. Something isn't right. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He was already not far from the heavenly bull continent. They were near the edge. As they moved forward, the sea floor began to rise and the four of them flew out from the sea. The sky was dark, there was no moon tonight. The dark world made the sea a blur. Only the gusts of wind caused waves to surge and rumble. One could faintly smell blood hidden in the waves. Breaking out from the sea, the four of them floated into the sky. Aside from the sound of the sea, everything was silent. White Tiger and company also noticed that something was wrong. They looked around and their eyes lit up. They were surrounded by darkness and they could only see a faint outline of the heavenly bull continent. The three of you protect me. I'm going to see how powerful this restriction is. Wang Lin focused himself. After pondering a bit, he pressed his right hand on the sea below. With this, the sea remained the same, but he left a sliver of his divine sense in the sea. This sliver of divine sense might seem useless now, but in the future it would play a big role. That divine sense had fused with the sea, and it was very difficult to detect. Having done this, Wang Lin's eyes became filled with bloodlines. Soon his eyes looked terrifying. Using his eyes, which contained his restriction essence, he looked at the sky and his expression changed. The dark sky was covered by thin layers of fog. This fog couldn't be seen by the eye. Not even divine sense could see it clearly. Only by using his restriction essence could he clearly see all of this. 1 layer, 3 layers, 7 layers. The fog in the sky was thin but had a full 7 layers. The 7 layers of fog surrounded the entire Pill Sea. It was like a bowl that was flipped upside down and covered the Pill Sea. Above the 7th layer there was a compass. It was an illusion that slowly rotated and gave off a pressure that fused with the 7 layers of fog. This compass is an illusion, not real. Wang Lin looked up and faintly saw that the compass above the 7 layers had a strand of aura that connected to the other side of the Pill Sea. The center of this formation must have turned solid and is over there. Wang Lin pondered as he looked toward the Pill Sea and thought of something. If he wanted his restriction essence to form an essence true body, he would need to absorb a large amount of restrictions. He had never seen the restriction that covered the Pill Sea, and he was tempted to absorb it. However, he soon suppressed this temptation. He waved his right hand and 2 giant eyes appeared behind him. The eyes were filled with bloodlines and seemed to wash away the darkness a bit. The moment the 2 giant eyes filled with bloodlines appeared, Wang Lin sat down and looked up at the sky. His eyes shined as he began to deduce the restriction. He had to break it as fast as possible. When he began to deduce, the 2 giant eyes also gave off the light of deduction. He stared at the sky as he looked for ways of breaking through the 7 layers of fog. More and more bloodlines appeared in Wang Lin's eyes, and the 2 giant eyes behind him were the same. Time slowly passed. In a flash, half an hour passed. White Tiger and company were solemn as he carefully looked around to protect Wang Lin. Whether they can leave would depend if Wang Lin can break this formation. After another half an incense stick of time passed, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he pointed at the sky 3 times. Every time he pointed, a line of blood would fly out from the 2 giant eyes behind him. Outsiders couldn't see it, but from Wang Lin's view, each line flew into the areas in the first layer where the fog was thin. The 3 lines connected together to form a circle. This circle was a small hole in the first layer of fog where there was no fog. Although it was a small hole, it was enough for 1 person to pass through. 7 layers of fog, and every layer is moving. It will be difficult to break through this restriction. Wang Lin pondered as he looked at the sky. Both his hands moved and he flicked 9 times at the sky. Each time, a red line would fly out. These 9 lines penetrated the hole he had made in the first layer and 4 went into the second layer. They soon found a similar area where the fog was thin. Then they connected to form a circle. At the same time, the remaining 5 lines penetrated the second layer and used the same method to form a circle in the third layer. Wang Lin had found a method to break through the first 3 layers. White Tiger and company could not see this, and the 3 of them were very serious. They looked at Wang Lin anxiously. After all, a lot of time had passed. Even now, no cultivator from the Green Devil sect had appeared. It was very strange, and it was like the calm before the storm. This gave them a depressing feeling. Wang Lin remained calm and his mind was focused on the 7-layer restrictions. The further he went, the more profound he found the restriction to be. After the first 3 layers, those areas of thin fog were difficult to find. But Wang Lin had the restriction essence, so he wasn't just relying on deduction but also on his essence gaze. In his eyes, all restrictions in the world seemed to stop. After another half a minute and after breaking through the first 3 layers, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he flicked 17 times. 17 bloodlines flew out and penetrated the first 3 layers. In the 4th layer, 6 lines formed a small circle where the fog was thin. The remaining fine lines in the 5th layer and formed a circle. Now a circle to get through the fog had appeared in the first 5 layers. But just at this moment, the pill sea rumbled. The sound was heaven-shaking, and the sea seemed to be split in half with a line rapidly moving down the middle. This was too sudden. This caused the expressions of White Tiger and company to change greatly. At this moment, Wang Lin's pupils shrank and he didn't hesitate to stand up. The giant eyes behind him disappeared and he waved his sleeves. He took White Tiger and company and charged into the sky. Just as Wang Lin took White Tiger and company into the sky, an indescribably terrifying sword energy came from the thin line that divided the sea in half. What kind of thin line was this? It was clearly a cut from a sword. This sword swing was able to cut the sea in half until it reached the bottom. This power was shocking. The sea rumbled. The moment the sword shadows appeared from the sea rumbled and was completely split in half. A thunderous rumble echoed, and one could clearly see the dark sea floor below. This sword shadow was hundreds of feet long. It flew out from the sea and charged toward Wang Lin and company. Feeling this sword energy, White Tiger and company's faces turned pale. Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise were seriously injured, so they coughed out blood and their eyes were filled with fear. This is the sword Tao. To not cultivate the domain of the world and only cultivate the sword. To fuse one's will into the sword. To fuse one's body into the sword. To exterminate all emotions until one even thinks of oneself as a sword. The Green Devil continent actually has such an extreme cultivator. Black Tortoise was very knowledgeable and gasped. The sword shadow was very fast and closed in instantly, but Wang Lin had flown out ahead of time. He took White Tiger and company and charged into the small hole in the first layer of fog. He didn't pause as he went through the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th layers. Behind him, the sword shadow cut into the restriction, making thunderous rumbles echo. The first 3 layers of fog immediately collapsed. The sword energy contained a powerful will entered the 4th layer. The 4 layers of fog immediately collapsed as well. One sword strike to break 4 layers of restrictions. Even Wang Lin couldn't help but gasp at the power of this sword strike. He was inside the 5th layer of fog and could clearly feel the fog tremble. An overbearing power unique to sword intent cultivators rumbled in Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin took a deep breath. This will was merely the aftershock, but Wang Lin clearly felt how tyrannical it was. No matter what cultivation level this person is at, he must be someone famous in the Green Devil continent. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he pulled White Tiger and company, who were shocked by the sword strike. His eyes were covered in bloodline as he charged at the 6th layer. The fog in the 6th layer was very dense and there was no gap at all. However, as Wang Lin charged forward, his hands formed seal and restrictions made of bloodlines appeared before him to form a wire mesh. Soon, it collided with the fog of the 6th layer. With a thunderous bang, Wang Lin took White Tiger and company to forcibly break open the 6th layer. This humble void cloud came from far away. Why is fellow Taoist in such a hurry to leave? A low voice echoed across the surface of the sea. The sword shadow that penetrated the first 4 layers turned into a cultivator in blue. This cultivator looked like a young man. He was wearing plain clothes without the slightest embellishment. His long hair was draped over his shoulders and gave him an elegant look. He was very beautiful but was very cold, and he had a 7-foot sword in his hand. In this dark sky, there seemed to be a chill flowing through, and the sword gave off a cold glint. What came was not Void Cloud's original body but an avatar formed by his sword intent. Although it was an avatar, it contained 60% of his sword intent. As he spoke, he looked up and stepped toward the fifth layer. He raised his right hand and the sword in his hand swept across the sky. With this sweep, a crescent moon sword energy flew into the sky. The fifth layer of fog suddenly collapsed. This allowed Void Cloud to see the white-haired Wang Lin, who looked coldly back at him. Their gazes met at this moment, and Wang Lin's mind rumbled. He carried White Tiger and company into the sixth layer and charged toward the seventh layer. His face was pale and his expression was serious. As for Void Cloud, his mind also rumbled as he looked at the sky with a strange gaze. I thought that apart from those old fellows, only Yunifeng could arouse my interest in the heavenly bull continent. I didn't expect to meet another today. The coldness in his eyes. He is also a ruthless person. Void Cloud smiled as he held the sword and stepped into the sky. Wang Lin charged into the sixth layer. Only the seventh layer was left before he could leave the Pill Sea with White Tiger and company. However, Wang Lin didn't have time to choose. The seventh layer was the most dense, and he couldn't find gap in a short period of time. In addition, with the cultivator named Void Cloud below him, he didn't have much time. Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he flew through the sixth layer. The sword energy seemed like it was going to break through when the bloodlines appeared in his eyes and the two bloodshot eyes appeared behind him. Restriction essence. Use the essence to enter the restriction. As Wang Lin roared, the two giant eyes behind him suddenly collapsed. The countless bloodlines inside flew out around Wang Lin to form a meteor that smashed toward the seventh layer. The moment Wang Lin charged out, the sixth layer of fog below him collapsed. The sword energy charged out, and the powerful sword intent felt like it could destroy everything. Fellow cultivator, stay. Void Cloud's voice echoed as the sword shadow broke the sixth layer. It quickly reformed into a heaven-splitting sword shadow and flew toward Wang Lin. If Wang Lin was stopped by the sword energy, he wouldn't be able to leave the seventh floor. Although it was a moment of crisis, Wang Lin had faced these numerous enemies. The more dangerous it was, the more calm he would become. The moment the sword energy closed in, he turned around and raised his right hand. His essence true body appeared and his palm pointed at the sky. The fog in the seventh layer rumbled and a giant palm appeared. War Spirit print. It wasn't just one. Wang Lin's fire essence true body also raised its hand. Inside the fog All-Mother burning palm print appeared. The two prints smashed down on the sword energy one after the other. At the same time, below Wang Lin and Void Cloud, in the sea that was split in half, the divine sense Wang Lin had left in the sea felt Wang Lin's command. The sea surged and a giant palm print made of sea water suddenly rose up. When the palm print appeared, the sea level decreased greatly, as if the water had been condensed by the palm print to fly into the sky. 3 palm prints, 2 above and 1 below, all flew toward Void Cloud and that ray of sword energy. Wang Lin's own palm print closed in first and collided with the sword energy. Burst of crackling sounds echoed as the palm print collapsed. At the same time, the palm print from the fire essence true body descended. Just at this moment, the water essence palm formed by the sea water flew into the sky toward Void Cloud and his sword energy. This was a fusion of water and fire, a combined attack of the fire and water palms. As the fire and water palm prints closed in, the water gave off fog as if it was going to dry up. At the same time, the fire palm print looked like it was going to extinguish from being covered in water vapor. However, both the fire and water essences came from Wang Lin's body, so not only did they not disappear, but they grew even stronger. Not even Wang Lin had expected that using both the water and fire essences at the same time would have such an effect. The palm formed by the sea water began to boil, and large amounts of water vapor spread out. It made the fire palm print look hazy, but the fire seemed even more intense. At this moment, even Void Cloud's expression became serious. He swung his sword and the fire palm print collided with the sword energy. At the same time, the water palm print closed in from below. A violent rumble echoed as the water and fire palm prints collided, with Void Cloud and his sword energy at the center. The water and fire essences fused and formed a force stronger than just a single essence. This force was gas. Gas was an extremely difficult essence to obtain. More accurately, it was impossible to obtain. A person would have to master both water and fire essences and combine them to form the gas essence. This essence was far more precious than a single essence. The moment the gas essence appeared, the water and fire palms immediately collapsed, but Void Cloud's sword energy collapsed for the first time. A powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. Wang Lin retreated and borrowed the force to move toward the seventh layer with White Tiger and company. Void Cloud's body trembled, and he retreated several steps as the water and fire palm collapsed. A roar rang out and the EC puppet was released by Wang Lin. Charged at Void Cloud. EC had appeared too suddenly, as if it had been waiting for this moment. It was very fast and instantly closed in. Its black hand reached toward Void Cloud. The timing was very good and its killing intent closed in. Void Cloud's expression changed and he bit the tip of his tongue to spit out blood. That blood instantly turned into a blood-colored ray of sword energy that sliced down on EC. All of this happened too fast. In a flash, the sword energy landed on EC and cut off its right arm. EC let out a cry and suddenly retreated. However, the right arm that was cut off turned into 5 strands of black gas and rushed into Void Cloud's body. Void Cloud let out a muffled groan and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Those 5 strands of black gas contained powerful killing intent and began causing destruction inside his body. They were very difficult to remove, because they also contained ancient Tao power. Fellow cultivator Void Cloud, there is no need to send me off anymore. We will meet in the future. In the sky, Wang Lin's voice echoed. Void Cloud looked up to see the EC puppet that had lost its right arm turn into black fog. It was then collected by Wang Lin. Then Wang Lin carried White Tiger and company into the 7th layer and disappeared without a trace. Only after Wang Lin had been gone for a while did Void Cloud smile, except his smile was extremely gloomy. Entering the Heavenly Bull continent should be very interesting. Next time I won't let you escape. For a powerful cultivator like you should become my sword furnace. Void Cloud's eyes lit up and he stepped away. His face was slightly pale. He had been injured in that battle. However, now was not the time to heal, as he still had to complete the order from those old ancestors to refine the Pill C back into that half-celestial pill. Right now in the Pill C, not a single Heavenly Bull continent remained. All of them were dead. The entire Pill C had become the domain of the Green Devil continent. Outside the Pill C, over the Heavenly Bull continent, Wang Lin flew out tens of thousands of kilometers. Blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth as he turned around and looked at the restriction around the Pill C with a vicious gaze. White Tiger, the 3 of you leave. I still have other matters to attend to, so I won't leave with you. This place is far from the Great Soul Sect but close to the Guei sect. If you guys want to report it to them, then you need to hurry. As for the Great Soul Sect, I'll notify them. Wang Lin looked at the Pill C and his eyes revealed a cold gaze. He waved his right hand and a jade appeared in his hand. This was a message jade from the Great Soul Sect. After leaving the message, Wang Lin waved his hand and the jade quickly disappeared. Due to the structure of message jades, they were several times faster than cultivators, but Wang Lin didn't know exactly when the Great Soul Sect would receive it. After seeing the message jade, White Tiger and company recognized that it was something the Great Soul Sect used internally. They looked at Wang Lin as if they wanted to speak, but they stopped themselves. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the Pill C. He noticed their expressions and slowly said, I have joined the Great Soul Sect and became an elder. Take care. White Tiger and company clasped their hands. They didn't say their thanks, but whether it was this matter or what happened in the cave world, they remembered it in their hearts. You guys also take care. Wang Lin revealed a sincere smile. He clasped his hands at them and took a look at the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird let out a sigh as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. The 3 of them quickly flew toward the Guei sect. After the 3 of them disappeared from the horizon, Wang Lin turned around toward the Pill C and killing intent appeared in his eyes. Since arriving the Immortal astral continent, I have never suffered such a big loss. Void Cloud, if I don't take advantage of the fact that you're injured to kill you, I won't be able to bear it. EC's screams were still echoing in Wang Lin's heart, and his heart was aching. That Void Cloud's cultivation was very strange. His cultivation level was not high, aside from the shocking sword energy. Wang Lin had already wiped out Yen Lu's divine sense from the 2 treasures he had won from her. The gourd with the 30 million Dao souls could release an extremely powerful attack, even if there was only one chance. Now that he had made up his mind, he charged toward the Pill Sea. His behavior seemed reckless, but he was confident that Void Cloud wouldn't expect him to return after spending so much effort to leave. This was what made Wang Lin so determined. If I want to kill Void Cloud, I must obtain the compass that controls the formation. This was the first person Wang Lin wanted to kill since he arrived at the Immortal Astral Continent. Wang Lin moved forward and appeared above the Pill Sea. Below him was the invisible restriction. With the restriction there, he wasn't worried about being found by the cultivators inside the restriction. But Wang Lin was still very cautious and hid his aura. He moved like a ghost as he flew toward the other side of the Pill Sea. With a few steps, Wang Lin merged with the world and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in the sky near the Green Devil Continent. Here, even the sky had a large amount of Green Devil Continent cultivators. These cultivators all had varying cultivation levels. Most of them were at the 2nd step, while a few were 3rd step cultivators. There weren't many of them, but they still could be seen every now and then. When they passed, their divine senses swept the area as if they were guarding against something. As more and more Green Devil Continent cultivators appeared, Arcane Void cultivators appeared, causing Wang Lin to move even slower. After pondering a bit, he dove down into the invisible restriction below. His eyes were filled with blood lines as he immersed himself in the fog. Wang Lin had the restriction essence. At this moment, he could copy the restriction around the Pill Sea with his restriction essence, so he was confident he wouldn't be noticed in a short period of time. After entering the 7th layer of the fog, Wang Lin carefully moved within the fog to find the compass that was the center of this restriction. As he got closer to the Green Devil Continent, more and more Green Devil Continent cultivators flew by above him. These cultivators were often in groups of dozens. They often had serious expressions as they flew by. There are at least tens of thousands of cultivators here. With so many cultivators, if they say they aren't invading the Heavenly Bull Continent, no one would believe them. Wang Lin turned into fog. Then he looked up at the Green Devil Continent cultivators above him and sighed. The slaughter between sex and cruelty between the continents was the same everywhere. It was like this in the cave world, and the Immortal Astral Continent was the same. There were no laws in this world. The ones that existed were there because powerful cultivators existed to suppress everyone, so they didn't dare to have other thoughts. While silently pondering, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he looked up. He felt a powerful fluctuation from the distance. This didn't come from a cultivator but a treasure. When he looked over, 100 Green Devil Continent cultivators flew by. There were 4 arcane void cultivators, with 1 in each side, acting like escorts. In the center of this team, there was a giant drum about 1,000 feet large. This drum was completely black and even its surface was black. A large amount of fierce beasts were sticking out from its sides and a gloomy aura spread out. There were countless resentful souls around the drum. They let out silent roars that formed invisible ripples that spread out. This drum seemed to be very heavy. There were nearly 100 cultivators using their full cultivation to carry it, but they were flying forward slowly. The moment Wang Lin saw the large drum, his eyes narrowed. He turned into gas and remained motionless. He clearly felt a cultivator hiding inside the big drum. This cultivator seemed to fuse with Wang Lin, and when it passed above Wang Lin, a divine sense spread out from it. After scanning the area, it slowly left. After the 100 cultivators left, Wang Lin looked at the vague outline of the drum and began to ponder. A treasures that is fused with a cultivator. After this, Wang Lin saw 8 of the same drum. He also saw other large treasures that were obviously used for large-scale slaughter between sects. These treasures were all nearly 1,000 feet large. Shocking auras spread out from them, forming a pressure. I can't stay here for long. I must finish the battle as soon as possible and leave. Wang Lin's heart pounded, but this just made him more calm. He fused with the restriction and slowly moved closer to the Green Devil continent. Here, he felt the presence of the center of the restriction. It's just ahead. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he moved through the fog. Soon he saw 3 flags that pierced in the sky. These 3 flags moved with the wind and flapped in the air. Ripples echoed from them. They were clearly extraordinary. Under the 3 flags, there were a beautiful-looking woman. She was holding a compass in her hand and was currently frowning as she looked at it. Next the woman, Wang Lin saw someone he had met before. It was the young man with the white jade-like face. He was holding a fan in his hand and was looking down at the sea. It was unknown what he was thinking about. There were hundreds of green-robed cultivators around them. They were like guards and remained motionless as they cultivated with their eyes closed. Including the woman. No one knew that Wang Lin was in the 7th layer of the invisible restriction above them. Wang Lin coldly looked at them and especially at the compass in the woman's hand. That's the compass. Once I obtain it, I won't need to hide inside the fog layer. It is the only thing that can know I entered the pill sea. Wang Lin had the restriction essence and had studied this restriction for a bit, so he knew that the key to this restriction was that compass. Only with the compass in hand would no one know he had entered the pill sea. Then he could find Void Cloud, kill him, and escape safely. The compass was also the key to finding Void Cloud. It was very difficult to find a single person in this vast pill sea, and he could only rely on the compass. However, this was a difficult situation. If he wanted to obtain the compass, he would still have to come out. Then the people below would know he had arrived. Everything must be fast. I can't allow one of them to leave and I can't allow that woman to send the information out. Wang Lin frowned as he looked at the 100 cultivators below and the 3 large flags. Those 3 flags should be a protective device. It's going to be a bit difficult. Wang Lin remained motionless in the mist as he looked below and began to ponder. Under the 3 big flags, the woman looked at the compass in her hand and frowned even harder. Strange, it is clear that there are no foreign cultivators left. But there are still layers of ripples appearing. It is clearly something the restriction is doing on its own when it detects something abnormal. The compass in the woman's hand was filled with green dots and was without a single white dot. But there was a constant wave of fluctuation like ripples on the water's surface. The woman's eyes lit up. Her left hand continued to form seals that landed on the compass, but she still found nothing. Her actions caught the attention of the young man with the fan next to her. He stepped forward to look at the compass and smiled. Don't be so paranoid. With Senior Brother Void Cloud here, everything will be fine. The woman silently pondered for a moment and nodded. Senior Brother Void Cloud has already acted, and soon the pill sea will disappear. Then we can see the power of the legendary half-celestial pill. The woman looked up into the distance. Wang Lin was inside the fog in the sky and vaguely heard what they were talking about. He also noticed some clues from their expressions, and his heart skipped a beat. However, just at this moment, a thunderous rumble came from the pill sea, and it began to surge violently. The waves began to rage across the sea. 9 vortexes appeared at different points across the pill sea. The vortexes were rotating slowly, but a heaven-shattering roar echoed. Senior Brother has begun. The woman stopped looking at the compass in her hand and looked into the distance with expectation in her eyes. At the same time, a group of about a dozen cultivators flew out from the sea and flew toward where the woman was. This was a group of Green Devil soldiers that had followed the woman's order and were returning. These more than a dozen Green Devil soldiers quickly flew across the sky. They didn't attract the attention of the woman or the cultivators around her. It was clear that this kind of movement was very common. No one noticed that there was a flash of ghostly light in Wang Lin's eyes as he hid in the restriction fog in the sky. He turned into a strand of smoke. The moment the group of Green Devil continent cultivators flew by, he rushed out and entered the ear of one of the cultivators. The moment he entered, The cultivator paused for a moment and his eyes revealed a glint of confusion. However, that confusion was soon replaced with calmness, and he quickly closed in on the 3 flags and the woman below. However, the moment Wang Lin charged out from fog and entered the ear of the cultivator, the compass in the woman's hand trembled a bit as if it was giving a warning. The woman immediately looked down, but by the time she looked down, everything was over. The young man next to the woman noticed the change in her expression and quickly asked, "What's the matter?" "Something is wrong." The compass trembled by itself as a warning. "It should be because a non-green devil continent cultivator has entered the Pill Sea." The woman's expression was very serious. "This person is good at hiding and I can't find him right away. Senior Brother Zhao, help me. I'm going to reverse the compass to see what happened at that moment." The young man with the white jade-like face raised his right hand and placed it on the woman's back without hesitation. The woman took a deep breath and her eyes revealed a strange light. She stared at the compass in her hand and, using the method her teacher had taught her, her left formed a seal and pointed at the compass. She didn't notice the more than a dozen green devil continent cultivators that she had sent out and were returning. They got closer and closer to her. A hidden gaze of killing intent loomed within these dozen cultivators. The compass in the woman's hand began to blur as she continued to place seals on it. It was about to reverse time and reveal the scene of Wang Lin turning into smoke and taking over one of the green-robed cultivators. At this moment, the group of cultivators Wang Lin was in was still 10,000 feet from the woman. The cultivator Wang Lin was in stepped forward and moved past several cultivators. As they looked at him in shock, he arrived behind the cultivator at the front of the group. The cultivator at the front was a middle-aged man at the 3rd step, around Nirvana Void. He seemed to notice something and turned around. The eyes of the cultivator Wang Lin was controlling revealed a strange light, and a strange of smoke came out of his forehead and entered the eyes of the middle-aged man. All of this happened very quickly. When it happened, the middle-aged man's body trembled and revealed a hint of struggle. However, the struggle soon dissipated and was replaced with calmness. The woman staring at the compass also trembled. The compass in her hand began to tremble violently. Just as it was about to reveal what had happened, the middle-aged man Wang Lin had taken over, charged toward the woman that was 10,000 feet away. "I found a drop of black liquid and I don't know what it is," the middle-aged man said in a hoarse voice before flying more than 1,000 feet. When the cultivators that were sitting there opened their eyes, the middle-aged man took out a drop of black liquid and it flew forward. The moment the drop of black liquid appeared, a powerful surge of water essence appeared. The moment the woman heard the middle-aged man's voice, she looked up and saw the drop of black liquid. Her pupils suddenly shrank. 10,000 refined corruption liquid. The woman's eyes were filled with shock. Borrowing the moment of shock, the middle-aged man controlled by Wang Lin flew several thousand more feet. He was now only a few thousand feet from the woman. However, just as he got within 1,000 feet, the 3 flags caused ripples to echo and let out a loud whistling sound. At the same time, the compass in the woman's hand clearly showed the scene of Wang Lin turning into fog and entering the ear of the middle-aged man. "Stop!" The woman's heart trembled and she let out a scream. She was about to retreat, and the young man with the white jade-like face was also filled with fear. "Essence scatter!" The moment the woman screamed, the middle-aged man controlled by Wang Lin let out a roar. His body collapsed and a strand of smoke came out and turned into Wang Lin. The moment Wang Lin appeared, the black liquid he had flicked at the woman exploded. The black ink-like liquid quickly spread, and everything within 10,000 feet became black. The hundreds of cultivators had just realized what happened when they let out miserable screams. Their bodies rapidly decayed and instantly turned into black liquid. Even the more than a dozen green-robed cultivators behind Wang Lin couldn't escape from the black ink in time and all died. At the same time, a roar came from behind Wang Lin. The EC puppet that had lost its right arm charged out toward the 3 flags. There was a loud bang as EC broke one of the flags and charged toward the remaining 2. All of this happened the moment the woman said, "Stop." Wang Lin stepped forward and closed in 1,000 feet in an instant as the woman and the young man retreated. The young man recognized Wang Lin and was terrified. The woman pressed her left hand on the compass and was about to report it to the others. Wang Lin suddenly raised his right hand and pointed at the two of them. "Stop!" With one word, countless threads filled the world and wrapped around the woman and the young man. Their bodies trembled and were completely stopped by Wang Lin. The young man's fear was solidified and the woman's left hand was less than an inch from the compass but was frozen in the air. Wang Lin closed in instantly and took the compass from the woman. There was no mercy in his heart as his left palm landed on the woman's forehead. The woman's body turned into a mist of blood and even her origin soul collapsed with it. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and a gust of wind blew the blood mist toward the young man. As the blood mist shrouded the young man, Wang Lin swung his hand and there was a flash of blood light. The blood sword followed and cut off the young man's head. It was also at this moment that a thunderous rumble echoed and the second and third flags were broken by EC's left arm. All the black ink within 10,000 feet shrank like crazy back into a drop of black liquid before Wang Lin, and he swallowed it back into his body. Everything ended, hundreds of cultivators were dead. The woman and the young man named Zhao were dead as well. Even the three large flags were destroyed. Wang Lin's face was slightly pale. He wanted everything to finish quickly. He put away EC and disappeared into the sea. Inside the sea, Wang Lin quickly charged forward. He held the compass and his divine sense rushed inside. His eyes were filled with blood lines as his restriction essence rushed in. He wiped the divine sense off the compass, making it his own. If it was someone else, they wouldn't have been able to do this, but Wang Lin had the restriction essence, so he could do it. With the compass in hand, he controlled the restriction above the pill sea. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he carefully swam through the pill sea and carefully looked at the compass. He could see that inside the pill sea, there were only 3 to 5 green dots, and one of them was extremely dazzling. The remaining green dots were all above the sea. It was obvious that it was inconvenient to stay inside the sea when Void Cloud was refining it. Staring at the dazzling, green, killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. "Void Cloud, you're next." Wang Lin merged into the restriction formation and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was at the center of the pill sea. Just as his body appeared, he noticed the sea around him rotating, and thunderous rumbles echoed. He felt like he was going to be pulled along with the sea. Looking at the compass, he was not far from Void Cloud. However, Wang Lin looked around at the sea that was being pulled. "Perhaps I don't need to give up the 30 million Dao souls." Wang Lin pondered and no longer moved forward. Instead, he sank into the bottom of the sea and hid himself. Monstrous waves seemed to set off across the pill sea while the rumbles continued. 8 vortexes rotated along the edges, with the 9th vortex in the center of the pill sea. This vortex rotated faster and faster. Soon, the 8 vortexes gathered up the sea and began to rotate with the 9th vortex as the center. Deep within the 9th vortex sat Void Cloud. His face was a bit pale and his hands continued to form seals. Rumor has it that the pill sea was formed when a celestial pill landed here. However, the truth is that it wasn't a full celestial pill, only half of one. Void Cloud's eyes lit up and his right hand reached toward the void before him. "Pill sea, condense." With a bang, the vortexes begun rotating even faster. As they condensed, the sea decreased in size and strands of celestial energy spread out. The pill sea was like a basin, and at the center was a giant vortex pulling in the water. In the sky, tens of thousands of Green Devil continent cultivators looked below. They were waiting for Void Cloud to condense that half a celestial pill to break open the barrier around the Heavenly Bull continent. Wang Lin was also hiding inside the vortex. He was waiting for Void Cloud to condense the celestial pill before launching his attack. Time slowly passed. Void Cloud couldn't observe his surroundings at all. The tens of thousands of cultivators in the sky were all focusing their attention on Void Cloud. No one expected any Heavenly Bull continent cultivators to remain in the pill sea after purging it many times. With the restriction here, there was no need to worry about what was happening inside. Even at this moment, no one noticed that the 3 large flags had been broken and that the compass had changed owners. At this moment, Their gazes were all drawn by Void Cloud. After all, there was nothing more important than watching one of the four geniuses, Void Cloud, refine the Pill C into the Celestial Pill. Even Void Cloud didn't expect Wang Lin to return after leaving. He was inside the ninth vortex with a serious expression on his face, and his hand formed a seal, causing the vortex to rumble. The vortex quickly shrank from its endless size to less than 1 million feet. The sea water in the giant Pill C was refined into a vortex of 1 million feet. This scene excited the Green Devil continent cultivators in the sky. Void Cloud revealed a smile. He took a deep breath and let out a roar at the sky as his cultivation erupted. His cultivation was very strange. Even at this moment it was impossible to feel his exact cultivation level. One could only feel a powerful surge of sword energy. A sword intent surrounded the area. Teacher allowed me to come to form the Celestial Pill from the Pill C to push my reputation one step above the other three. Then, as the #1 genius in the Eastern continent, I am to head to the Imperial capital in the Central continent to obtain the qualification to enter the Ancestral Temple. Void Cloud's eyes lit up. The 1 million feet of seawater began to condense once more into 500,000 feet. Then it shrank again to 300,000 feet. If one looked down from the sky, only 300,000 feet of area was covered in water. Seaweed and coral were revealed, and the numerous beasts in the sea exploded. The thunderous rumbles echoed across the entire Pill Sea. Void Cloud was very serious as his hands continued to form different seals. The 300,000 feet of seawater condensed once more to 100,000 feet. Void Cloud's face was pale. Even for him, this was no small burden. When the sea condensed to 100,000 feet, he waved his right hand and a jade bottle appeared. He crushed the bottle and a drop of golden liquid flew out. The moment this drop of golden liquid appeared, dense celestial energy appeared. The celestial energy was so dense, it felt like it was solid. Void Cloud took a deep breath and waved his right hand. The drop of golden liquid flew toward the sea vortex before him. The Pill C was formed by a celestial pill. Many people know this. Many people have wanted to refine it back into the celestial pill, but no one has succeeded because they were missing a primer. The primer is this drop of golden liquid. Void Cloud smiled. This drop of golden liquid was very precious. It was something the Green Devil continent had found after searching for countless years. This used to belong to the celestial pill that made the Pill C. Without it, it would be impossible to reform the celestial pill. 100,000 feet would be the limit. Many people had to stop at 100,000 feet and couldn't condense it anymore. The sea water would disperse and then turn back into the Pill C. But this time, since he, Void Cloud, had decided to act, he was fully prepared and wouldn't allow any mistakes. I'll personally refine the celestial pill and destroy the barrier around the Heavenly Bull continent. This should be enough to become famous across the immortal astral continent. Void Cloud smiled and the water before him changed drastically after absorbing the drop of golden liquid. The sea seemed to boil and began to churn violently. It suddenly shrank from 100,000 feet, breaking this threshold, and turned into 50,000 feet, 30,000 feet, 10,000 feet. The smaller it condenses, the more powerful the celestial pill will be. 10,000 feet isn't enough. Void Cloud closed his eyes and a startling sword intent spread out from his body, covering the sea vortex. This was him fully integrating his divine sense into the sea vortex without holding anything back. Thunderous rumbles echoed. As all the cultivators in the sky watched, the 10,000 feet of seawater shrank to 8,000 feet, 5,000 feet, 3,000 feet. This was not over yet. It was rapidly shrinking toward 1,000 feet. As it shrank, the vortex of seawater could no longer be seen clearly. In an instant, half a celestial pill began to form inside. However, at this moment, no disturbance was allowed, because this was the last stage of condensing this half a celestial pill. The pill was extremely unstable, and if it were disturbed, it would likely explode early. The consequences of that would be unimaginable. This was why the Green Devil continent had cleared out the entire Pill Sea, to make sure nothing could go wrong before Void Cloud acted. However, because of the restriction, No one knew of Wang Lin's existence. This restriction now belonged to Wang Lin. If he wanted to hide himself, then no one could detect him inside the formation. Void Cloud was about to succeed, but at this moment, an aura appeared from the seaweed below him. This aura was Wang Lin, and the instant he appeared, he took a step forward. He instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was outside the 1,000 feet of sea water. Void Cloud was going to refine back into the celestial pill. Although Wang Lin had appeared very suddenly, countless divine senses locked onto him instantly. Some of the people in the sky immediately noticed him. Their expressions changed and they charged at Wang Lin. Although they were fast, Wang Lin was faster. He merged with the restriction and appeared outside the 1,000 feet of sea water. Void Cloud was refining. He raised his right hand and the blood sword appeared and sliced down. He wasn't slicing toward Void Cloud, but the 1,000-foot sea vortex. Stop! Shocking roars came from the sky to deter Wang Lin. But Wang Lin's will was not something they could stop. Void Cloud had focused himself completely in the seawater, and it was very difficult to divide his attention. Wang Lin had also appeared very suddenly. His timing was exceptional, but Void Cloud didn't become one of the four geniuses by accident. As Wang Lin's sword descended, he actually opened his eyes and looked up. When he saw Wang Lin, he didn't have time to be shocked. He immediately bit his tongue to spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his divine sense rapidly withdrew from the sea water. That mouthful of blood immediately turned into a sword shadow and collided with the blood sword. There was a loud bang as they collided. Blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth and the blood sword was knocked back. Void Cloud's face was pale and the sword shadow formed by the blood exploded. "It's you!" Void Cloud's expression was fierce and his divine sense rapidly withdrew. Once his divine sense returned, he could free up his body to battle Wang Lin. He just needed to delay Wang Lin for a few moments for the hundreds of cultivators above to descend. Then it would be very difficult for Wang Lin to escape. But Wang Lin had waited for a long time, and he always planned several steps ahead. So how could he let Void Cloud escape? He had accounted for all possibilities, including the time it would take for the cultivators above to arrive. The restriction was in Wang Lin's hands, and with Wang Lin's control, they couldn't merge with the restriction. They could only fly toward Wang Lin. However, as they closed in, the restriction suddenly changed from only being able to enter to only being able to leave. The restriction also shrank greatly and appeared before the hundreds of descending cultivators. The hundreds of cultivators slammed into the restriction and were blocked. However, the impact caused the restriction to tremble and show signs of breaking. However, Wang Lin didn't want to trap them, he just needed time. With the formation delaying them, it was enough. The moment Void Cloud's divine sense was about to withdraw from the water, Wang Lin's blood sword was knocked back. However, his fire essence true body appeared, caught the blood sword, and cut down once more. With this, a sea of fire filled the area, and the timing was extremely good. It came directly after the first strike, and although the first strike had collapsed, the second strike was the real attack. The strike closed in. Void Cloud's eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a roar as the strike cut into the sea vortex. When the vortex was cut, it stopped rotating. A destructive aura came from the 1,000 feet of seawater. This aura felt like it could destroy the world countless times over. It was powerful enough to kill everything in sight. Void Cloud still had some of his divine sense inside the seawater. When the seawater was cut, the destructive aura spread out and his divine sense inside was destroyed, causing him to cough out blood. He retreated without hesitation, and at this moment, he no longer cared about Wang Lin or the seawater. Although he had come here with his avatar, if this avatar died and his sword intent collapsed, his original body would suffer a blow that would be difficult to recover from. Also at this moment, the hundreds of cultivators charging down and the army of tens of thousands of cultivators trembled. They felt a destructive aura that could wipe out all life spreading out in all directions, ignoring the restriction. The celestial pill is going to explode. In an instant, the tens of thousands of cultivators lost their wits and began to desperately escape. They wanted to fuse with the formation and leave, But with Wang Lin controlling the formation, none of them could leave. Wang Lin turned around without hesitation and took a step toward the heavenly bull continent. Ripples echoed and he was about to disappear. But just at this moment, the 1,000 feet of seawater released a thunderous rumble that spread across the Pill Sea and reached both the heavenly bull continent and the green devil continent. The countless cultivators in the sky coughed out blood and their ears buzzed. Void Cloud staggered and his eyes were filled with despair. "I will not let this go." As he roared, the 1,000 feet sea of water suddenly exploded. The sky distorted, the earth trembled, and an indescribable force of destruction spread out. The celestial pill exploded early. It should have exploded near the heavenly bull continent. It would break the barrier around the heavenly bull continent while shaking its foundation. A large portion of the heavenly bull continent would disintegrate and cause a great deal of damage. But at this moment, the celestial pill exploded at the center of the Pill Sea. As a result, the heavenly bull continent was not the only one that was damaged. The green devil continent suffered as well. Void Cloud was far too close. Even though he was running like crazy, he was still too close to the destructive force. Although his sword intent was powerful, before this destructive force, he collapsed with no chance of fighting back. Wang Lin merged with the world and was about to leave when the destructive force swept by like a giant mouth that was going to devour all life. As it closed in, Wang Lin's body disappeared ahead of time. Wherever the destructive force swept, the earth collapsed, revealing the dark void below. This destructive force instantly swept by the entire Pill Sea, and the Pill Sea disappeared. Then the destructive force smashed into the heavenly bull continent and the green devil continent at the same time. Rumble, 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 rumble. The entire heavenly bull continent trembled. A sound like a mirror cracking rang out, and then the barrier around the heavenly bull continent collapsed. The green devil continent suffered the same. A thunderous rumble echoed as the earth cracked and mountains collapsed. A giant phantom of a bull seemed to appear above the heavenly bull continent, and it let out a silent roar toward the green devil continent. Shortly after, a giant green scorpion that shrouded the entire green devil continent let out a silent hiss to match the giant bull's roar. Countless people among the tens of thousands of cultivators died in the Pill Sea. Void Cloud's avatar was too close and was the first to die. No matter how powerful his sword intent was, when facing the explosion of the celestial pill, he was as fragile as a piece of paper. Under the collapse, the entire Pill Sea disappeared. The green devil continent lost over tens of thousands of cultivators. The rest could not escape this destructive force and were filled with despair when a huge shadow appeared. This shadow looked like a person, but it was impossible to see the person's appearance clearly. He waved his sleeve and enveloped the remaining green devil continent cultivators. As the destructive force closed in, the figure retreated again, barely avoiding the destructive force. Then the figure disappeared without a trace, but in truth they were still wounded. The Pill Sea became a void, and the land near the Pill Sea on the heavenly bull continent began to collapse. The impact kicked up a dust storm that would last for an unknown amount of time. The earth of the green devil continent also shattered. The shattered earth flew into the sky like clouds and spread far and wide. Fortunately, the celestial pill exploded at the center of the Pill Sea. If it was closer to the heavenly bull continent, it would have done serious damage to the land. From this, one could see how extraordinary and mysterious the origin of the celestial pill was. 3 days later, the destructive power of the explosion of the celestial pill finally weakened until it disappeared. However, the dust storm that enveloped the edges of the two continents still existed. On the green devil continent's side, after 3 days of silence, they didn't change their plan of entering the heavenly bull continent. The three main sects joined together and gathered disciples and elders to form a 70,000 cultivator army that marched toward the heavenly bull continent that no longer had a barrier. A portion of the cultivators that had reached the void turbulent stage broke off from the main army. Dozens of lights charged forward. They were the vanguard of this war. They were also a force that would play a great role in this war. Heavenly Bull Continent, a mountain range close to the Pill Sea. The mountains here had collapsed. The sky was dark and covered in dust, making it gloomy. There was also the howling of wind. The wind sounded like screams of resentful souls, eerie enough to shake one's mind. In the mist, there was a collapsed mountain with a white-haired youth sitting inside. He was Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin's face was deathly pale. He had spent the last 3 days recovering from his injuries. There were stains of dark red blood on the ground. He had coughed this blood out due to his injuries. The destructive power was within Wang Lin's expectations, but he was still hit by the aftershock. Although it had only swept by his body for an instant, at that moment, Wang Lin felt like he heard the sound of his bones breaking, flash shattering, and origin soul being destroyed. After he arrived here, he could no longer hold it in. He coughed out blood and quickly recovered. If it was an ordinary cultivator, if they didn't die, they would have had to find another body. However, with Wang Lin's ancient Dao body, he was only injured. On the evening of the 3rd day, Wang Lin opened his eyes for the first time and took a few breaths. He frowned as the dust in the air made breathing bitter. He looked up at the sky. Although it was dusk, the dust made it impossible to see the sun or moon. It was worth it, although I'm injured. When he said he wouldn't let me go before his death, it meant that he likely came with his avatar. However, that avatar is now completely dead. The death of the avatar will affect the original body. I just don't know how big the impact will be. It shouldn't be small. And I also obtained this. Wang Lin shook his head and his pale face turned slightly red. He then waved his hand and there was a flash of light. A compass appeared in his palm. This compass looked very ordinary and the map of the Pill Sea had disappeared from it. Instead, it was the area around Wang Lin right now. There was no light on it. This set of restrictions is mysterious, and after I devour it, my restriction essence will increase. However, it is still useful, so there is no rush to devour it. The reason Wang Lin dared to heal here was partially due to this restriction. Before he started healing, he set up the restriction here. He made it smaller, which made it even more powerful, and it only allowed people to leave rather than enter. My injuries have recovered 70% to 80%, so there shouldn't be any problems. Now that my water essence is complete, I need to return to the Great Soul Sect. I wonder if they got my jade. Looking at the time, it shouldn't have arrived, but the trembling of the heavenly bull continent 3 days ago should have attracted some attention. Wang Lin pondered as he stood up. His eyes shined as his left hand reached out and a jade appeared in his grasp. This jade looked very ordinary, but it contained a recording of Wang Lin entering the Pill Sea the 2nd time, when he destroyed the 3 flags, stole the compass, cut the celestial pill, and killed Void Cloud. It recorded until Wang Lin left the Pill Sea. Wang Lin was not a young cultivator who didn't know anything. After joining the Great Soul Sect, he knew that merits were the main method to obtain treasures, pills, and cultivation methods from a sect. If he just told people, others would suspect or not believe him. The best method to prove himself was, of course, to record everything in a jade. As for whether it was real or fake, just looking at it would be enough. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin wiped away the scene of him obtaining the compass, leaving only him cutting the celestial pill. This was enough. With this, I can ask for the multi-layered illusion spell from esteemed Green Bull. Wang Lin put away the jade and compass. After removing the restriction, Wang Lin flew toward the depths of the heavenly bull continent. After flying more than 100,000 feet, ripples echoed and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was far away from the Pill Sea, in the inner part of the heavenly bull continent. He didn't pause at all as he quickly flew ahead. Time slowly went by. In a flash, more than half a month had passed. Wang Lin was not far from the Great Soul Sect, but this was only from the view of using spatial bending. If one were to fly, they would still need several months. This was also deep within the heavenly bull continent. There were mountain ranges everywhere and green grass covering the land. This area hadn't been affected by the impact from the Pill Sea at all. After all, the heavenly bull continent was simply too large, and the area affected by the explosion in the Pill Sea was only a small part. During the intervals between spatial bending, Wang Lin would sit on the Mosquito King, who quickly flew forward. Aside from using spatial bending, he sat on the back of the Mosquito King and recovered. After more than half a month, he had recovered up to 80% or 90%. The remaining injuries were negligible. On this day, while Wang Lin was flying, he suddenly raised his head and his eyes narrowed. Before him, there were several flashes of ghostly light. There were black paper cranes inside these lights. These paper cranes flew off in different directions, and they were even faster than Wang Lin, disappearing in a flash. Fortunately, one passed by Wang Lin, and the moment it was about to disappear, Wang Lin used the stop spell to stop it a few hundred feet away. He waved his hand and it flew into his hand. His divine sense entered the paper crane and a powerful voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The Green Devil continent is invading. The Pill Sea has been destroyed and so has the barrier around the Heavenly Bull continent. Their army will arrive soon. The Great Soul Sect and the Guei Sect are issuing the Soul Order. All sects are to seal their sects, and all combat-ready cultivators will gather at the 7 key points on the Heavenly Bull continent that were created countless years ago. Wang Lin loosened the paper crane and it disappeared in a flash without a trace. Wang Lin pondered as he looked at the sky before him and thought of a lot of things. After a long time, he frowned and no longer pondered all the strange thoughts that had appeared in his mind. He calmed down, sat on the back of the Mosquito King, and flew away. While Wang Lin was on his way back to the Great Sect, on the 20th day after the explosion, dozens of void turbulent cultivators from the Green Devil continent arrived as the advance team. Their goal was to consume the third step cultivators in the Heavenly Bull continent at all costs. The more they killed, the bigger the chance of victory. About 1 month behind them, the Green Devil continent army of 70,000 cultivators covered the sky and slowly advanced. Behind this army of 70,000 cultivators, there was a terrifying sword shadow slowly following with a terrifying sword intent. This was a golden ancient sword, and on top of the sword sat a young man in blue. His long hair was draped over his shoulder and he was almost demonically handsome. He was calm, but his face was a bit pale as he looked into the distant Heavenly Bull continent. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. He has destroyed my avatar and forced my cultivation level to fall to early-stage void turbulent. We will slowly deal with this grudge. The golden ancient sword under him gave off an extremely noble aura, and the shadow of a golden armored giant in imperial robes appeared behind the sword. This figure was incomparably large and gave off an ancient aura. This sword was extraordinary. Wang Lin was confused about one matter. The strange feeling he had when he saw the paper cranes. Whether it was the Green Devil continent or the Heavenly Bull continent, they all belonged to the Celestial clan. The sects of the two continents might have killed each other before, but to refine the pill seal to blast open another continent and invade made Wang Lin have other thoughts. This matter was no matter private grudges between sects, but real war. Interesting. I hope my speculation does not come true. Otherwise, the more people that die, the less connection I will feel with the Celestial clan. If it really is just for what I guess, then this really chills one's heart. Whether it's the Green Devil continent or the Heavenly Bull continent, perhaps. Wang Lin silently pondered as he sat on the back of the Mosquito King. He thought about a lot, about how the Great Soul Sect had left him 3 gifts and how esteemed Great Bull had said that the first generation ancestor had divinvated his arrival. There was a huge purpose in all of this. This purpose was very important for the Great Soul Sect and the Green Devil continent. Therefore, the Green Devil continent launched countless smaller assaults on the Heavenly Bull continent. This time, they went big to refine the Pill Sea to blast their way inside to the Heavenly Bull continent. Therefore, countless years ago, the Great Soul Sect moved here. The first ancestor of the Great Soul Sect divinated the changes in the future, all for this long-hidden secret. Wang Lin silently pondered and opened his palm. A small person appeared in his hand and he looked at the little person. After a long time, he didn't use it to divinate the changes in the future, but closed his palm to put it away. So what if I know in advance? With my Dao spell, I simply can't divinate it. The old ancestor left me 3 gifts, and one of them was his own divination. I guess he knew I would question it and left me with an answer. Wang Lin smiled and he didn't use that gift. He didn't need to know how, and from clues he found he had some speculations. Now he just needed to confirm them until he found the real answer. Wang Lin was good at this kind of thing, or he could ignore the war here and leave early. After 10 days, Wang Lin appeared outside the Great Soul Sect. The moment he appeared, several rays of light flew toward him. Wang Lin felt that the Great Soul Sect seemed to be in a haze and was shrouded in distortions. Bursts of killing intent that made his pupils shrink came from the distortions. This killing intent wasn't targeted at him, it was just part of the protection formation around the Great Soul Sect. The distortion shrouded the sect, making it impossible to see inside. Wang Lin felt that the Great Soul Sect was in battle mode. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and it was somewhat oppressive. This was just the feeling Wang Lin had when he saw this. It should be true, or it could just be an illusion. The rays of light closed in on Wang Lin. There was caution and killing intent within the rays of light. However, after this killing intent clearly saw Wang Lin, it slowly dissipated, but they were still on guard. Several rays of light turned into 7 people before Wang Lin. Among the 7 of them, there were 2 elders of the Great Soul Sect, and the other 5 were disciples. Elder Wang, sorry to offend you. One of the elders had talked to Wang Lin once. He had observed Wang Lin and Yen Lu's battle. One of the elders clasped his hands and slowly said, "The Green Devil continent has broken open the barrier of my Heavenly Bull continent, and the Ancestor has ordered us to seal the sect. Everyone who returns, regardless of whether they are elders or disciples, or their status, must be rigorously inspected before entering the sect." The other elder also clasped his hands at Wang Lin. After they saw Wang Lin enter the 7th and 8th floors back to back, very few people in the Great Soul Sect were willing to offend him. The 5 disciples beside the 2 of them bowed their heads. They would occasionally glance at Wang Lin. This was their first time meeting Wang Lin in person. "No problem. It is a time of war, so it should be like this." Wang Lin nodded with a smile and didn't mind. Seeing Wang Lin smile, the 2 elders relaxed a bit. Unless they had to, they really didn't want to get on Wang Lin's bad side. If they had to get into an unpleasant situation due to an order from the sect, it really wasn't worth it. Seeing how easygoing Wang Lin was, the 2 of them also smiled and wanted even more to be friends with Wang Lin. "Elder Wang, please take out your token. Then mark it with your divine sense to verify your origin soul, and then drip a drop of blood to verify your body," one of the elders said as he clasped his hands. Wang Lin nodded and his right hand reached out at the void. The token he had used to enter the Soul Scripture Pavilion appeared. He marked it with his divine sense and then dripped a drop of blood it before throwing the token at the 2 elders. One of the elders grabbed the token, formed a seal, and then pointed at the restriction behind him. A powerful pressure surged out and charged at Wang Lin. It instantly swept through his body. Wang Lin's mind trembled. He clearly felt that this pressure was very strange. The main role was to expel any excess origin souls or divine senses on Wang Lin. It even judged how well-adjusted his origin soul was to his body. These methods were used to judge his identity. Then the pressure locked onto the token. Only after doing the 2-step verification did the pressure slowly disappear. It was only at this moment that the 2 elders relaxed completely. They returned the token to Wang Lin and one of them laughed. "Elder Wang, sorry for the trouble. You can enter the restriction and return to the sect. We are still on duty, so we need to head back and can't accompany Elder Wang. I hope Elder Wang understands." If others were polite to him, then he would naturally be polite to them. He had become a grand scholar in the dream world, so he naturally had a mysterious temperament to him. He smiled and clasped his hands at the 2. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly asked something. "Did something happen in the sect recently?" The 2 elders looked at each other. One of them whispered, 7 days ago, there was a Green Devil continent cultivator trying to blend into the Great Soul Sect. He was found by Elder Sudongda and was immediately killed. The old ancestor was very angry and then..." At this point, the elder smiled bitterly and left after clasping his hands at Wang Lin. Wang Lin silently pondered and then flew into the Great Soul Sect. The feeling of pressure became even more intense. The entire Great Soul sect was filled with rays of light as disciples flew between the various peaks. Some large refining materials that might be too large to put into storage spaces were being manually moved by cultivators between the various peaks. There were also large amounts of disciples on the several large herb mountains gathering herbs and delivering them to the several alchemy specialist elders to begin refining pills. There were various fluctuations of cultivation coming from the many mountains. It was clear that the elders were all in closed-door cultivation to keep themselves at their peak in order to complete the tasks the sect would hand out. All the peaks in the sect were bustling, beside Wang Lin's fire mountain, which didn't have any movement or sound. When he looked over, he saw Fan Shanmeng sitting motionlessly in her cave. Wang Lin pondered a bit and waved his sleeve. He didn't return to his own mountain but headed toward the depths of the sect, where old ancestor Green Bull was. Greetings, Elder Wang. Dao Burning Peak Disciple greets Elder Wang. Brayaken Peak Disciple greets Elder Wang. Along the way, all disciples that saw Wang Lin stopped to greet him before returning to their tasks. Wang Lin didn't stop. He simply nodded as he flew away. His cultivation was not ordinary, so it attracted the attention of the elders he flew past. However, after they saw that it was Wang Lin, they all withdrew their divine senses. Shortly after, the green heavenly peak appeared before Wang Lin. Wang Lin teleported and appeared outside the green heavenly peak. He clasped his hands toward the peak and spoke calmly. Wang Lin requests to greet esteemed Green Bull. The green heavenly peak looked different from before. It was now covered by a thin layer of green mist. After Wang Lin spoke, the mist moved, revealing an opening. Come in, esteemed Green Bull's voice echoed. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to charge into the opening. After he entered, the mist covered up the opening. Wang Lin followed the mist and arrived at the green heavenly peak. There, he saw esteemed Green Bull sitting in the distance with a solid origin soul that looked like little person in his palm. This little person was kowtowing toward esteemed Green Bull. Wang Lin stood on the side and silently looked at the little person in esteemed Green Bull's palm. A moment later, the little person kowtowed 6 times in a row and looked tired. Esteemed Green Bull closed his palm and the little person disappeared. I have obtained your jade. This matter will be considered a merit. Esteemed Green Bull slowly opened his eyes and looked at Wang Lin with a smile. The Green Devil continent has had many small conflicts with my Green Bull continent, but this is the first time they do something so big. They actually found a way to refine the Pill C. This matter won't end in a short period of time. The Green Devil continent has 3 big sects, and their ancestors are all at the same cultivation level as me. However, it is no problem. I alone can fight 2 of them. Esteemed Green Bill's eyes revealed a cold light. For him to take the initiative to say this, it meant that what he saw through the Soul Eye Dao was not good. Wang Lin's expression remained the same and he sat opposite of esteemed Green Bull. He looked at esteemed Green Bull and suddenly spoke. I want the multi-layered illusion in the 9th floor of the Soul Scripture Pavilion. Esteemed Green Bull's eyes narrowed and he silently pondered. The multi-layered illusion on the 9th floor was the Great Soul Sect's most powerful spell. Originally, it would be fine to pass it on to Wang Lin, but the first-generation ancestor had divinated that it would take Wang Lin 300 years to enter the 9th floor. While pondering, esteemed Green Bull suddenly said, The Soul Scripture Pavilion has a 10th floor. Wang Lin remained calm, but his pupils shrank slightly. Not even I can enter the 10th floor. Only the first-generation ancestor could enter. That is where he passed away while sitting. After esteemed Green Bull said this, he became silent once more. Wang Lin also silently pondered. He couldn't guess why esteemed Green Bull was telling him this. After a long time, about 1 incense of time later, esteemed Green Bull looking into the sky in the distance and spoke once more. Your merit isn't enough to obtain the complete multi-layered illusion spell on the 9th floor. Wang Lin raised his right hand and a jade appeared in his grasp. He handed it to esteemed Green Bull. Adding this, is it enough? Esteemed Green Bull frowned and looked at Wang Lin. He took the jade and his divine sense entered it. His expression immediately changed. He looked up at Wang Lin before focusing on the jade once more. After seeing everything Wang Lin had done to cut the celestial pill, esteemed Green Bull took a deep breath. He looked at Wang Lin with a mysterious light in his eyes. With his cultivation level, he could naturally judge that everything that he had seen in the jade was true. With what he managed to divinate and the secret reports he had received, he managed to clearly reconstruct what happened in the pill sea in his mind. Although Wang Lin was 80% to 90% healed, there was still that trace of injury that couldn't heal quickly. This all added up to make what was recorded in the jade authentic. Good, good, good. Esteemed Green Bull held the jade and began to laugh. He waved his left hand and a powerful surge of energy surged into Wang Lin's body. Popping sounds echoed and all of Wang Lin's remaining injuries recovered. This time, you have achieved a great merit. In my great soul sect, as long as one achieves merit, they will be rewarded. I can give you the complete multi-layered illusion spell from the 9th floor, but you have to promise me something. Esteemed Green Bull looked at Wang Lin. The more he looked, the more he admired Wang Lin. The first-generation ancestor was really amazing to choose someone with such courage and guts. Wang Lin didn't feel any self-satisfaction from esteemed Green Bull's words. He calmly looked at him and asked, "What condition?" Kill 10 Green Devil Continent early-stage void tribulent cultivators and 3 Green Devil Continent mid-stage void tribulent cultivators. Enter the 9th and 10th floors of the Soul Scripture Pavilion. Once you have done these 3 things, you can leave the Great Soul Sect. With this, Wang Lin's heart trembled and he pondered. He indeed had thoughts of leaving on his way back. He was prepared to help the Great Soul Sect as much as he could before leaving to avoid the war. After all, his goals were the Dong Lin sect and the distant ancient Dao clan, so he couldn't stay in the Heavenly Bull continent for long. In addition, he had some speculations about this war, so he wasn't willing to get too involved. Esteemed Green Bull obviously thought about this but didn't force Wang Lin to stay. Instead, he set 3 conditions, and this reminded Wang Lin about the 3 gifts. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin looked at esteemed Green Bull and seriously nodded. No matter what the Great Soul Sect's goal was, they had indeed helped him, and Wang Lin would repay those who helped him. Now that he had agreed to these 3 conditions, and although they were difficult, Wang Lin determined that it was possible. Seeing Wang Lin nod, esteemed Green Bull smiled and no longer spoke. He waved his sleeve and an ancient jade flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin caught the jade. It contained the extremely powerful spell of the Great Soul Sect. The complete multi-layered illusion spell from the 9th floor. To cultivate this spell, you need to refine the ghostly sail. Now that the war has begun, I'll gift you all the materials. However, the ghostly sail requires a soul, and if you don't have a suitable one, you can go find one at the Ghost Peak. As esteemed Green Bull spoke, his hand reached out at the void and a ball of light appeared. The ball of light contained a lot of refining materials, and he handed it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and put the ball of light into his sleeve. He got up, clasped his hands at esteemed Green Bull, and left. You don't have much time. 7 days from now, I'll send you with a few other elders to guard one of the 7 meridians of the Heavenly Bull. Esteemed Green Bull's words echoed, but Wang Lin didn't turn around as he left the green heavenly peak. Wang Lin flew back to his own mountain. The fire inside seemed to have extinguished after he left, but it was still red. However, when Wang Lin landed on the mountain, it began to burn once more, and a faint rumble could be heard. Fan Shanmeng, who had her eyes closed, immediately opened her eyes and panicked a bit. She bit her lower lip and, seeing Wang Lin not calling her after a while, she felt uneasy. At this moment, Wang Lin had no time to bother with Fan Shanmeng. He arrived in his cave and sat down. A ball of light flew out from his sleeve, and after breaking open the ball of light, materials for refining the ghostly sail appeared in the cave. These materials were all different, but they were all extremely precious. After all, esteemed Green Bull had gifted them to him, so they were all of excellent quality. After looking at these materials, he took out the ancient jade containing the multi-layered illusion spell. His divine sense entered and he memorized all of its contents, including the method to refine the ghostly sail. According to the Jade, the name of the ghostly sail was the Ghost Sail. It was divided into beginning, middle, upper, extreme, and absolute grade. Each grade corresponded to 2 layers of illusions. In the Great Soul sect, most disciples only had beginning grade, and only elders could achieve middle grade. Some core disciples that were favored by their teacher might be given a middle grade ghostly sail to protect themselves. The ghostly sail Fan Shanmeng had was middle grade, and it was something Yen Lu had gifted her. Normally, a middle grade ghostly sail was already extremely powerful. If used properly, it could ignore cultivation. This was already proven in Fan Shanmeng's hands. If one could obtain an upper or extreme grade ghost sail to use along with the multi-layered illusion, then it would become terrifying. As for absolute grade, it was too difficult to refine. In the entire Great Soul sect, there was only one. This ghost sail was the sect protection formation around the Great Soul sect. From Wang Lin's view, this formation wasn't even fully activated, and only a small part of its power was being used. He was able to clearly deduce this in his mind based on the information recorded in the Jade and from his own speculations. The ghostly sail requires a soul to complete the refining process. But this soul doesn't need to be that of a cultivator, nor is one with a higher cultivation better. It needs a dead soul. Wang Lin frowned. This was the first time he had heard of the term, dead soul. The Jade defined a dead soul as when a person or a beast died, but the right amount of obsession, unwillingness, or resentment remained to form an otherworldly existence that others couldn't see or feel. A bit more and it would become a useless, resentful soul, but not enough meant that nothing can form. Therefore, one of these was very difficult to obtain. The Great Soul sect had countless people studying dead souls, and they slowly found a method to refine them from a people or beasts right before their deaths. However, the dead souls refined from this method lacked the test of time, and no matter what cultivation level the person or beast was, the dead soul could only be used to refine beginning grade ghost sails, or at most middle grade. These dead souls could only withstand 3 or 4 layers of illusions. Any more and they would be unable to withstand it and collapse. This dead soul can be considered a will. Only a dead soul with a powerful will, one that has been refined by time to become even stronger, can withstand more than 4 layers of illusions. The principle of the multi-layered illusion is obviously this will. This will is the nourishment to produce illusions to make people lose themselves. The stronger the will, the stronger the illusion. Wang Lin pondered as he slowly understood the structure of the multi-layered illusion. His eyes were filled with admiration. The tricks and intricacies of the spell were very difficult to figure out without seeing the complete spell. The person who created this spell must be an amazing genius. Wang Lin looked at the jade in his hand and let out a sigh. In truth, this technique was very easy to understand. Wang Lin remembered that when he was a child, before he became a cultivator, he would hear from adults in the village about which family's house was haunted. Oftentimes, the family would go to the nearby city to invite someone to dispel the ghost to calm themselves. He remembered that something like this had happened in his family too. He had originally forgotten, but learning the principle of the multi-layered illusion spell had brought that memory back. The so-called being haunted is mostly an illusion that allows someone to see some strange images and be immersed in it. As a result, the whole haunted situation occurs. This is to make one feel uneasy or irritated psychologically. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he looked at the jade in his hand. Only when he became a cultivator and looked back did he realize that the so-called haunting was just a natural sense of resentment that caught some people's hearts. This made them feel uneasy and disturbed, so they thought it was ghosts. This was the core of the multi-layered illusion, and the origin of illusions. The multi-layered illusion is so simple once seen through. What kind of illusion is this? This is clearly to turn a ghost into a person. It sounds easy, but to think of this method and turn it into a spell, even a Dao spell, deserves my respect. Wang Lin's eyes revealed enlightenment. After Wang Lin left the green heavenly peak, a steamed green bull stayed sitting on the top of the mountain, looking into the distance. After a long time, he muttered something only he could hear. The Celestial Emperor has only come out of closed-door cultivation for several years. The Green Devil continent indeed couldn't hold it any longer. The first generation's divination is very accurate. However, some subtle things are out of place, and the ancestors' method was too soft. It is not suitable for the current situation. The Green Devil Continent's goal is also my Great Soul Sect's goal. It is also the Gue Sect's goal. Esteemed Green Bull suddenly smiled. Lu Wen ran. As his words echoed, water-like ripples appeared behind him and a middle-aged man walked out. This man wore a green Dao robe and looked ordinary, but he gave off the fluctuations of someone at the mid-stage of void turbulent. He stepped out and stood behind esteemed Green Bull with his hands respectfully clasped. Disciple Lu Wen greets teacher. Green Bull didn't turn around. He looked at the cloud in the distance and calmly said, "Did you meet him at the Pilsea?" Disciple was with the Gue Sect's Ouyang Hui and Uncle Master Meng Zihai battling against the Green Devil Continent messengers. According to teacher's order, Uncle Master Meng pretended we were no match and escaped using the cloud boat, so I didn't see this person. In 7 days, go to the third heavenly bull meridian with him. Esteemed Green Bull closed his eyes. Disciple obeys. The middle-aged man's expression remained the same, but his eyes shined an indiscernible amount. Ripples echoed and he disappeared. In a flash, 5 days of the remaining 7 days passed. During these 5 days, Wang Lin remained at his peak and immersed himself in the multi-layered illusion spell. All the materials were used according to the method in the jade, and Wang Lin had refined himself a black ghost sail. This sail was weaved after melting countless materials. Although it looked like cloth, it was only its looks. However, it was not complete yet. Its body was formed, but it was still missing a dead soul. Once a dead soul had been added, it could be used to cast the multi-layered illusion spell. Wang Lin's eyes lit up inside the cave and his right hand reached out at the sail. He grabbed the sail and left the cave for the first time in 5 days. He remembered esteemed Green Bull saying that he had 7 days. He only had 2 days left, so he was going to the Ghost Peak to find a dead soul to fuse with the sail. His figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was outside the burning mountain. He looked to the north. According to the map of the Great Soul Sect, the Ghost Peak was there. Without hesitation, Wang Lin charged toward the Ghost Peak. In the north end of the Great Soul Sect, there was a forbidden land surrounded by endless fog. Few disciples came here. Only when they needed a dead soul would they come here to look for one with their respective teachers. Only core disciples with high cultivation levels might come by themselves. There were large amounts of dead souls gathered here by the Great Soul Sect. Although the quality wasn't high, they were easy to obtain. After all, the Great Soul Sect was famous for its illusions, and without the Ghost Peak, most disciples wouldn't be able to complete their ghost sales. Over the countless years, although the dead souls were constantly replenished, there still weren't many dead souls there. After all, the Great Soul Sect had great demand for dead souls. Many of these dead souls had been gathered by people of the Great Soul Sect countless years ago as a task from the sect. However, few to little could cultivate on their own, so they had to be refined over time. A vast majority of them were directly sealed here and were left to be taken by a disciple in the future. On the evening of the 5th day, the sky was hazy and looked very depressing when Wang Lin arrived outside the Ghost Peak. This mountain was covered in fog and was extremely gloomy. There were gusts of cold wind, making it seem like the underworld. However, Wang Lin didn't feel any discomfort at all. Maybe it was due to his cultivation, or the fact that he had turned his domain into the underworld river before. Life and death cycle, the changes of the underworld river. Wang Lin was no stranger to such things. He didn't pause as he stepped toward the Ghost Peak. When he got close, there was a ripple of restrictions echoing around Wang Lin, as if it was determining if Wang Lin had the qualifications to enter. Soon, the restriction dissipated and Wang Lin calmly entered the Ghost Peak. The Ghost Peak was a bare mountain and very tall, as if it was going to pierce the sky. There was no grass, only graves. These graves were densely packed, and there were thousands of them filling up the mountain. Bursts of cold aura shrouded the area. If one stood there and closed their eyes, they would feel endless roars echoing here. Although it was silent here, this feeling was extremely strong. Wang Lin walked past the graves. They each contained more or less a dead soul inside. They were all in a sealed state, and sometimes the seals were loosened and some of their aura floated out. Wang Lin was silent along the way. His divine senna spread out as he walked toward the top of the mountain. As he walked up, the number of graves decreased. He was about to reach the top when he saw an extraordinary grave. This was the only grave with a tombstone. The writing on the tombstone was blurry and gave off the smell of decay. It was unknown how long it had been there. There was a woman with long hair wearing white below the tombstone. She was kneeling there and was weeping. The crying entered Wang Lin's heart. It was very clear and seemed to stir something inside his heart. This place was completely quiet besides this cry. A small gust of wind blew by and slightly lifted her hair. Looking at the woman in white, Wang Lin stopped. He didn't continue climbing up the mountain but calmly looked at her. The crying slowly stopped. The woman seemed to have noticed that there was someone behind her, but she didn't turn around. "This is my tombstone." After a long time, a ghostly voice came from the woman in white. This voice was very faint, as if it came from far away. Unless one listened carefully, it was difficult to hear clearly. Wang Lin silently pondered a bit and then slowly said, "I can see it." The moment Wang Lin spoke, the woman in white suddenly trembled as if she wanted to turn around. But after pausing for a second, she didn't. After a long time the woman asked, "Can you see me? Can you hear me crying?" "I can," Wang Lin said calmly. In truth, if he wanted to, he could see all the dead souls here. This was greatly related to his life and death essence. Life and death, the difference between the left and right hand. Similar yet different. The woman touched the writing on the tombstone and softly said, "You aren't not the one I'm waiting for, nor am I your soul." Wang Lin looked up past this point and at the top of the mountain. There were 7 or 8 more graves that gave off a dark aura. There was a number of dead souls, and about 2 or 3 of them are powerful enough to be refined into middle-grade ghost sales. These were the best quality dead souls at the Ghost Peak. "I can't find my body, I can only find this tombstone." After the woman in white spoke, she began to cry again. Wang Lin silently pondered for a bit as he raised his feet to talk toward the top of the mountain, toward the few high-quality dead souls. However, after a few steps, the crying of the woman in white became a bit more intense. "Where is my body? Where is my home? Where is my home?" The woman's voice entered Wang Lin's heart and he stopped. "What is your name?" "Forgot." The woman shook her head as she cried. "From now on, you will be called Brilliant Void." After Wang Lin spoke, he suddenly turned and waved his right hand. The woman disappeared and the only things that remained was the grave and tombstone. Shortly after, Wang Lin left. He didn't choose any of the high-quality souls, but this woman in white, even though her soul could only refine a beginning-grade ghost sale. But when the woman asked where her home and family were, Wang Lin's heart trembled. The process of fusing the dead soul into the ghost sale didn't take long. One day was enough. After the dead soul of the woman in white fused with Wang Lin's ghost sale, its color changed to white. The sound of crying would come out of the white sail and enter one's heart. It would make one think of the figure of a woman in white crying. On the 7th day, a jade penetrated layers of protection and arrived before Wang Lin, who was inside his cave. "Wang Lin, listen to this order. Go to the Heavenly Bull's 3rd key point and guard it." Esteemed Green Bull's voice came echoed in the cave and the jade floated motionlessly before Wang Lin. Wang Lin opened his eyes, his gaze calm. His divine sense scanned the jade and information entered his mind. Generations of ancestors of the Great Soul Sect had spent immeasurable amounts of time to create 7 key spots on the Heavenly Bull continent. They were based on the 7 meridians of the Heavenly Bull. At these 7 meridians, one could borrow the power of the Heavenly Bull through a powerful formation. At the same time, it would bring a lot of mysterious benefits to the cultivators of the Heavenly Bull continent. The Great Soul Sect's 1st-generation ancestor had divinated Wang Lin's arrival and the Green Devil continent's large-scale invasion. How could they not have anything prepared? Whether it was the 7 meridians or the disciples who resided in the Pill Sea, they were all pieces placed by the Great Soul Sect. If the Great Soul Sect cared, the Pill Sea wouldn't have been so easily refined. Although the Green Devil continent was powerful, they couldn't compare to the first-generation ancestor of the Great Soul Sect in terms of divination. This was because the first-generation ancestor was from the same school as the current imperial teacher. A Tao inheritor from ancient times. Esteemed Green Bull hadn't only given a jade to Wang Lin, but to a total of 4 elders in the Great Soul Sect. Putting the jade away, Wang Lin stood up and dusted his clothes before calmly walking out from the mountain. The moment he left, the sea of fire on the mountain gathered behind him to form his essence true body. It slowly fused with his body and disappeared. With one step, Wang Lin turned into a ray of light and flew toward the entrance of the Great Soul Sect. Behind him was a ray of light, charging toward the entrance with Wang Lin. The two of them were very fast, but the ray of light behind Wang Lin passed him and arrived one step before him to reveal a middle-aged man in green. This man looked ordinary, and he turned around to look at the incoming Wang Lin. The middle-aged man looked profoundly at Wang Lin and slowly said, "Elder Wang, I'm Lu Wenran." Wang Lin calmly landed and looked at the middle-aged man. Elder Lu is very unfamiliar. During Wang Lin's time at the Great Soul Sect, he had some impression of most of the elders beside those old monsters. But this was his first time meeting this middle-aged man. I was stationed in a place far away by the old ancestor and have just returned. So it's natural that Elder Wang is unfamiliar with me. The middle-aged man smiled. In the middle of their conversation, 2 more rays of light arrived from the sect, revealing a man and woman. The woman was Yen Lu and the man was a young man in a Taoist robe. Yen Lu greets Elder Lu. I didn't expect Elder Lu to be coming with us. Yen Lu and Lu Wenran knew each other and greeted each other with smiles. It is an honor to have Elder Yen Lu and Elder Su Dongda with me. The middle-aged man and Lu Wenran smiled. Greetings, Elder Lu. The young man in the Taoist robe remained calm as he clasped his hands at Lu Wenran. Then he no longer spoke. He seemed to be the silent type. Wang Lin looked at the 3 of them. The weakest among them was at the early stage of Void Tribulant. The middle-aged man named Lu Wenran was at the mid-stage of Void Tribulant. He was at the same cultivation level as the 7-colored Celestial Sovereign, but he felt greatly inferior. With these 3 people it was already a powerful force. Compared to them, Wang Lin's peak spirit Void Cultivation really couldn't compare. While Wang Lin was observing the 3 of them, the 2 beside Yen Lu were also observing Wang Lin. During this time, Wang Lin had gained a certain amount of fame in the Great Soul Sect. Su Dongda looked at Wang Lin and thought to himself, someone who can enter the 7th and 8th floors of the Soul Scripture Pavilion can't be underestimated. This person safely left the Pill Sea and also caused the Celestial Pill to explode. I can't judge him based on what I see on the surface. Also, the fact that he was able to return from the Pill Sea so quickly is amazing as well. Lu Wenran looked at Wang Lin. He had also returned from the Pill Sea, but it was with the first ancestor's cloud boat that Uncle Teacher Meng had. It was one of the first-generation ancestors' extremely mysterious treasures, and its speed was unimaginable. Okay, since everyone is here, our task is to head to the Heavenly Bull's 3rd meridian and guard against the Green Devil continent's invasion. This trip will be one of life and death, and it will be unpredictable. Everyone should be careful. Lu Wenran took a deep breath and clasped his hands at the other 3. Wang Lin silently pondered. Yen Lu and Su Dongda didn't speak either. They only nodded. The 4 of them quickly left the Great Soul Sect. Many other teams like them left the Great Soul Sect. They had all received the old ancestors' command to guard various locations. The 4 of them were all very fast. In particular, Lu Wenran, who was at the mid-stage of Void Tribulant. He moved as if he was accompanied by thunder. As for Yen Lu and the cultivator called Su Dongda, they were both at the early stage of Void Tribulant, so they weren't slow. Only Wang Lin's speed couldn't compare to theirs in the long term. His eyes lit up and he summoned the mosquito beast. He sat on the back of the mosquito as it charged forward. The moment the mosquito beast appeared, the other 3 all looked over. They all noticed that the mosquito beast was extraordinary. Lu Wenran smiled and asked, Elder Wang's fierce beast speed is comparable to a void-turbulent cultivator. I wonder, where did Elder Wang obtain it? The moment he spoke, Yen Lu and Su Dongda began to pay attention. I obtained it in my hometown, Wang Lin said briefly and calmly. Oh? I wonder where Elder Wang's hometown is. Lu Wenran revealed a look of interest. Elder Lu. Wang Lin frowned and looked at Lu Wenran. Lu Wenran felt that he misspoke and smiled. He stopped asking questions, but he coldly snorted in his heart. The four of them remained silent the whole way. After 7 days, Lu Wenran waved his sleeve and took out a jade. After taking a closer look, he pointed below. This is the place. This place is a transfer array created by the first-generation ancestor of my great soul sect. It can teleport people near the 3rd meridian. It can't be casually used, but I received permission from the old ancestor to use it to get to the 3rd meridian. After Lu Wenran spoke, he rushed down. There was a mountain below. Lu Wenran entered a valley within the mountains according to the jade, and Wang Lin's group of 3 followed. A moment later, a burst of pressure spread out from the valley and a monstrous rumble echoed. A dazzling light erupted, lasting for half an hour before dissipating. There was no one inside the valley. At the extreme sky prairie several months away, the world distorted and clouds swirled. There was a dazzling glow of light as Wang Lin's group of 4 appeared one by one. When the light disappeared, Wang Lin turned toward the direction of the Great Soul Sect and his eyes revealed a serious gaze. This transfer array is very profound. Wang Lin was not surprised that the Immortal Astral Continent had transfer arrays. The Immortal Astral Continent was too large. If there were no transfer arrays, just the time spent on traveling would take far too long. I wonder if there are any transfer arrays between continents. Even if any exist, they would be extremely difficult to activate. The jade in Lu Wenran's hand shattered after he took it out. Although Wang Lin didn't know what was in the jade to be able to support activating a transfer array like this, he was certain that the Great Soul Sect didn't have many of those. This was also why transfer arrays would only be used at a critical moment. This kind of consumption was something not even a sect could bear too much of. In truth, Wang Lin's speculation was accurate. The Great Soul Sect indeed had these transfer arrays, but every activation cost unimaginable amounts of resources. Although the Great Soul Sect have a lot of resources, even they couldn't afford to activate these transfer arrays more than 100 times in 10,000 years. When the 4 of them appeared, it was still dusk. The golden sun shined on the grass, giving the extreme sky prairie its own sense of beauty. This is the location of the 3rd meridian. The Great Soul Sect set up an underground palace here. The cultivators from the nearby sects should be here, along with the rogue cultivators from here. After Lu Wenran spoke, he stepped forward and disappeared into the ground. Yen Lu and Su Dongda followed and disappeared. Wang Lin pondered a bit before he disappeared into the earth as well. The 4 of them quickly moved underground and soon saw a giant cave that was dug out deep underground. Rather than a cave, it was more like a large group of palaces. Outside this group of palaces, there were layers of restrictions protecting it. If it wasn't for the fact that they were elders of the Great Soul Sect and had tokens to enter, it would be difficult to enter this place. There were nearly 10,000 cultivators in this large group of palaces. These were mostly cultivators from nearby sects, or nearby rogue cultivators. After receiving the command from the Great Soul Sect, they had rushed here. Wang Lin's group of 4 had just gotten close when a burst of hearty laughter came from the palaces. 3 rays of light closed in, revealing 3 old men, and they all clasped their hands. Brother Lu, it has been 1,000 years since we last met. You finally came. Brother Zhou, after receiving the old ancestor's order, I rushed here as soon as possible. It's good that no Green Devil Continent cultivators have arrived. When Lu Wenran met the old man, he smiled and they began chatting. The other 2 elders clasped their hands at Yen Lu and Su Dongda. They seemed to have met and were very polite to them. The 3 old men only nodded at Wang Lin because his cultivation didn't seem worthy of attention in their eyes. Wang Lin's expression was calm. The 3 old men's cultivation levels were not bad. 2 of them were at the mid-stage of Arcane Void, and the old man named Zhou talking to Lu Wenran had a slightly higher cultivation level. He was at about 6 or 7 arcane tribulants, about the same as Du Qing. You all have met Yen Lu and Elder Su. This is Elder Wang, who has just joined my Great Soul Sect. He came to help us fight against the Green Devil Continent. Lu Wenren pointed at Wang Lin and introduced him to the three. There was still a large amount of people from the other sects nearby. They all looked at Lu Wenren and company with respect. After hearing Lu Wenren's introduction, the three of them were all shocked and looked at Wang Lin. They had thought that Wang Lin was merely a disciple, but he turned out to be an elder. They all clasped their hands and smiled, acting very polite. But after this, they ignored Wang Lin to continue talking to Yen Lu and company instead. The strong were respected in the cultivation world. Wang Lin's cultivation level was truly not high, so it was reasonable for the three of them to not pay attention to him. The others that saw this naturally made their own judgment. Wang Lin didn't care about this. He looked around and silently left to find an open cave to cultivate in. Lu Wenren sneered in his heart, and his gaze swept by Wang Lin's back. For the sake of the Great Soul Sect, I stayed in the Pill Sea and changed my appearance to that of a rogue cultivator to attract the attention of the Green Devil Continent. I stay there for over 1,000 years. Also that the Green Devil Continent wouldn't have any doubts and would invade the Heavenly Bull Continent as the old ancestor had planned. I did all of this, but the old ancestor didn't give me the complete multi-layered illusion spell. What qualifications does he have to obtain it? Lu Wenren sneered in his heart. Wang Lin suddenly turned around and met his gaze. Lu Wenren's expression remained unchanged. He smiled gently and nodded at Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at Lu Wenren profoundly. He then turned around and picked a cave before disappearing. Among Lu Wenren's group of three, Yen Lu understood Wang Lin the most. She could not forget how terrifying Wang Lin was. Along the way, she had noticed the hidden conflict between them. After everyone chatted, the three old men invited Lu Wenren and company into the Grand Hall, but they didn't mention Wang Lin at all. Obviously, in their eyes, Wang Lin wasn't qualified and could not be compared with Lu Wenren and company. The six of them went into the palace in the distance while smiling. Lu Wenren was the same, as if he had forgotten Wang Lin existed. After the six of them left, the surrounding people from the other sects scattered. After the people of the Great Soul Sect arrived, the formation around the extreme sky prairie activated completely. When the formation activated, a thunderous rumble rang out. A barrier of energy hundreds of kilometers wide extended across the extreme sky prairie and went even further. At the same time, the cultivators from the Great Soul Sect or the Guei sect arrived at the remaining 6 heavenly bull meridians. Their arrivals caused the formations around those meridians to active as well. As a result, when all 7 meridians were activated, the giant barrier spread out across the remaining 6 meridians as well. A total of 7 barriers appeared. They connected together to form a giant barrier that protected the Heavenly Bull Continent from the Pill Sea. This barrier was created by more than 100,000 cultivators and was more than 100,000 kilometers thick. It was not something ordinary cultivators could enter. Even someone like old ancestor Green Bull would find it difficult to get through. It could be said that it would be nearly impossible. This was because aside from just the power of the formation itself, it also contained the power of the Heavenly Bull. These 7 Heavenly Bull meridians were being activated fully for the first time since they were created, and they would play a vital role. Aside from these 7 Heavenly Bull meridians, there were also 72 earth veins that were being guarded by people of the Great Soul Sect and smaller sections. Their 72 earth veins gathered endless energy and celestial energy to support the 7 Heavenly Bull meridians. These were all for defense, but how could the Great Soul Sect prepare for so many years only to defend? There was another group of cultivators responsible for killing. There were countless caves around the palaces underground that were for the cultivators that had gathered to live in. An oppressive feeling spread out in the hearts of everyone. They knew a great war was about to begin. If the Green Devil Continent cultivators wanted to break the barrier, then they would have to destroy the 7 meridians. To do so, they would send a large amount of cultivators to attack them. Soon, the calm sky of the extreme sky prairie would be covered in cultivators from the Green Devil Continent. Yanlu also chose to enter closed-door cultivation to keep her cultivation at her peak. Su Dongda and Lu Wenran did the same, only they chose a palace rather than a cave. After all, their statuses were high and they were considered to be the main force guarding this place. In truth, there were 4 other people among the 10,000 cultivators that were at the early stage of void turbulent. Although they were from small sects or rogue cultivators, their statuses were high as well. They were invited into the palaces as the deciding force in this battle. Time passed as Wang Lin calmly sat inside his small cave. There were many caves around him, including an old man who didn't recognize Wang Lin after Wang Lin recovered. But Wang Lin recognized him. This old man was the one who had talked to Wang Lin in the extreme sky prairie. He was obviously not at the void turbulent stage, so he couldn't enter the palaces. He could only choose one of the outer caves. In truth, with Wang Lin's identity, he could choose a palace if he really wanted to. But Wang Lin wasn't interested. Rather than being secretly talked about by others if he chose a palace, it would be better to be here and have peace. While sitting there, he slowly cultivated and his divine sense slowly spread out. Borrowing this time, he refined the blue umbrella and the soul fantasy origin to a more profound level. He also took out the compass restriction and scattered it across the prairie. This item was extremely mysterious. Even when he spread it out, not even Lu Wenran, who had the highest cultivation level here, noticed. Time flashed by. An unknown amount of days had passed. Aside from the sound of cultivation, there was no other sound among the palaces and the caves around them. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened them, the compass before him trembled. A green line suddenly appeared on the map of the extreme sky prairie. This green line was formed by countless green dots, and there were more and more green dots coming. Here they come. Staring at the compass, Wang Lin's eyes shined. He was going to complete the 3 conditions set by the Great Soul Sect. Then he would leave this place and head to Donglin, toward the ancient Dao clan. When Wang Lin noticed the arrival of the Green Devil Continent cultivators, Lu Wenran opened his eyes and revealed a cold gaze. Fellow cultivators, the cultivators of the Green Devil Continent has arrived. This voice echoed through the group of palaces. The aura of cultivating disappeared and all the cultivators here opened their eyes. The several void turbulent cultivators like Yanlu and Su Dongda noticed something and killing intent spread out. There was a shocking howling sound over the extreme sky prairie. More than 10,000 cultivators flew above the prairie, covering up the originally sunny sky. Among the 10,000 cultivators, there were 6 people who were the fastest. Among the 6, there were 4 men and 2 women. They were dressed extravagantly, and their cultivation levels were among the peak of the Green Devil Continent. The 2 old men who gave off mid-stage void turbulent cultivation were the 2 strongest cultivators in this army of more than 10,000 cultivators. The remaining 4 were all at the early stage of void turbulent. The 6 of them charged ahead and the rest of the army followed behind them, covering the sky of the extreme sky prairie. Killing instead spread out like a dark cloud covering Thea Rea. Brother Zhang, let the 2 of us join forces to see the power of the Heavenly Bull's 7 meridians. One of the mid-stage void turbulent old men looked at his companion with a smile. Brother Zhao's idea is good. I heard that this formation can form the soul of the Heavenly Bull. I want to see what this Heavenly Bull looks like. The old man named Zhang smiled and nodded. At their cultivation level, they had seen through a lot and wouldn't die so easily. In their view, this invasion was just a game. From a mentality point of view, they were much better than Lu Wenran, but there was still a big gap between them and the 7-colored celestial sovereign. Although their cultivation levels were similar, their courage and calmness were lacking. As they spoke, they both raised their right hands and formed seals before pointing at the prairie. The earth rumbled and layers of clouds appeared before them to form a 100,000 feet giant that charged forward. There was a dark light in the sky that seemed to tear it open, and 3 flying swords appeared. The moment the 3 swords appeared, black gas spread out. All the grass on the earth withered as if all their vitality were absorbed. The 3 swords charged forward with the giant. But just as the 3 swords and giant closed in, endless fog spread out from the extreme sky prairie. The dark fog shrouded most of the prairie and continued to spread. The muffled roar of a bull came from the fog. Soon, the large amount of fog formed the shape of the heavenly bull, and it let out a shocking roar toward the giant and the three swords. As the roar echoed, the heavenly bull suddenly exploded. The fog rapidly spread toward the Green Devil continent cultivators. At the same time, deep underground, Lu Wunran had a serious expression and let out a roar. All void turbulent cultivators, follow me and slaughter our way out. In this fog formation, we have unlimited energy and can freely extract power from the fog. With this roar, 7 rays of light charged out with Lu Wunran, leading the charge. They disappeared into the fog. On the surface, fog completely shrouded the Green Devil continent cultivators. Then the nearly 10,000 cultivators underground all flew out. A large battle had begun. Wang Lin was among that group of cultivators. He was calm and instantly merged into the fog. The fog would hinder the Green Continent cultivators by blocking their divine senses. However, for those of the Heavenly Bull continent, the fog would enter their bodies and nourish them. Wang Lin, who had mixed in the 10,000 cultivator army, didn't attract too much attention. Only Yen Lu looked back at the 10,000 cultivator army as if she was looking for Wang Lin. But there were too many cultivators, and this place was covered in fog, so she didn't find him. Inside this fog, the Green Devil continent cultivators flew forward with the 2 mid-stage void turbulent old men leading the way. As they moved forward, the fog was pushed back as if they wouldn't dare to get close. Even on the Immortal astral continent, mid-stage void turbulent cultivators were like overlords that could support a medium-level sect. Even inside sects like the 9 sects and 13 factions, they would be the elites among the elders. Cultivators that could reach the mid-stage of void turbulent were extremely difficult to kill. They simply had too many life-saving treasures and spells. The 2 mid-stage void turbulent old men from the Green Devil continent were named Zhang and Zhao respectively. Both came from 2 different devil sects, and as they attacked, the world trembled. Lu Wunran charged out and began battling the old man named Zhang in the fog. Thunderous rumbles echoed and spread out in all directions. Their battle caused a powerful wind that swept out, making it impossible for other cultivators to get close. The other mid-stage void turbulent old man named Zhao stepped forward and was about to join the battle against Lu Wunran. In his view, as long as they seriously injured Lu Wunran, then the rest of the cultivators here would be nothing to worry about. But just as the old man named Zhao moved forward, Yen Lu Sudongda and another early-stage void turbulent cultivator moved forward to block him. The 3 of them battled him together. If it was anywhere else, even if the 3 of them worked together, they wouldn't be a match for a mid-stage void turbulent cultivator. The difference in realms between void turbulent cultivators was great, like the difference between heaven and earth. Wang Lin with 7 essences could battle early-stage void turbulent cultivators, but even though he had 8 essences now, he still could only battle early-stage void turbulent cultivators and not shake mid-stage void turbulent cultivators. But inside the Heavenly Bull Meridian formation, as the fog entered their bodies, this changed. The 3 of them could just barely fight against the old man named Zhao. Although they couldn't win, they could stall him. With 4 people stalling the 2 of them, the 2 mid-stage void turbulent cultivators couldn't play their terrifying role in this battle. But there were still 4 early-stage void turbulent cultivators from the Green Devil continent. These 4 people were 2 men and 2 women. They were dressed in expensive clothes and had extraordinary status. The 4 of them faced the same problem. There were still 3 void turbulent cultivators from the Heavenly Bull continent that were like old ancestors. The 3 of them had almost unlimited energy inside the fog, and they began fighting the 4 from the Green Devil continent. The void turbulent cultivators began the first battle of this war. After that came the slaughter of the 2 armies. This slaughter was very chaotic as 20,000 people were fighting against each other. Vision was blocked by the fog and miserable screams echoed. Wang Lin moved like a ghost inside the fog. His head was down, looking at a compass in his hand. The compass was covered in dense, white and green dots that were constantly changing. The howling sounds continued to echo inside the fog. The flashes of spells were covered by the fog, but it could not cover the killing intent that erupted from within. Wang Lin suddenly raised his right hand and pointed to his right. With that, there was a flash of blood light and the blood sword flew out. A green devil continent cultivator suddenly walked out from the fog. He didn't even have time to react before the blood sword pierced his head. Wang Lin's expression remained the same and he continued moving forward. His targets were not these green devil continent cultivators but the void turbulent cultivators. Wang Lin quickly moved through the battle with a layer of black fog around him. This black fog was different from the formation. It was filled with ferociousness and there was a scarlet tongue swaying inside. After closing in on the 7 early-stage void turbulent cultivators battle, Wang Lin slowed down. In the end, he stopped tens of thousands of feet from their battle. He stood there and his eyes shined. It is very difficult to kill early-stage void turbulent cultivators. Such a cultivator is almost impossible to kill. Even with the EC puppet, it's not enough. Wang Lin was well aware of how difficult it was to kill a cultivator that had gone through the 9 arcane turbulence and entered the void turbulent stage. It was not the same as killing the cultivator named Qian and the man and woman under the flags at the Pill Sea. Those 3 were only at the 9th arcane turbulent, and although it seems infinitely close to void turbulent, the gap was too large. The 2 of them could defeat White Tiger and company, and in a specific environment they could force them into a sorry state. After all, White Tiger and company's cultivation levels were close to Du Qing's, around 7th or 8th arcane turbulent. In the cave world, only Old Ghost John and the 7-colored Taoist were at the early stage of void turbulent. If they had fused with the 3rd soul and became the new 7-colored celestial sovereign, they would have reached peak mid-stage void turbulent. With Wang Lin's current cultivation level, he could kill people below void turbulent. But to kill a real void turbulent cultivator would take some preparation. Even on the immortal astral continent, the death of a void turbulent cultivator was rare. When it happened, it greatly impacted the morale of a sect. Not to mention the death of a mid-stage void turbulent cultivator. Not even the Great Soul sect was willing to suffer this kind of blow. Looking at the fog churning before him, he watched the 7 of them engaged in a life or death battle. It was extremely difficult for victory to be decided. In fact, it was almost impossible. As long as each one of them remained cautious, they wouldn't die. They would be injured at most. But Wang Lin was not anxious. He simply sat down. The black fog around him fused with the fog, making him difficult to detect. In addition, with 7 void turbulent cultivators fighting, it was very dangerous to get close. Only Wang Lin could safely come here and wait for an opportunity. He was waiting for a chance to kill an early-stage void turbulent cultivator in one go. EC can deliver a heavy blow, the blood sword can injure, the war spirit print can prevent escape, the multi-layered illusion can create that moment, and the final blow will have to be soul origin fantasy. However, all of this can only seriously injure an early-stage void turbulent cultivator, not kill them. Wang Lin's eyes shined as he stared tens of thousands of feet into the distance. In a flash, several hours passed. The sound of slaughter didn't decrease but became even more intense. The death count on both sides was great. However, Wang Lin was still sitting there. He was waiting. Lu Ziyuang was an elder of the Devil Dao sect and had just recently reached the early stage of void turbulent, so he was quite famous in the Devil Dao sect. He was also a descendant of the sect master of the Devil Dao sect, so there were bloodline connections. He had joined the invasion of the Heavenly Bull continent with another elder named Su Wei and 2 other fellow cultivators from the sect. They were currently battling 3 early-stage void turbulent cultivators from the Heavenly Bull continent. The other party seemed to have unlimited energy and used all kinds of spells. The 4 of them had their divine senses blocked by the fog and couldn't recover inside the fog. After several hours, they were showing signs of being pushed back. The chaotic battle between the 7 of them continued and thunderous rumble echoed. Lu Ziyuang had just reached the void turbulent stage, so he was starting to run out of celestial energy. The fog around him also absorbed a large amounts of his celestial energy. Damn fog! When will the messengers arrive? If this continues, then this war will be difficult to win. Lu Ziyuan's expression was gloomy. His hand formed a seal to form a black lotus that collided with a black dragon created by an early-stage void turbulent cultivator from the heavenly bull continent. Between the rumbles, Lu Ziyuan retreated without hesitation. He didn't need to speak, as his three companions knew his purpose. They quickly blocked the remaining attacks to give him a chance to consume some pills. After several hours of battle, it was inevitable that the four of them would need to recover celestial energy, or it would be difficult to continue. Lu Ziyuan's expression was extremely cruel. He cultivated a yin and yang double cultivation method that condensed the souls of female cultivation furnaces into a black lotus. Countless cultivation furnaces had died by his hand. In a flash, he retreated tens of thousands of feet. He waved his right hand and more than a dozen balls of light appeared before him. Inside each ball of light was a naked woman 3 inches tall. They all looked miserable. Lu Ziyuan didn't even look as he opened his mouth to inhale. However, just at this moment, not far from him, Wang Lin, who had been hiding, suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a cold gaze. He had waited for this opportunity for a long time, and someone had finally given him the chance. He is the one. Wang Lin's eyes revealed killing intent. The first promise he had made to the Great Soul Sect was to kill 10 early-stage void turbulent cultivators. Today he would kill the first one. As Wang Lin moved forward like lightning, a ray of blood light appeared in his hand. The blood light cut down on Lu Ziyuan, who had his back toward Wang Lin. The blood sword's sharpness was unparalleled, and as it closed in, Lu Ziyuan was about to devour the dozen light balls. However, he suddenly felt a sense of danger and didn't hesitate to give up devouring the light balls. He waved his sleeve and a black lotus appeared behind him. The black lotus collided with the blood sword. Thunderous rumbles echoed as Lu Ziyuan suddenly turned around. His eyes were filled with killing intent. I want to see who dares to sneak attack me. However, just as he turned around, Wang Lin attacked. A roar filled with ferociousness came out of the fog around Wang Lin. Isi, who had lost an arm, charged out like crazy toward Lu Ziyuan. All of this happened as fast as lightning. Several thousand feet only took a moment for Isi to cross. The moment Lu Ziyuan turned around, Isi arrived. Lu Ziyuan's expression changed. He clearly felt the fluctuations of an early-stage void turbulent cultivator in the black fog. His eyes revealed a look of terror. He naturally knew that this was a puppet. Without hesitation, he retreated and waved his sleeve. 7 black lotuses appeared before him and collided with EC. The thunderous rumbles attracted the attention of the 6 people battling in the distance. The expressions of Lu Ziyuan's 3 companions changed and they wanted to head over. However, they were stopped by the 3 cultivators from the heavenly bull continent. Due to the fog, they couldn't see what was happening, but they knew it was to their advantage. 7 black lotus flowers collapsed. Isi let out a roar and its body was covered in wounds. However, its tongue penetrated the 7 black lotus flowers and landed on the Lu Ziyuan's chest. Fresh blood erupted. Lu Ziyuan felt pain from his chest, but he didn't have time to check. He didn't have much celestial energy left, and the fog was absorbing celestial energy from him. He had also created 7 lotus at that moment of danger, so he was almost completely exhausted. As he retreated, he waved his right hand and a ball of light appeared. He was about to devour it. Wang Lin suddenly raised his right hand and a white sail appeared in his grasp. As he waved his hand, waves of cries echoed and entered the mind of the injured Lu Ziyuan. Suddenly, the image of a woman in white appeared in his mind. Her back was facing him and she was crying. The moment the figure appeared, Lu Ziyuan's right hand holding the ball of light paused for a moment. The moment he paused, Wang Lin closed in and his hand formed a palm toward the sky. The fog rumbled and a giant palm print appeared, descending toward Lu Ziyuan. At the same time, behind Lu Ziyuan, there was a flash of fire. A fire palm print burned its way out of the fog and charged at him. All of this happened extremely fast. Wang Lin had planned this out in his mind several times. As the palm print closed in and Lu Ziyuan's mind was distracted by the cry, Isi let out a roar as it charged back toward Lu Ziyuan. The blood sword also flew back and cut down toward Lu Ziyuan. All of the spells closed in, taking advantage of the fact that Lu Ziyuan was almost out of celestial energy. However, early-stage void turbulent cultivators were difficult to kill. Although Wang Lin's timing was very good, Lu Ziyuan's pupils shrank at this moment. He didn't hesitate to bite the tip of his tongue to spit out blood. This blood immediately covered his whole body. Even his hair became blood-colored. His skin was also the same, and in a flash he turned into a blood person. His arms hugged himself, and as the spells closed in, he suddenly opened his arms. Blood armor formation. As Lu Ziyuan's words echoed, the blood from his body dried up and turned into a suit of armor. At the same time, the blood armor on his body exploded into a blood storm. The moment the huge palm print touched the blood storm, it collapsed. The fire palm print behind him also collapsed when it collided with the bloodstorm. The blood sword flashed out and cut into the bloodstorm. The EC puppet also charged into the bloodstorm with a mad howl. All of this set off a heaven-shattering rumble. The moment the rumble began, Wang Lin stepped forward into the bloodstorm. This bloodstorm was obviously Lu Ziyuan's life-saving treasure. Now that it had resisted Wang Lin's various spells, it showed signs of collapse. Inside, Lu Ziyuan coughed out blood and his expression was fierce, but he retreated like crazy. He retreated. His gaze was locked onto Wang Lin, but Wang Lin suddenly disappeared. His pupils shrank as he turned around and his right hand swung behind him. Wang Lin's figure walked out from behind him and threw a punch. This punch didn't have the ancient Dao shadow, but it was an ancient Dao punch. With a bang, Li Ziyuan's right hand exploded into blood and he was knocked away. Blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth, but he didn't pause. He chased after Lu Ziyuan. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Wang Lin quickly followed and threw 19 punches. Lu Ziyuan's eyes were filled with fear. Wang Lin's pursuit was too fierce, and he didn't give him any chance to react. The punches caused him to be covered in blood, and he looked terrible now. This isn't enough to kill me. Lu Ziyuan understood that he was facing was a rare life or death crisis. The other party's timing was very good. It was obvious he had prepared for a long time. As he retreated, he took one of Wang Lin's punches and waved his left hand, taking out a black bell. This was the first time Lu Ziyuan had time to take out a treasure in his battle against Wang Lin, and it was his most powerful treasure. The moment the bell appeared, it began to release a crisp sound. As the ringing from the bell echoed, countless shadows of women appeared before Lu Ziyuan. They were naked, miserable, and filled with resentment. There were hundreds of thousands of them. As they spread out, they overlapped and their resentment fused together. This formed a powerful resentful aura that all the cultivators battling on the extreme sky prairie noticed. The battle between the 6 early-stage void turbulent cultivators became even more intense. The moment they felt this, their divine senses spread out, but the fog limited them. However, the 3 people from Green Devil Continent were very familiar with Lu Ziyuan's spells and treasures. At this moment, when they sensed the resentful souls, their expressions changed. They knew Li Ziyuan was facing a life and death crisis, or else he would never take out that treasure. The mid-stage void turbulent old man who was battling Yen Lu's group of 3 and the old man named Zhang battling Lu Wenran felt this. However, their divine senses were blocked by the fog, so they couldn't see. Lu Wenran's eyes lit up and his divine sense spread out. However, there was an invisible barrier around where Lu Ziyuan was battling, causing him to be unable to see who was battling Lu Ziyuan. Yen Lu and company experienced the same thing. The moment the resentful souls rushed out, Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He had prepared very well. Right now, he had only showed part of his hand and hadn't used the 2 real aces yet. At this moment he pointed at the sky. A gourd suddenly appeared in his hand. It contained 30 million Dao souls, and if it exploded it could threaten a mid-stage void turbulent cultivator, but he didn't command it to explode. He coughed out blood that quickly disappeared into the gourd. Then the roars of 30 million Dao souls echoed. The 30 million Dao souls flew out and formed a blood road behind Wang Lin. Use my essence blood to summon the great soul sex ancestor. Break the void. Soul Fantasy Origin. Wang Lin's voice was calm but contained a strange force. At the end of the Blood Road, there was a huge vortex that seemed to fuse with the surrounding fog. As Wang Lin spoke, a blood figure slowly walked out from the vortex. Every step it took could cause the world to rumble. The monstrous resentment summoned by Lu Ziyuan's treasure showed signs of collapse when the blood figure appeared. Lu Ziyuan's expression changed and he pointed at the sky. The resentment immediately condensed to turn into the figure of a giant woman. Her body was composed of more than 100,000 resentful souls. All of their faces could be seen on her. The moment the figure formed, it opened its mouth and attempted to devour Wang Lin. At this moment, the figure of the ninth ancestor of the great soul sect, Luo Yunhai, also walked out from the blood vortex. He raised his hand and monstrous killing intent appeared to form a red lance. He grabbed the lance and threw it. The lance collided with the figure formed by countless resentful souls. The moment they collided, the lance released a commanding light as if it was purifying them. The huge figure immediately collapsed and the resentful souls inside hissed. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Wang Lin's body trembled and he coughed out blood. He retreated more than 1,000 feet as the blood road behind him collapsed and the ninth ancestor disappeared. At the same time, the giant figure collapsed and blood erupted from Lu Ziyuan. He screamed and retreated. The collapsed shadow turned into countless resentful souls, and they seemed to be causing backlash on him. They drilled in and out of his body, causing Li Ziyuan's screams to become even more miserable. However, he was not dead, only seriously injured. Now he no longer cared about the war and was escaping quickly. God Tremble Army Formation. Demon Spell. Wind and Fire Mountain. Devil Dao. Life and Death Reverse. God. Demon. Devil. Ancient Dao No Celestials. Lu Ziyuan's body suddenly collapsed 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin under his fist and fell to the ground. His origin soul distorted and shattered before Wang Lin's most powerful attack. Only his head was pulled back by a powerful force and grabbed by Wang Lin. After putting it away, Wang Lin disappeared. The moment Wang Lin disappeared, the entire battleground became silent. Lu Ziyuan's miserable scream before death echoed across the prairie. The old man named Zhang trembled and completely disregarded Lu Wenran as he retreated. Lu Wenrong's eyes narrowed as he heard the miserable scream before Lu Ziyuan died. A void turbulent cultivator has died? Li Ziyuan. The old man named Zhang quickly retreated and arrived at the place Lu Ziyuan had died. He saw the flesh and blood here, and his pupils shrank. He knew of the relationship between Lu Ziyuan and the Devil Dao sect's sect master. This made his heart tremble. The old man named Zhao that was battling Yen Lu and company retreated without hesitation as well. While Yen Lu and company were shaken by the miserable screams, he arrived at the palsy where Lu Ziyuan had died. Lu Ziyuan died? The 3 early-stage void turbulent cultivators from the Green Devil continent quickly retreated. Their faces were pale and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Everyone else who heard Lu Ziyuan's miserable scream before death all felt their hearts tremble, and their eyes were filled with fear. A void turbulent cultivator has died. That voice sounded like Elder Lu. A void turbulent cultivator has died. An uproar echoed. Void turbulent cultivators rarely died. Retreat. The old man named Zhang revealed a cold gaze. His divine sense spread out and then he quickly left. The people beside him followed. Lu Wenran didn't chase. He looked at the other retreating figures and pondered. The person who died must have had an extraordinary identity, but who killed him? Su Dongda's gaze swept by and frowned. He didn't know who had killed the enemy void turbulent cultivator, but he was shocked. To kill a void turbulent cultivator in such a short period of time. Who is this person? Only Yen Lu's pupils shrank. She vaguely saw some clues, and her right hand trembled in her sleeves. It's him. As the void turbulent cultivators retreated, the remaining thousands of Green Devil continent cultivators all retreated with fear in their eyes. Return to the underground palace and form a tight defense. The enemy will definitely launch a second attack. We only need to stay in the fog and defend, Don't chase them out of the fog. Lu Wenran waved his sleeve and looked around. Who would it be? He stepped forward as he pondered and fused with the earth. Shortly after, all the heavenly bull continent cultivators entered the earth after this sudden change and disappeared into the earth. Nearly 10,000 cultivators had left the underground below the prairie, but less than 4,000 people returned. These 4,000 people silently returned to their caves to prepare for the next battle. Wang Lin also returned with these thousands of cultivators. His face was pale. Although his battle against Lu Ziyuan was short, it was extremely difficult. He had calculated everything, including when to attack the other party's reaction, taking advantage of when the other party's celestial energy was exhausted, and had the help of the fog formation. Only with all these conditions was he able to kill Lu Ziyuan. Even so, he was also injured. Waves of intense pain came from his chest, and he had to heal as soon as possible. This is the first void tribulent cultivator I have killed. Void tribulent cultivators are too difficult to kill. Wang Lin silently pondered. If not for the heavenly bull formation here, he won't have been able to kill him. No one else noticed that he had killed Lu Ziyuan. Wang Lin had expected this. In fact, when he attacked, he shrank the restriction to around them to prevent Lu Ziyuan from escaping. With the restriction, even if other people's divine senses had swept by, they wouldn't have been able to get a clear look. Even though he had used soul origin fantasy to summon the Great Soul Sect's 9th ancestor, noticing the spell from outside the restriction was very unlikely. After all, Wang Lin had too many secrets and methods he didn't want others to know. It was natural to set up the restriction so others couldn't see everything too clearly. At this moment, every single cultivator underground was speculating who it was that had killed an enemy void tribulent cultivator. Lu Wenran, Yan Lu, and the remaining 4 void tribulent cultivators were inside the palace along with the 3 old men who had underestimated Wang Lin before. The 3 old men's expressions were full of shock. They felt obvious disbelief that someone had been able to kill a void tribulent cultivator. If Lu Wenran did it, then it would have been acceptable. Even if it was one of the other void tribulent cultivators, it would have still been fine. However, it was obvious that the person who had killed the Green Devil Continent void tribulent cultivator was not among them, so who was it? I didn't get a clear look. During the battle, the cultivator named Lu retreated to devour some pills, and then the sounds of battle echoed. I tried to check it with my divine sense, but there was a restriction there. Once my divine sense entered, it was a blur and I couldn't see clearly. I tried to observe it with my divine sense and also found nothing. Those 3 void tribulent cultivators from the nearby sects all slowly spoke with doubt and fear in their eyes. Doubts about who had killed the enemy and fear for how much power was required to kill a void tribulent cultivator that could be considered impossible to kill. A cultivator that had passed through 9 arcane tribulants and entered void tribulent was said to be indestructible and undying. Undying because their lifespan was as long as the world itself. Indestructible because they were extremely difficult to kill. Who was it? One of the 3 old men who hadn't reached void tribulent and looked down upon Wang Lin muttered. It looks like there is an expert hidden among the cultivators out here. Lu Wenran's gaze swept through the crowd. He didn't believe any of these people here could kill a cultivator at the same level in a short period of time. As his gaze swept by, he suddenly thought about a person, and his pupils shrank. However, he soon gave up on such an absurd thought. It can't be him, he can't do it. Lu Wenran thought about Wang Lin. It's fine. Since this person isn't willing to show up, then there is no need for us to look. It's good for us, and maybe this person will show up soon. Lu Wenran's expression changed. Su Dongda frowned and suddenly said, Could it be that the person who attacked is not here and was merely passing by? The moment he said this, everyone suddenly began to ponder. Lu Wenran carefully thought about this and thought it was possible. After all, he didn't believe anyone else here could have done it beside himself. The same scene was taking place outside the fog around the extreme sky prairie. Thousands of Green Devil Continent cultivators were silently cultivating, and at the center of the group were the 2 mid-stage void tribulent cultivators launching an inquiry about Lu Ziyuan's death. It is not the first time a void turbulent cultivator has died in our battle against the heavenly bull continent. However, this is the first time that have we watched one die without even knowing who did it. The old man named Zhang's expression was gloomy and angry, but it also contained fear. He didn't know how angry the Devil Dao Sect's sect master, who had his divine sense sealed and had been in closed-door cultivation for many years, would feel once he learned of this. Elder Lu's identity. Some of the void turbulent cultivators on Lu Ziyuan's side whispered but didn't finish speaking. The old man named Zhao let out a sigh and slowly said, "Identity aside, all of you carefully think if there was something wrong. How could such a thing happen in such a short period of time?" Elder Lu retreated to devour some pills. "We were blocked by the fog, so we couldn't see anything. However, the sounds of battle began shortly after, and in less than one incense stick of time, the fight was over. My divine sense was unable to enter, as there was a layer of restriction blocking the area. However, I sensed Elder Lu take out his treasure and summon the countless resentful souls. They all began to recount what they remembered. Elder Zhao, I have made a discovery." A woman who had not talked suddenly said. The woman was among the four that had fought together with Lu Ziyuan. She looked hesitant, and when the old man named Zhao looked over, she clenched her teeth. What prevented us from using our divine senses, aside from the fog, was another restriction. That restriction should be the Devil Restriction Sect's Devil Isolation Restriction. I have come in contact with this restriction before, so I shouldn't be wrong. After she spoke, everyone became quiet. Everyone's gazes locked onto the old man named Zhao. The old man named Zhao was someone from the Devil Restriction Sect, which was one of the three major sects of the Green Devil continent. The eyes of the old man named Zhao lit up and he slowly said, "I'm not good with the Devil Isolation Restriction and am not familiar with it, so I didn't notice, but since you brought it up, I just remembered something. During the tragedy of the Pill Sea after my Devil Restriction Sect's investigation, along with reports from spies, the person behind it was a great soul sect elder named Wang Lin, and in the Pill Sea an isolation restriction compass went missing. According to the central restriction, that compass was not destroyed." As the old man named Zhao spoke, he looked toward the depths of the extreme sky prairie. If that's the case, it is likely that he is the one who killed Elder Lu. Even if he didn't, there must be some connections. Wang Lin, killing intent appeared in the eyes of the old man named Zhang. He had to kill this person, or he wouldn't be able to withstand the anger of the sect master. The moon hung above the extreme sky prairie and their stars were thin. The bright moonlight shined on the earth, causing the prairie to be enveloped in a silver light. It looked very beautiful from afar. There was an unspeakable sense of peace and nothing to indicate that a great battle between tens of thousands of cultivators had taken place here during the day. There were no corpses remaining on the earth. The bodies and souls of the dead cultivators had been devoured completely by the fog. It looked no different from before. Only the trace of a bloody aura showed how devastating the battle was. The moonlight could shine on the earth but was unable to penetrate the underground palace. Wang Lin was sitting inside a cave that was dark without any light. Even Wang Lin's figure seemed to have become one with the darkness. Wang Lin had paid a big price to kill Lu Ziyuan, from calculating everything before the battle to the final blow. Right now, his face was pale and he was cultivating with his eyes closed. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes, and they lit up. It was as if there were two balls of fire in his eyes lighting up the cave. Wang Lin now had a profound understanding of the danger of killing a void turbulent cultivator, just like how others found it difficult to kill him. Lu Ziyuan had many other spells and treasures that he never got to use. Wang Lin's timing was just too vicious. Otherwise, the result could have been different. 10 early-stage void turbulent, 3 mid-stage void turbulent. The task old ancestor Green Bull has given me is quite difficult. Wang Lin silently pondered. In fact, when he had agreed to the 3 conditions, he already understood the challenge. The reason he had agreed was because Wang Lin was unwilling to owe them for the 3 gifts. Just the gift of the water essence was the same as giving him a whole new essence. If he had relied on himself to comprehend and gather the essence, it would have simply been too difficult, as shown with Wang Lin's fire and thunder essences. Therefore, the weight of the gifts made it impossible for him to refuse. As for the space stone, although it looked normal, Wang Lin had a vague feeling that it was not as simple as it was on the surface. It had a lot of space inside and was very mysterious. There was also the final gift, the one use of divination. It would help Wang Lin greatly in a crisis and could even reverse the entire situation. These 3 gifts were heavy, and since Wang Lin had accepted them, then he had to repay the sect. There are still 9 more early-stage void turbulent cultivators to go. If I can kill one, then I can certainly kill 9 more. The most important thing is killing the 3 mid-stage void turbulent cultivators. Even if I explode the 30 million Dao Soul, it can only kill 1. As for the remaining 2, Wang Lin frowned, but he didn't back down. There was a flash cold light in his eyes. Old Ancestor Green Bull gave me these 3 conditions thinking I won't be able to complete them in a short period of time. He thinks it will take a long time. However, I don't want to get too involved in the matter between the Heavenly Bull continent and the Green Devil continent. I must complete the 3 conditions as soon as possible and cut my connection with the Great Soul Sect. Then leave this place. Wang Lin looked down at this body that has fused with the darkness in the cave. Just at this moment, Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and looked outside the cave. His gaze seemed to penetrate the cave and look outside. At this moment, the underground palaces were silent and only the sounds of breathing could be heard. There were some light from the moonstones that were placed here. In the dim light, a woman's silhouette arrived from the distance like smoke and stood outside Wang Lin's cave. She looked at Wang Lin's cave hesitantly. After silently pondering for a long time, she was about to speak when Wang Lin's calm voice came from the cave. Fellow cultivator Yen Lu has come to visit me in the depths of the night. Why hesitate outside? Please come in. As Wang Lin's words scattered, the door to the cave silently opened, revealing a gap. The gap was completely dark and it was impossible to see anything inside. From Yen Lu's location, the gap in the door was a mouth that would devour one's heart, waiting for her to enter. After pondering a bit more, Yen Lu clenched her teeth. She had doubts in her heart, and if it didn't get cleared up, she wouldn't be able to calm her heart down. She turned into smoke and entered through the gap in the door. The moment she entered, the door to the cave closed, leaving not a sliver of an opening. When the door of the cave closed, Yen Lu immediately stopped moving. She looked ahead. Unless one had used their cultivation on their eyes, it would still be dark in here. She could vaguely see Wang Lin's figure sitting in the distance, and it gave her a lot of pressure. The root of this pressure came from the 2 bets she had made in the Soul Scripture Pavilion. Looking ahead, Yen Lu noticed a hint of killing intent. This killing intent was very light and not targeted at her. This was a natural aura released because the other person present had just returned after killing. Only cultivators could faintly notice this aura. Yen Lu didn't know why, but the moment she felt the killing intent, the figure of Lu Zion appeared in her mind. His death and various things played in her eyes like a fantasy. She seemed to have seen Wang Lin kill Lu Zion in a short period of time. Fellow cultivator Yen Lu, it is late into the night and you're just standing in my cave not saying a word. Do you plan on standing there all night? Wang Lin said in a calm voice. Yen Lu pondered a bit and then her voice slowly echoed inside the cave. Did you kill the early-stage void turbulent cultivator from the Green Devil continent? It must have been you. In this cave palace, aside from Elder Lu Wunran, no one else could have done it in such a short period of time. If there is anyone, it must be you. Other doesn't know how powerful you are, but I'm well aware, Yen Lu said softly as she looked at Wang Lin, who was hiding in the shadows. Wang Lin, was it you? Wang Lin pondered a bit and calmly replied, no comment. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation, as if everything was normal. After hearing what Wang Lin said, Yen Lu smiled. She moved the few strands of her hand behind her ears with her jade-like hand. She looked at Wang Lin and spoke softly. I don't know why you won't admit it. Your aura is unstable and you obviously paid the price. After all, a void turbulent cultivator won't die so easily. If you need help, I can provide it. The premise is that once we kill a void turbulent cultivator, we split the benefits in half. Sorry to disturb you. I hope Elder Wang doesn't mind. This is my show of sincerity and goodwill. This was the real reason Yen Lu had come. She took out a pill and placed it on the ground before bowing to Wang Lin. A gentle gust of wind blew by the entrance of the cave and she disappeared. In the end, Wang Lin's response to Yen Lu's constant questions contained only two simple words too. After Yen Lu left, Wang Lin opened his eyes and two fire-like lights shined in the dark cave. He looked at the door to the cave, at Yen Lu's back, and he pondered. He waved his right hand and the pill flew toward him. He carefully examined the pill. This pill gave off bursts of fragrance. It was clearly an extraordinary pill used for healing. Wang Lin slowly revealed a smile. Time slowly passed. Soon 2 days went by. The Green Devil Continent cultivators at the edge of the extreme sky prairie were very quiet and didn't start a second battle. They seemed to be waiting for something and continued to send dozens of people to observe the prairie. Cultivators were also sent out from the underground palace to patrol outside. There were some conflicts, but no large-scale battles. The cultivators that were sent out were the 3 old men. The old man named Zhou was the person in charge of this. Aside from the void turbulent cultivators, all the remaining cultivators were sent out to patrol. The cultivators that hadn't gone out to patrol were all immersed in cultivation to keep themselves at their peak for the next battle. All the Heavenly Bull Continent cultivators understood that the Green Devil Continent wouldn't give up so easily. Ordinary cultivators could ignore this matter. But as the person with the highest cultivation level here, Lu Wunran looked up with a flash of worry in his eyes. From his view, this matter was strange. The cultivators from the Green Devil Continent were likely waiting for reinforcements. If that were the case, there would be big changes here. The matter of who had killed the enemy's void turbulent cultivator was still lingering in his heart. He ruled out candidates one by one until he returned to his earliest speculation of Wang Lin. Although he didn't believe Wang Lin had the ability, this was a matter of great importance. He summoned one of the 3 old men, Zhou. After giving some orders, the old man named Zhou walked out of the cave. During these 2 days of time, Wang Lin had recovered a lot. On the dusk of the second day, another guest after Yen Lu arrived outside his cave. It was another uninvited guest. Fellow cultivator Wang Lin from the Great Soul Sect. I ask fellow cultivator to stop cultivating and patrol for the night. The person who spoke was the old man named Zhou who had listened to the order from Lu Wunran. At this moment he was outside Wang Lin's cave. He looked calm and he spoke coldly like he couldn't be questioned. The old man named Zhou never considered Wang Lin worthy. Although Wang Lin was an elder, his cultivation level was too low. He assumed Wang Lin had used some connections to get the status of elder. This kind of thing was not uncommon in the sects across the immortal astral continent. Many people with low cultivation levels had the position of elder. They were not valued by the sect and were merely for show. Once this kind of person entered the battlefield, they would reveal their true form. The old man named Zhou looked down upon such a person. Although his expression didn't show it, his cold words did. I didn't see him achieve any merit in the battle before, but for Elder Lu to appoint him to patrol, there must be some deeper meaning. I fear this person is so disliked in the Great Soul Sect that even someone with a high status like Elder Lu can't stand him. The old man named Zhou thought about this as he stood outside Wang Lin's door. He was good at reading the situation. This Wang Lin was excluded from the palaces and had been forced to choose a cave to stay in. This revealed a lot of problems. His cold words entered Wang Lin's cave and ears. Wang Lin opened his eyes. His gaze was completely calm. This kind of absolute calmness was terrifying. His figure was hidden in the darkness and had fused with darkness. Even his white hair seemed to have been dyed by the darkness. Elder Wang, did you not hear this old man's words? The old man named Zhou frowned. He had stood outside the cave for more than 10 breaths. But inside the cave, Wang Lin acted like he was dead and hadn't responded at all. This kind of self-important gesture caused him to feel disgust. He didn't wait for Wang Lin to reply before waving his sleeve. A rumble echoed as cracks spread across every part of the door to Wang Lin's cave. With a bang, the door to the cave collapsed. Everyone the old man named Zhou had called out to patrol had come out to greet him politely. Seeing Wang Lin's indifference, he was naturally dissatisfied. When the door to the cave collapsed, the old man walked in with a cold snort. Just as he walked in, he suddenly stopped. He saw Wang Lin, who was sitting inside the cave, staring at him with a cold gaze. This cold gaze caused the old man named Zhou's heart to skip a beat, and sweat covered his body. He felt like he was being stared at by Lu Wenran. This feeling made this blood flow accelerate. "Who gave you the qualification to destroy my cave?" Wang Lin asked calmly, revealing no sign of anger or joy. As he spoke, he walked toward the old man. The old man named Zhou's heart skipped a beat. The moment he walked into the cave, he felt like he wasn't looking at a cultivator, but at a primordial beast that had just awakened. Not only did his body tremble, so did his origin soul. This was only a feeling, but it made him feel real terror. As Wang Lin walked closer, the old man named Zhou's face turned pale. His feet retreated subconsciously, and with a few steps, he left the cave. He was covered in sweat, and after taking a few steps back, his clothes were soaked. The old man named Zhou's pupils shrank and he shrieked, "Wang, Elder Wang, what are you going to do?" Wang Lin didn't speak and continued to walk closer. His figure slowly walked out from the darkness, and his white hair revealed a bone-white color as he emerged from the darkness. The heart of the old man named Zhou began to beat even faster. It was beating very fast, and the sound soon replaced all sounds in the old man's mind. It wanted to charge out from his chest and collapse. This powerful feeling made the eyes of the old man named Zhou fill with disbelief and fear. Wang Lin stopped before the old man named Zhou. He calmly watched his eyes. This gaze and gesture made the old man named Zhou feel a powerful pressure. His mind went blank. It was Elder Lu Wenran. In just a few breaths, the old man named Zhou could not bear this pressure. He even had the feeling that if he didn't answer, his origin soul would collapse and he would die under Wang Lin's gaze. After he spoke, Wang Lin's gaze moved past the old man and into the most luxurious palace. That was where Lu Wenran was located. The moment Wang Lin looked over, Lu Wenran seemed to notice something and opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to meet with Wang Lin's gaze through the palace. The old man named Zhou didn't dare to breathe. Although the pressure from before had dissipated, the feeling of terror was something he could not forget. This person definitely didn't use relationships to become an elder of the Great Soul Sect. His cultivation is simply terrifying. The old man named Zhou was pale. When Wang Lin looked at him, it was like a sword made of killing intent was pointed at his forehead. It was something he would never forget. He was filled with endless regret. He shouldn't have listened to Lu Wenran's words to provoke such a terrifying person. Wang Lin's gaze moved away from the palace several seconds later. He was very calm as he waved his sleeve and walked past the old man named Zhou. As he walked by, his right hand casually patted the old man's shoulder. "Those that destroy my cave will die. Since it is your first offense and you were instigated by someone else, you can avoid death but not punishment. When I return tomorrow, I want to see the door of the cave fixed." Wang Lin slowly moved forward and disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin didn't refuse the patrol. Since had Lu Wenran assigned it, there would be more if he refused once. After Wang Lin left, the old man named Zhou trembled and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face immediately turned white as his body went soft and fear occupied his eyes. Without hesitation, he moved toward the distance to find a new door to the cave and repair this cave before Wang Lin returned. He didn't dare to not repair it. However, just as the old man was about to leave, a soft voice echoed in his ears. "Fellow cultivator Zhou, come here for a bit." This caused him to stop, and his expression was bitter. This voice belonged to Lu Wenran. "Why are you implicating me with the matter between you two?" The old man named Zhou sighed. Lu Wenran had called him, so he had to go. He bitterly smiled as he gave up on repairing the cave door and helplessly flew toward the palace. He could only hope he had enough time to repair the door after he left Lu Wenran's place. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to think of the consequences. Wang Lin's figure drifted through the earth, up toward the prairie. Soon, his figure appeared under the moonlight. The moonlight was very dense. It made the prairie silver in the early half of the night. However, when Wang Lin appeared, the light weakened and was hidden behind layers of dark clouds, so the earth was dark. Wang Lin quietly walked on the prairie, and the sound of the grass rustling could be heard. This was extremely clear on a calm night. Time slowly passed. Soon, all the moonlight was covered by dark clouds and the entire world was shrouded in darkness. Wang Lin's figure fused with the darkness once more and became unclear. Only the moist wind blew by from the distance and swept across the earth. It lifted Wang Lin's clothes and hair, but in this darkness, it was all a blur. Walking on the prairie, Wang Lin thought about Li Muan. His eyes were filled with sadness as he touched his right hand. That was where his storage space was, where Li Muan was sleeping. Touching his right hand, he felt the temperature from his right hand. It was as if he was feeling Li Muan. More than 2,000 years, but less than 3,000 years. It had been very long, but also very short. Just like how the wind continued to blow across this prairie since ancient times. A sigh echoed. Wang Lin walked on the prairie of this foreign continent. Perhaps because his injuries hadn't healed, there was a hint of loneliness in his heart. I cover the world in fire only so you won't have a reason to be cold. I shook the entire world with thunder only so you could hear my voice. I walked millions and millions of kilometers across worlds only to find your breath. I entered the Devil Dao to kill, defied the heavens, and killed celestials. I'll subverted the heavens and earth and stand before you with my lonely figure only to make you open your eyes. Wang looked at the darkness in the distance and silently walked. He liked the darkness and the night because the dark night could cover up his bleakness. In the darkness, others couldn't see his loneliness. Everyone's heart had a box. This box contained the memory of a person. This memory could be sweet and it could be bitter. Some people lost this box along with themselves and couldn't find it. Some people locked the box and swallowed the sky. They don't want to open it and wouldn't allow others to touch it. Some people always held the box in their hands, telling themselves not to forget. Some people buried the box deep underground and waited for that day. When the spring flowers bloom, that beautiful flower will bloom as well. The box contained the love for a person and a cup of sweet and bitter water. My box is still there, Wang Lin muttered. In the darkness, one couldn't see his solitude, couldn't see his bleakness, couldn't see his loneliness. Patrol was boring, but Wang Lin was used to boring. He was used to walking by himself in this world, accustomed to hiding in the dark and silently looking ahead at the endless world before him. The moonlight was covered by the dark clouds, but it couldn't be completely covered, as if it was leading the way. Wang Lin looked at the slivers of moonlight and slowly walked. It was still night, and even more clouds began to gather. Soon, thunder rumbled and the wind howled. The sound of water falling came from all directions. It began to rain. As the rain fell, Wang Lin suddenly stopped walking and looked up at the world covered in rain. He waved his right hand and the restriction compass appeared in his grasp. The compass clearly displayed more than a dozen green dots charging toward him. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he immediately retreated. He was very fast and instantly retreated more than 10,000 feet and changed directions. He stopped and looked down at the compass in his hand. His eyes shined. The more than a dozen dots on the compass had changed directions the moment Wang Lin did. They seemed to notice that Wang Lin had changed directions and rapidly closed in. At the same time, on the compass, more than a dozen green dots appeared in the other three directions around Wang Lin. They seemed to form an encirclement and closed in. This is Lu Wenran's purpose. When Wang Lin had left the palace, he already understood Lu Wenran's plan. Lu Wenran suspected Wang Lin, so he had purposely sent Wang Lin out to see if he could lure the Green Devil Continent cultivators. Although Wang Lin could have chosen not to leave, it was now Wang Lin's personality to stay hidden. Sometimes using a retreat to advance was better. If I were Lu Wenran, I would have sealed all methods of entering the palace. Wang Lin stepped on the earth and a rebound force prevented him from returning to the underground palace. With a sneer, Wang Lin stared at the nearly 100 green dots in his compass, and there was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. These people were coming to kill Wang Lin, but they didn't know that the reason Wang Lin had come out was to quickly finish the 3 missions esteemed Green Bull had given him. 2 out of the 4 directions have mid-stage void turbulent cultivators. The other 2 have early-stage void turbulent cultivators. Since Lu Ziyuan is dead, the Green Devil continent has 6 void turbulent cultivators left. Now they are sending 5 of them out. So they must know I have the compass and guessed that I killed Lu Ziyuan. Wang Lin stepped to the right, and as ripples echoed, he disappeared. All 4 directions of the extreme sky prairie had more than a dozen cultivators flying toward Wang Lin. The old man named Zhao and the old man named Zhang both had gloomy expressions. In the other 2 directions were a man and a woman. The 2 early-stage void turbulent cultivators were leading dozens of people through some kind of guide toward Wang Lin. At the same time, far away from this place, the other female early-stage void turbulent cultivator remained with the thousands of Green Devil continent cultivators. She was sitting there with an illusory compass before her, clearly revealing the location of Wang Lin's compass. She gave out orders and notified people of Wang Lin's location. The thunder rumbled in the sky and the rain fell. A slaughter began under this rain. Su Detsai was a rogue cultivator of the Green Devil continent and had reached the early stage of void turbulent. This was his limit, and he wouldn't be able to climb unless he encountered a fortune. He had been invited by the Tao Devil sect to join his battle against the Heavenly Bull continent. He was promised a lot of benefits, so he had joined the army to break open the 3rd meridian. At this moment, he was bringing more than a dozen cultivators with him. Among them were 3 people at the 3rd step, but the strongest one was only at the mid-stage of arcane void. The rest were mostly in the Heaven's Blight stages. They were charging forward with Su Detsai leading the way. Along the way, Su Detsai was very cautious. Lu Ziyuan's death shocked him greatly. Void turbulent cultivators were difficult to kill, but 2 days ago Lu Ziyuan had died. This matter set off a great wave in his heart, so he had to be cautious. However, there was a sense of excitement in this caution. This excitement came from the promise the old man named Zhang had made before they left. If anyone kills Wang Lin, this old man promises you I will get sect master to allow you to enter the heavenly pit for 1,000 years. This excited Su Detsai greatly. Rumor had it that when the celestial ancestor was extracting the devil scorpion's core, there was an accident. The core collapsed into small parts that created 5 pits across the Green Devil continent. These 5 pits were filled with devilish energy, and cultivating inside would give many benefits. For Su Detsai, whose cultivation had been stuck for a long time, this was a dream opportunity. Whether it would increase his cultivation level or not, he had to try. Wang Lin, if I kill you, I can obtain a great fortune. There is no feud between us, but you must die. Su Detsai licked his lips and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Just as killing intent appeared in his eyes, a shocking feeling appeared in Du Detsai's mind. Just as he turned around, miserable screams echoed. The heads of the last 10 people among the group that hadn't reached 3rd step flew off. Blood sprayed everything and their origin souls all collapsed. Su Detsai only saw a white figure walking out of the darkness holding a blood sword. The figure moved at a strange speed, and with one strike, 10 people had died. After killing 10 people, Wang Lin was calm, and he disappeared as he retreated. Su Detsai's pupils shrank and were filled with shock. Wang Lin was too fast to a terrifying degree, but at the same time, Su Detsai became excited. Wang Lin! Su Detsai didn't hesitate to retreat. He raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. A beautiful illusionary flower suddenly appeared in the dark and rainy night. It occupied half the sky. Although it looked beautiful, if one looked closely, they would find that it was a flower made of skulls. The moment the flower appeared in the sky, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. Right now, only 5 people remained. Aside from the void turbulent cultivator, none of the remaining 4 were worth paying attention to. These 4 people's bodies trembled and they all retreated, but their speed couldn't match Wang Lin's. Wang Lin moved and there was a flash of blood light. The blood sword formed a blood dragon and charged out. 2 people were touched by it and were cut into pieces, letting out miserable screams. After killing those 2, the compass in Wang Lin's body gave him a clear feeling that 3 groups of Green Devil Continent cultivators were heading towards him. The 3 mid-stage void turbulent old monsters were charging at him at full speed. With their speed, they only needed half an hour to close in. There was also an early-stage void turbulent cultivator that had left their team and was charging at him. Half an hour. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he charged at Su Dezai. At this moment, Su Dezai released the flower signal. He determined that since he had found Wang Lin, delaying him would be a great merit. Su Dezai sneered. He didn't care about other people dying. As Wang Lin closed in, Su Dezai didn't hesitate to raise his right hand and then suddenly let it fall. The moment his right hand fell, it formed seals rapidly. In a short period of time, his hand formed almost 1 million seals, forming a huge lion. This lion was almost 1,000 feet large, and it let out a roar as it pounced toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin had never seen this kind of speed in forming seals. Su Dezai's strange spell was simply too fast. The lion roared and closed in on Wang Lin. There was a flash of blood light and a thunderous rumble echoed. This set off a huge wave across the earth, and the rain in the sky collapsed on a wide scale. This caused this area to become a strange world without any rain. Su Dezai had just used a spell, but he didn't pause, he retreated 3 steps. After 3 steps, his right hand suddenly pressed down on the earth. During that short motion, his hands had created nearly 4 million seals at a terrifying speed before touching the earth. The earth rumbled as 4 giant mudmen quickly appeared from the ground. They had cold gazes as they charged at Wang Lin, who had collided with the lion shadow. The moment Wang Lin charged away from the lion shadow, the 4 mudmen rushed in without giving him a chance to recover. Even though Wang Lin had experienced many dangers in his life, it was the first time he had encountered something like this. What fast casting speed! How can his hands be this fast? Wang Lin's pupils shrank. As the 4 mudmen closed in, he saw Su Dezai retreat 3 steps. His left hand moved and created nearly 5 million seal. The seals turned into an incense stick, which he caught in his hand and bowed toward Wang Lin. With this bow, Wang Lin's mind trembled. A mysterious force rushed into his mind. Shortly after, the smoke from the incense stick turned into a whale-like beast. It opened its mouth and was about to devour Wang Lin. All of this was too fast. Su Dezai mercilessly stuck the incense stick into the ground and then retreated 3 steps again. His left hand formed nearly 6 million seals and his right hand quickly formed almost 6 million seals as well. Then both his hands pressed on the ground. There was a bang as the mud around Wang Lin moved to form a vortex of mud. The edges rose, forming a wall of mud. From a distance, it looked like a giant clump of mud had surrounded Wang Lin. "Mud kill!" Su Dezai roared. Then the ball of mud shrank. Su Dezai was very famous on the Green Devil Continent. What made him terrifying was his unparalleled casting speed. Among cultivators of the same rank, he could use this advantage to launch endless spells and not allow them a break until he bombarded them to death. This was also why, even though he was a rogue cultivator, he had been invited by the Devil Dao sect. Wang Lin was inside the mud and was surrounded by the 4 mudmen. Rumbles echoed, and there was also the mysterious incense power from Su Dezai in his body. Outside the mass of mud, the giant, whale-like shadow opened its mouth and devoured it. After it devoured the mass of mud, the whale disappeared, but the mud remained. 9 black pythons appeared, and they spewed out poison gas that penetrated the mud. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Soon, the mud collapsed and a powerful force erupted from inside. A giant punch appeared, breaking the mud and causing several black snakes to collapse. The broken mud revealed Wang Lin, who was in a sorry state. Wang Lin had gone through much slaughter in his life since he was young. This was the first time he had no time to fight back and was being hit by a storm of attacks. All of this was because the enemy could cast spells at a terrifying speed. The moment Wang Lin walked out from the collapsed mud, there was a howl and a yellow flying sword charged at him. Behind the yellow sword were 18 mud giants. Behind the 18 mud giants, there was a painting that moved like a ribbon that rapidly closed in. Behind the painting, an ancient bone that gave off an ancient aura seemed to be thrown at Wang Lin. Behind that, the grass moved and was pulled out from the earth. Each blade turned into a drop of green liquid, and countless of them closed in. Behind that, there was a fog that swept across the world. It seemed to pluck the clouds from the sky and form two palms. They rapidly closed in on Wang Lin from his left and right. The whale that had devoured and then turned into 9 pythons that spewed poison gas opened its mouth and was about to devour Wang Lin a second time. This thing was very strange. In Su Detzai's experience, as long as the whale devoured 3 times, any cultivator at the same cultivation level would be seriously injured. Seeing this, even Wang Lin felt his scalp go numb. He never would have imagined that someone could cast spells at such a terrifying degree. It had only been a short period of time, but the other party had used so many different kinds of spells. Now the surroundings were covered in spells. This gave Wang Lin the illusion that he wasn't battling one person but several people. It was too late to think when a yellow sword closed in and rushed toward Wang Lin. It contained a powerful aura, as if it was certain it would split Wang Lin's flesh. The speed and continuous spells gave Wang Lin no time to react. The moment Wang Lin appeared, the spells arrived. Popping sounds echoed like crazy and the sound of metal colliding came from his body. The sword landed on Wang Lin's body and Wang Lin was knocked back. Wang Lin's clothes were damaged greatly. This was the most sorry state Wang Lin had ever been in. If not for this ancient Dao body, this flying sword could have injured him. After the flying swords, the 18 mudmen didn't give Wang Lin any time to rest and closed in. When they got within 100 feet of Wang Lin, they didn't attack. They all exploded. Rumble, 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 rumble. The 18 mudmen's explosion created a vortex that surrounded Wang Lin and unleashed a devastating blow. Wang Lin coughed out blood and was going to retreat when the animated painting closed in. With a shake, the painting created layers of vortexes that trapped Wang Lin. As the rumbles echoed, the painting collapsed and 108,000 threads appeared and flew into Wang Lin's body to cause destruction. This was not the end. After the painting, the bone covered in black light was thrown toward Wang Lin. As it closed in, a huge rift appeared and a terrifying aura came out. Then a giant head came out of the rift. This head was that of a dog, but it looked very fierce. It gave off a bloodthirsty aura and its red eyes stared at the bone before Wang Lin. It let out a howl and charged out. This dog was a fierce beast captured by Su Detzai. He used it to injure people, and there were no disadvantages in bringing it out. The dog was too fast and instantly closed in. At the same time, it bit on the bone and its large head smashed into Wang Lin. Large amounts of blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth, but large amounts of green liquid followed behind the dog. The green liquid landed on Wang Lin, causing thunderous rumbles. As the rumble echoed, the real killing move closed in. The killing move was the 2 palms that were smashing toward Wang Lin from the left and right. At this moment, the palms were less than 100 feet from Wang Lin. Popping sounds echoed from Wang Lin's body as if his body couldn't withstand it. At this critical moment, Wang Lin raised his arms and punched at the 2 incoming palms. At the same time, the giant, whale-like shadow opened its mouth and charged at Wang Lin. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the extreme sky prairie when Wang Lin's fists collided with the palms. Large amounts of blood mist erupt from Wang Lin's body and he was knocked back. The whale-like shadow closed in and was about to devour Wang Lin. Su Detzai was very proud at this moment. Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a black stone. The moment the stone appeared, it erupted with a black light that fused with the darkness of the night. The shadow of a whale but several times larger appeared. This was Wang Lin's heavenly Tao, the nether beast. The moment the nether beast appeared, its eyes were filled with confusion and ruthlessness. It had forgotten fear and began to devour. A fierce battle happened between the nether beast and Su Detzai's whale beast. Su Detzai's pupils shrank and were filled with fear. He quickly retreated and was about to retrieve the whale shadow he had summoned. But this time he was too slow. As the rumbles echoed, Su Detzai's whale beast was about to retreat. but it was devoured by the nether beast. The moment the whale beast was devoured, Su Detsai's face turned pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. "My heavenly Tao!" His voice was miserable and was filled with heartache. At this moment, Su Detsai's eyes were red. His heavenly Tao had been devoured. It was beyond his imagination, and he was filled with disbelief. Even though Wang Lin had a heavenly Tao, he had never heard of a heavenly Tao devouring another heavenly Tao. He didn't know Wang Lin's heavenly Tao had an item called the Space Stone. Wang Lin had left the cave world with the heavenly Tao but left the laws set by the heavenly Tao to maintain balance. Wang Lin quickly retreated until he was 10,000 feet away. Then he swallowed the Space Stone. This was the first time Wang Lin was able to take a breath and relax a bit in this battle. Bursts of pain came from his body. He looked at Su Detsai with a hint of solemnity and excitement. A cultivator can't cast spells this fast. This person must have encountered a great fortune and learned some special spell. This should be impossible normally. If I can learn this kind of spell. Staring at Su Detsai, Wang Lin's eyes shined. His heart was racing, but he didn't rush out more. Ripples echoed under his feet and he disappeared. The moment Wang Lin disappeared, Su Detsia's spells arrived and echoed across the earth. Su Detsai turned around, and his eyes were filled with madness. "You've devoured my heavenly Tao. Then give me your heavenly Tao." However, no matter how Su Detsai searched, he could not find Wang Lin's aura. It looked like he had the advantage in this battle, but his heart ached like crazy. At this moment, the two mid-stage void turbulent old monsters and the female early-stage void turbulent cultivator left their teams and closed in. But Wang Lin's figure appeared even further away. In the team, the three void turbulent cultivators had left behind. Wang Lin's goal was to lead the three of them away and begin a slaughter to kill everyone here. At the edge of the extreme sky prairie, the early-stage void turbulent female cultivator, who was surrounded by thousands of cultivators, opened her eyes. The illusory compass before her clearly revealed where Wang Lin was. She saw the dot that represented Wang Lin disappear and then reappear far away. She immediately informed the cultivators chasing Wang Lin. At this moment, the same thing happened once more. This gave the woman a bad feeling. Once was acceptable, but twice meant that there could be a third or fourth time. This would make killing Wang Lin extremely difficult. He must have a treasure that allows him to teleport. Our entire sect only has one of those, and there are no more than 3 in the Green Devil continent. Even if it's the Heavenly Bull continent, they can't have a lot. But this person actually has one. In her gaze, she was terrified to find the light that represented Wang Lin appear in a group of green dots, and they immediately disappeared. Shortly after, Wang Lin disappeared once more and appeared next to another group of green dots far away. The third time, the woman didn't hesitate to inform all the void turbulent cultivators. At this moment, miserable screams echoed where Wang Lin was. There was more than a dozen Green Devil continent cultivators here surrounded by fog. The screams soon died down and the fog turned into Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face was slightly red and was no longer pale. In his battle with Su Detsai, he was seriously injured, so he had chosen the same method he had used in the cave world: to devour cultivators to heal. After devouring 2 groups of Green Devil continent cultivators in a row, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he disappeared. After 1 incense stick of time, the third group of Green Devil continent cultivators died and became part of Wang Lin's healing process. At this point, only 2 mid-stage void turbulent cultivators and 2 early-stage void turbulent cultivators were left. The 4 were very cautious and didn't scatter. Each of the mid-stage void turbulent cultivators stayed with one of the early-stage void turbulent cultivators as they headed toward Wang Lin. All of this was seen by Wang Lin. He looked at the compass and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. His target was the early-stage void turbulent cultivator who could cast spells quickly. That spell tempted Wang Lin. At this moment, the sky began to brighten and dawn was about to arrive. However, the rain became even heavier, causing the ground to become even more muddy. The distance was blurry due to the rain, and only the sound of rain could be heard. It was extra clear in this night of slaughter. His gaze fell on the compass once more. The 4 green dots closed in from 2 different directions. Wang Lin watched for a long time and determined which green dot was the void turbulent cultivator he had battled before. Unfortunately, this compass. However, I already understand the internal structure and restrictions inside the compass. As long as I have the materials, I can make one. Wang Lin muttered as he raised his left hand and a dull-looking origin soul appeared. This was an origin soul he had taken from the 3 groups that were pursuing him. It had reached a certain cultivation level and was very complete. It also wasn't damaged at all. Wang Lin had already wiped the will from this origin soul. The only thing that remained was a confused origin soul body. Wang Lin's left hand suddenly crushed the origin soul, but before it dissipated, Wang Lin injected a sliver of his divine sense before placing it in the compass. The moment the origin soul entered the compass, it turned into smoke and surrounded the compass. Wang Lin's right hand through it. The origin soul seemed to begin burning and flew at a crazy speed before disappearing without a trace. The origin soul had taken control of the compass. It was now burning itself to fly at a very fast speed toward the end of the world. It may not fly for long though, as the origin soul would burn until it exhausted itself and died. The compass would fall somewhere. But this short period of time was enough for Wang Lin. Although the compass was no longer in his hands, the divine sense Wang Lin had placed on the compass allowed him to feel where the 4 people hunting him were located. Like how the cicada sheds its carapace. Wang Lin turned from prey to hunter. His body flickered and he left this place. He reappeared in another part of the prairie. He sat down and felt the changes with the compass. He had the fire essence, so the mud under him naturally dried. Time slowly passed, and in a flash 1 hour went by. During this 1 hour of time, the distance between the 4 cultivators grew. The 2 mid-stage void turbulent old monsters naturally didn't wish to continue at this speed. Once they determined Wang Lin's direction, they pulled ahead and chased after Wang Lin's compass. The 2 early-stage void turbulent cultivators fell behind, and the distance between them and the 2 old monsters became even wider. Wang Lin opened his eyes, revealing a sliver of coldness. He touched his chest. There was a space stone in his body. He still felt like the stone was extraordinary, but he still didn't know its exact usage. When the nether beast appeared and devoured the other heavenly Tao, Wang Lin had an idea. He vaguely had some idea of the other uses for this item. It could allow the nether beast's devour power to increase, but this stone contains endless space. When fused with the nether beast, a series of changes will take place. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He opened his mouth and there was a flash of ghostly light as the space stone flew into his hand. Holding the stone, Wang Lin pondered for a moment. Ripples appeared and he disappeared without a trace. Only the space stone fell on the ground and was hidden among the grass. At this moment, Wang Lin appeared inside the space stone. This was the first time he had entered this strange stone with his body. The space he had chosen was one of the countless that were no different from the real world. It was not large, only a few 100,000 kilometers in size. There were mountains, light, earth, but no water. Everyone here lacked water. It looked real but was still incomplete. Sitting inside the space stone, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he looked around. He then waved his right hand and a blue umbrella appeared. It flew into the air and slowly replaced the sky. He waved his right hand once more and the gourd with 30 million Tao souls appeared. It fused with the earth, causing it to tremble, and waves of death aura came from the ground. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin raised his right hand and the golden print Shen Luo had given him appeared. Wang Lin looked at the print and blew a breath on it. This caused the print to shine brightly, and Wang Lin threw it into the sky. It became the sun. After doing all this, Wang Lin took out the ghostly sail he had made. The sail scattered and turned into the clouds in this world. These clouds looked simple, but they could change into anything. The last things he took out were EC and the Mosquito King. The Mosquito King changed its size and disappeared into the white clouds. As for EC, it fused with the earth and was hidden by the earth aura coming from the 30 million Tao souls in the ground. This world lacks karma? Wang Lin muttered as he sat there. A vortex appeared between his eyebrows, and then his karma essence condensed into a long sword and disappeared into the world. Also life and death, true and false. As Wang Lin muttered, two essences flew out, forming two long swords, and they disappeared. Also slaughter and restriction. A monstrous killing intent appeared, and the clouds became dark. Black snow began to fall, and each snowflake contained the restriction essence. Soon, the ground was covered in a thin layer of black snow. Also fire, thunder, water. Wang Lin waved his arm and he stood up. Fire raged in his left eye and thunder flashed in his right eye. A sea of fire formed a sword, and the sword became a volcano. The thunder also turned into a sword, and that sword turned into a sea of thunder. This sea was not made of water, but bolts of thunder. After doing all this, Wang Lin waved his sleeve and disappeared from this place. A soft, ghostly light came from where the space stone had been dropped in the extreme sky prairie. Wang Lin appeared and picked up the space stone. Then he looked into the distance. The field of slaughter had been prepared. Now he just needed to grind the person by force. Based on the divine sense he had left, the compass was about to perish. Behind the compass, the two mid-stage void turbulent old monsters were about to catch up. Far behind the two old monsters, the two early-stage void turbulent cultivators were also rushing over. Wang Lin slowly walked forward and ripples echoed, but he didn't merge with the world to leave. He was still waiting. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, until the 19th breath when Wang Lin clearly felt the compass collapse. The origin soul inside died, and the trace of divine sense he had left there was also destroyed. He vaguely heard 2 angry roars from that sliver of divine sense. Wang Lin mercilessly took a step and he disappeared. Su Detsai flew into the distance above the extreme sky prairie feeling gloomy. In his battle against Wang Lin, he had lost his heavenly Tao, which was difficult for him to accept. The connection between him and the heavenly Tao had been severed when his heavenly Tao was devoured, which caused him to become injured. At this moment, his origin soul was so weak, it would take him a while to recover. Wang Lin, you will without a doubt die. There are 2 mid-stage void, turbulent cultivators chasing you. I want to see how you will escape. Elder Zhang also promised me that once you are captured, he will hand you to me for a few days. I'll make sure you will wish for death. Su Detsai's hatred for Wang Lin came from his heavenly Tao being devoured. The more his heart ached for his heavenly Tao, the more he hated Wang Lin. As he flew, his expression suddenly changed and he looked into the distance. At that moment, he felt a fluctuations come from the distance. When he looked at the fluctuations, he immediately saw Wang Lin walk out from the void, change directions, and leave. He clearly saw that Wang Lin had noticed him, and the expression on Wang Lin's face changed before he sped up. Ripples appeared under Wang Lin's feet. It was clear he was going to leave through this strange method. Wang Lin. He is not in front. But here. Su Detsai was startled as he watched Wang Lin quickly leave. Since Wang Lin could disappear using that strange method, he didn't have time to think as he chased. You could have taken any path, but you ended up before me. Wang Lin. It is your own bad luck that led you to your death. Su Detsai sneered and quickly chased after Wang Lin, closing the distance. He was completely focused on Wang Lin, and he had swept the area with his divine sense. He had found nothing, so he relaxed. But just after he moved forward 10,000 feet, he suddenly disappeared. It was as if he had smashed into an invisible spatial rift and disappeared. The moment he disappeared, Wang Lin closed in and also disappeared. Only the space stone laid there in the grass below. It was covered by mud water. Su Detsai went missing. The moment he went missing, the early-stage void turbulent female at the edge of the prairie suddenly opened her eyes. Her expression changed as she stared at the compass before her, and the feeling of all her hair standing up filled her body. She saw the dot that represented Su Detsai suddenly disappear. This. The woman's face immediately turned pale and her eyes were filled with disbelief. She didn't hesitate to pass this news using a special method to the 3 void turbulent cultivators in the extreme sky prairie. The expressions of the two mid-stage void turbulent cultivators were extremely gloomy as they flew. Both of them had chased after the compass only to find that they had been tricked. They were extremely angry but had nowhere to vent. As the two flew, their expressions changed and they stopped in the air when they received the message sent to them. Su Detsai was clearly following behind and now he is missing. The expression of the old man named Zhang changed. It must be that Wang Lin. He used the compass to attract our attention, but he was actually hiding in the prairie and ambushed Su Detsai. Killing intent appeared in the eyes of the old man named Zhao. Just as they two of them noticed this, the clouds over the prairie dissipated, revealing the sunlight. But not only did the rain not stop, it became even more intense. Under the dense rain, dense, black fog rose from the earth and covered up the entire prairie. The old men named Zhang and Zhao suddenly looked around. An invisible pressure spread out from this endless prairie. The early-stage void turbulent female cultivator, who was still a distance away from the two old men, trembled and stopped in the air. Through the special method the Green Devil continent cultivators used to communicate, she learned about Su Detsai going missing. At the same time, she saw the fog coming from the earth soon cover the world. Endless howls came from the fog. Inside the fog, the thousands of cultivators from the underground palaces launched the second attack under Lu Wenran's lead. The three void turbulent cultivators attempted to rush out of the fog, but Lu Wenran's gloomy voice echoed, "Fellow cultivator, why the rush to leave?" As his words echoed, all the void turbulent cultivators rushed out and the battle began. At the edge of the extreme sky prairie, the early-stage void turbulent woman controlling the compass suddenly opened her eyes. Without hesitation, she waved her sleeve and led the thousands of Green Devil continent cultivators toward the prairie. As the second battle unfolded on the prairie, there was a common-looking rock that no one paid attention to somewhere in the grass. There was countless spaces inside this stone. At this moment, in one of these spaces, a battle against a void turbulent cultivator was taking place. Su Detsai fell into the space inside the space stone designated by Wang Lin. When he appeared, his heart trembled and knew he had fallen for Wang Lin's trap. But his cultivation level was high, so he didn't reveal any sense of panic. He looked up and saw that the sky was blue and the sun was golden, but the earth was filled with the aura of death. In the distance there was a volcano, and in another direction there was a sea of thunder. There were dark clouds in the blue sky and there was black snow falling. The snow had been falling for an unknown amount of time and had covered the ground in layers of snow. "Wang Lin, come out for me. Why play this game here?" Su Dexia's expression was gloomy as he looked around. The moment his voice echoed, Wang Lin's figure appeared from a ripple tens of thousands of feet in front of Su Detsai. He had changed into all white as he coldly stared at Su Detsai. "Your spells are very fast. Then let us see whose spells are faster." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. "Karma." The moment this word echoed, the world trembled and a sword appeared. This sword represented Wang Lin's karma essence. Almost at the same moment Wang Lin used the spell, Su Detsai formed seal without hesitation and millions of seals appeared to form a red fog. Waves of miserable screams came from the fog and hundreds of thousands of souls appeared. They charged forward, covering the sky. Su Detsai retreated. His left hand rose to form seals once more. Nearly 7 million seals appeared, forming a lance. The lance twisted to become the head of a giant python that charged forward with its tongue out. Immediately after, Su Detsai retreated 3 more steps and raised his hands. He was about to cast another spell. He was very fast, but it was the first time he couldn't match Wang Lin. When he used the second spell, Wang Lin's life and death sword flew forward. But when he was casting his third spell, Wang Lin's true and false sword appeared a moment faster. This short moment was very important. The karma sword instantly closed in on the ghosts. It cut down with the mysterious power of karma and then all the souls collapsed. At the same time, Wang Lin's life and death sword closed in and cut down on the giant python formed by Su Detsai's spell. There was a thunderous bang as the python let out a roar of death and Wang Lin's life and death sword collapsed. but the true and false sword closed it at an unimaginable speed. And at this moment, Sudetsai hadn't finished the third spell. The true and false sword flashed toward Sudetsai's chest. It was too fast and his expression changed greatly. He rapidly retreated and threw the incomplete spell in his hand toward the sword. As rumbles echoed, the true and false sword collapsed, but Sudetsai also suffered. His face was pale as he retreated and raised his right hand to form seals. But how could Wang Lin give him the chance? Wang Lin had finally disrupted Sudetsai's casting and lured him here to this slaughter field. Wang Lin had to kill Sudetsai and obtain the secret of casting spells that fast. Just as Sudetsai retreated 2 steps, Wang Lin revealed a fierce expression and pointed forward. Fire essence. As the words echoed, the volcano in the distance erupted and instantly teleported near Sudetsai, surrounding him. The volcano continued to erupt, and with Wang Lin's fire essence true body inside, it became a powerful attack. Thunder essence. Once Wang Lin seized the opportunity, he would not give up so easily. As his words echoed, the volcano that surrounded Sudetsai suddenly teleported again into the vast thunder sea. Thunder rumbled and the lightning seemed to boil as countless bolts of thunder rushed toward the volcano. A mad bombardment of thunder and fire began. Water essence. Wang Lin waved his sleeve. Then he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. This space was not complete and therefore didn't have any water. But Wang Lin used the water essence condensed in his own blood. The mouthful of blood turned into red water vapor and flew toward the thunder volcano. The moment the red water vapor fell, the fire collapsed and the thunder exploded. The fusion of 3 essence created destruction. At this moment, the 3 ethereal essences that had disappeared reformed into long swords and rushed in. Life and death, karma, true and false, fire, water, thunder. 6 essences gathered to begin this slaughter. The volcano collapsed, the thunder exploded, and the mouthful of blood-water essence turned into gas. The 3 ethereal essence swords rushed in as Sudetsai's roar echoed. As the rumbles echoed, Sudetsai was covered in a light as he coughed out blood. He was in a sorry state and his face was pale as he retreated. There was a lantern floating above his head, and the light around his body came from it. This treasure had protected him, so Sudetsai was only injured and hadn't died to the 6 essences. Killing a void turbulent cultivator was difficult, and Wang Lin had already experienced it. Seeing Sudetsai escape the first round of attacks, Wang Lin felt somewhat disappointed, but he was not discouraged. This was all expected. Sudetsai was much more difficult than Lu Ziyuan, so Wang Lin absolutely could not give him any time to breathe. Once Sudetsai had a chance to use his terrifying casting speed, Wang Lin would not be able to resist. At that point, this slaughter field would not be prepared to kill the other party but himself instead. Wang Lin was very clear about this point. So when Sudetsai stared at the strange lamp, Wang Lin raised his hand without hesitation. He used the stop spell despite the backlash he would suffer. Stop! With one word, a huge wave was set off in Wang Lin's body. The gap in their cultivation levels was quite large, so he had to pay a big price to stop Sudetsai. At this moment, he coughed out blood, but his expression became even more fierce. Under the stop spell, just as Sudetsai raised his right hand, his whole body trembled. He faintly felt countless threads wrap around him from all sides and enter his body to limit his movement. Even the lantern above him became dim. Even its connection with Sudetsai was stopped by the stop spell. However, Sudetsai's cultivation level was much higher than Wang Lin's, so the stop spell was only able to stop him for a moment. However, this moment allowed Wang Lin to interrupt Sudetsai's casting and resistance, giving Wang Lin the chance to launch the second round of attacks. The moment Wang Lin spoke, he waved his sleeve and the countless black snowflakes seemed to be swept by a violent gust of wind towards Sudetsai. Even the dark snow on the earth was lifted by the wind towards Sudetsai. This black snow was formed by Wang Lin's restriction essence, and every snowflake contained countless restrictions. At this moment, all the snow in the world surrounded Sudetsai and launched a siege. All of this happened in an instant. Su Detsai suddenly recovered. His pupils shrank and were filled with fear. What kind of spell is this? It can freeze all my actions and intentions. Even most of my thoughts were frozen. I have never seen a spell like that. After he regained his movement, he quickly retreated and raised his right hand. Stop! Wang Lin roared and pointed once more. This time, Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale but extremely fierce. Su Detsai, who had just regained his freedom, froze once more. For the first time, fear appeared in his eyes. Black snow fell from the dark clouds, and the dark clouds were formed by Wang Lin's ghostly sail. The reason the ghostly sail was the strongest treasure of the Great Soul Sect was its ability to ignore cultivation level and disturb one's mind. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky rumbled and descended rapidly to form the back of a woman in white. The woman was weeping. The sound of her weeping would pierce the heart and make one's skin crawl. This woman was not a person, but a ghost. At this moment, Wang Lin summoned the ghost that turned human. Just as Su Detsai regained his freedom, he saw the dark clouds turn into the woman in white. The figure of the woman in white appeared in his mind as well. Su Detsai's eyes became confused. At this moment, Wang Lin waved his sleeve and the earth rumbled. The 30 million Dao souls that had fused with the ground rushed out like strands of black gas toward Su Detsai. Soon, the 30 million Dao souls brought Su Detsai's body that was covered in black snow toward the sky. The blue sky was Wang Lin's blue umbrella. Not only was it a powerful defense, it could also launch a powerful attack. From a distance, it looked like Su Detsai's body was being taken into the sky like a meteor. When he was brought close to the blue sky, Wang Lin let out a roar. Kill! Thunderous rumbles echoed as the blue sky collapsed and the 30 million Dao souls all attacked. All of this destructive force went toward Su Detsai, who was in the center. At the same time, the woman in white's weeping led Su Detsai into a dream. Wang Lin didn't have time to look at the result. Early-stage void turbulent cultivators were too difficult to kill. Such people were all famous, and fighting them meant that he couldn't relax for a moment. Wang Lin's fire essence true body appeared behind him and he pointed at the sky. Seven-colored spell. As his words echoed, the world was covered in seven-colored light. The seven-colored light condensed into two lances, and the one in the back was covered in fire. They shot out one after the other toward Su Detsai in the collapsed sky. War Spirit Print. Wang Lin's voice was hoarse as his palm pushed toward the sky. A giant palm print appeared and another fire palm print appeared. Both flew toward Su Detsai. Realm Burning Umbrella. Wang Lin let out a roar and both his hands moved, forming countless restrictions. A giant, open, fire ancient umbrella appeared, and behind it, another one appeared. Both umbrellas closed at the same time, releasing double the amount of destructive fire. Call the wind. Summon the rain. Magic arsenal. Lands collapse. Mountains crumble. Dark moon. Clear skies. Wang Lin used almost every spell he knew. As his hands formed seals, he used by fans dark moon, clear skies. A dark moon suddenly appeared in the sky. One could vaguely see another dark moon hidden behind the first moon. This was a double moon. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world as a miserable cry echoed. Under the collapsed black snow, the two seven-colored lances shot through the sky. The War Spirit Prince descended as well, and in the end, the two dark moons imprinted on Su Detsai's body. Su Detsai coughed out blood and his right hand exploded. He looked like he was a dried-up oil lamp and was seriously injured. If not for the lantern above his head, he would have died to the second round of attacks Wang Lin had prepared. At this moment, the fire inside the lantern above his head flickered as if was about to extinguish. Su Detsai's eyes were filled with monstrous fear upon feeling the looming threat of death shroud him. This was something he hadn't felt in a long time. As long as I have a chance. As long as I have a chance. Su Detsai's clothes were dyed red from blood. Fear and madness filled his eyes as he retreated back. 1 step, 2 steps, he was about to take the third step. Stop! Wang Lin was also risking it all. He coughed out blood and used the stop spell for the third time. Su Detsai's body trembled and his eyes were filled with despair. Wang Lin began the third and final round of attacks. Wang Lin charged forward toward the seriously injured Su Detsai. At the same time, a roar filled with endless ferocity came from underground. The fierce EC puppet that had lost an arm charged out at Su Detsai. Immediately after, the mosquito beast appeared and charged at Su Detsai at full speed. This was Wang Lin's third round of attacks and also where he had to kill Su Detsai. 3 directions, 3 sources of attack gathered with Su Detsai as the center. EC was the first to close in, and it revealed a cruel smile. It raised its remaining arm and clawed at Su Detsai. With its early-stage void turbulent cultivation, it caused heavy damage to the already seriously injured Su Detsai. Su Detsai let out a miserable scream. His body had recovered for a movement, but then it exploded. It seemed like his body couldn't stand the blow from EC. Su Detsai's origin soul quickly flew away with the lantern. However, the Mosquito King had been prepared for a long time. At this moment, it closed in and stabbed Su Detsai's origin soul with its mouth and inhaled. Su Detsai's screams became even more intense. If not for the lantern knocking the Mosquito King away, he would have been devoured completely. Just as the lantern's light spread out, EC was shrouded by the light. Its body released black gas, but the pain didn't force it to retreat. Instead, it made it even more ferocious as it disregarded the pain, and its hand clawed forward. Su Detsai's origin soul let out a miserable scream. He became even weaker. It was at this moment that Wang Lin closed in. Su Detsai had suffered serious injuries. His body had collapsed and his origin soul was almost extinguished. If not for the protection of the unknown magical lantern, he would have died. But this lantern was simply too strange. In order to kill Su Detsai, Wang Lin would have to cut his connection with the lantern. Wang Lin closed in and there was a flash of blood light as he grabbed the blood sword. He swung the blood sword down on Su Detsai's head. There was a flash of blood light. This cut contained Wang Lin's full cultivation, and he used his ancient Tao power without reservation. In the celestial land of the immortal astral continent, Wang Lin was extremely careful with his ancient Tao power. He didn't want too many people to recognize him, as it would make it difficult for him to move here. After all, from his roots, he belonged to the ancient Tao and was not one of the celestials. He had to be careful in the celestial lands. But inside this space stone, he didn't have to worry. As the sword cut down, a giant ancient Tao shadow appeared behind him. This shadow was wearing armor and gave off an ancient aura. The blood light flashed as Wang Lin quickly cut the space between the lantern and Su Detsai's head. Su Detsai's origin soul coughed out a large mouthful of origin essence and his origin soul withered. The lantern above his head was hit by the powerful force and was knocked away. The fire inside instantly extinguished. "I'm unwilling." Su Detsai's weakened origin soul let out one last roar as Wang Lin waved his sleeve to launch the last round of devastating blows. Then Wang Lin put Su Detsai's origin soul inside his storage space. After doing all of this, Wang Lin's body trembled and he coughed out blood. He fell from the sky and immediately sat down with his eyes closed to adjust it himself. The Mosquito King circled the area and was vigilant. As for EC, it moved strangely and charged off into the distance. When it returned, it was holding an arm. This arm was a bloody mess, and it was Su Detsai's arm. Staring at the arm, EC's eyes were filled with confusion. But soon, fog came from his body and shrouded him. In a flash, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, the Mosquito King tirelessly guarded Wang Lin. Everything was quiet and there wasn't any fluctuation. When the 3rd day was about to end, Wang Lin opened his eyes. He was very tired. He had killed 2 early-stage void turbulent cultivators in a short period of time, so he was very tired. 2 now still need 8 more. Wang Lin raised his right hand and grasped at the void. A head rapidly flew into his hand. This head belonged to Su Detsai. His soulless eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. After staring at Su Detsai's head for a moment, Wang Lin put it away with Lu Ziyuan's head. "This lantern treasure is very strange." Wang Lin pondered as he looked into the distance and waved his sleeve. The extinguished lantern flew toward him and floated before him. Looking at it, Wang Lin spat a mouthful of essence energy around the lantern and slowly refined it. The fire inside the lantern reignited and gave off a soft glow. With Wang Lin's restriction essence, he completely saw through the treasure. This was a simple protection treasure. It had no offensive power, but its protection was powerful. As long as the fire inside the lantern didn't extinguish, the user's origin soul wouldn't die. You could even nourish the origin soul with it. It was like feeding pills to the origin soul, slowly strengthening it. If it were refined into the body and made to guard one's origin soul, the soft light could surround one's body. This would give the user's body an extra layer of protection. If not for this, Su Detsai would have had difficulty surviving the second round of attacks. Wang Lin opened his mouth and inhaled the lantern. The lantern appeared next to his origin soul, and then Wang Lin's body was shrouded in a layer of soft candle light. A warm feeling appeared in Wang Lin's mind. He took a deep breath and excitement filled his eyes. This battle was worth it. The most important thing is the secret to how he could cast spells so quickly. If can grasp it, then my power will increase greatly. Wang Lin had battled against Su Detsai, so he knew how terrifying that cast speed was. With that cast speed, as long as he had the chance, he could put his enemy at a complete disadvantage. The other party would be bombarded by spells without any time to fight back. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he waved his right hand. Su Detsai's seriously injured and extremely weak origin soul appeared in his hand. His origin soul's eyes were closed, as if he was in a coma. It had shrunken to only 3 inches large. He laid quietly in Wang Lin's palm. Starting at this origin soul, Wang Lin's right hand mercilessly squeezed. As his hand squeezed, he used the soul search spell. In truth, it was very difficult to use the soul search spell when the cultivation level gap between them was so great. Only by leaving Su Detsai in this seriously injured state could Wang Lin use the spell freely. All of Su Detsai's memories were searched by Wang Lin without any resistance. Soon, 3 hours passed. Su Detsai had lived for far too long, so trying to find a certain spell in his memory would take a certain amount of time. 3 hours later, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and they were filled with ecstasy. Rapid spell art. The Su Detsai encountered a great fortune early in his life. A meteorite fell from the sky and he found a complex engraving it on. After cultivating it, he gained his terrifying casting speed. Wang Lin opened his palm. Su Detsai's origin soul trembled and began to slowly dissipate, seeming like it could collapse at any moment. But after a long time it didn't collapse or dissipate. Instead, there was a flash of ghostly light, and it was filled with a monstrous resentment. This resentment came from his unwillingness before he died. However, what caused Wang Lin's eyes to narrow was that the resentment reached a certain point and then slowly decreased until it maintained a certain level. Su Detsai's origin soul no longer dissipated, and he slowly opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened and met Wang Lin's gaze, Wang Lin felt his mind rumble and entered a trance. Su Detsai, who was in his palm, flew off into the distance. But Wang Lin soon recovered, and his eyes revealed a strange light along with disbelief. A ghost soul has appeared. Wang Lin had cultivated the multi-layered illusion spell, so he had a good understanding of ghost souls and how they were created. It had nothing to do with cultivation and was extremely rare. The only way to create one was with the method form the Great Soul Sect, but the qualities would be very low. At most, they could only make medium-quality ghost sales. He understood that a dead person or beast that could form its own ghost soul was a great fortune to someone who cultivated the multi-layered illusion spell. Wang Lin's heartbeat accelerated. This sudden surprise shocked him, and he chased after the ghost soul that Su Detsai had formed. He was feeling an indescribable excitement. A mere ghost soul couldn't escape Wang Lin at all. Wang Lin had even dared to kill him when he was alive, so he was certainly not afraid of him after he was dead. Wang Lin returned in an instant, and in his hand he held a struggling ghost soul. Wang Lin put the ghost soul into his storage space. This would be of great use to him. After doing this, Wang Lin took a deep breath and calmly studied the rapid spell art he had obtained from Su Detzai's memory. This art walked an extreme path and allowed one to cast spells at a terrifying degree. The key was opening up 9 spell veins in one's body. Every spell vein would increase one's casting speed greatly. Su Dezai had already opened up 7 spell veins. The so-called spell vein was the name the rapid spell arts use. In truth, it was a special method used with the cost of sealing to speed up the rate of casting spells. Sealing a cultivator's origin soul in the body to form a vortex. Why does this feel similar to some of the ancient clan spells? When Wang Lin was studying the rapid spell art, this thought came into his mind. The more he looked, the more clear this idea became. In the end, he determined that this art was not exclusive to cultivator spells. If it were used with the ancient clan's body, it would become even more terrifying. Unfortunately, I don't have extra origin souls. Wang Lin pondered as he memorized the rapid spell art and fully comprehended it. He then stood up and waved his right hand. The ground trembled and a gourd fell into his hands. Most of the 30 million Dao souls were still there. This treasure didn't suffer much losses. Wang Lin also put away the blue umbrella from the sky, along with the Mosquito King. The EC that was fusing with Su Dezai's arm was also put back into Wang Lin's storage space. After doing all of this, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a flash of coldness. It's time to go back. His body flickered and disappeared from this broken space. Several days had passed, but there was still intense killing intent across the extreme sky prairie. The cultivators that had survived all had high cultivation levels, making killing them more difficult, and the slaughter lasted even longer. Inside the fog, ordinary cultivators would be almost already crazy with bloodshot eyes as they cast various spells inside the fog. The 2 mid-stage Void Tribulent cultivators fought off the combined attack of Lu Wunran and several early-stage Void Tribulent cultivators. Not far away, the remaining 2 female early-stage Void Tribulent cultivators from the Green Devil continent were battling the Great Soul Sect's elders Yenlu and Su Dongda. The Green Devil continent's power had been reduced greatly after losing 2 early-stage Void Tribulent cultivators. The pressure on the 2 mid-stage Void Tribulent old monsters became even stronger as they had to face more people. Several days later, the 2 mid-stage Void Tribulent old monsters were in a sorry stage. They almost could not keep up anymore. This slaughter didn't have as many cultivators as the first time, so the range of the battle was not too large, only a few hundred kilometers. About 100,000 kilometers from the battlefield, it was still covered in fog. There was a stone lying in the mud and grass. At this moment, there was a burst of light and Wang Lin's figure appeared. The sky was dark, shrouded by fog. The rain from several days ago hadn't stopped but had weakened a lot. It had fused with the fog, making it very humid. Wang Lin picked up the space stone and put it inside his storage space. Wang Lin looked into the distance and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. After I enter the space stone, it remains in the same place. This is very dangerous, and unless I have to, it's best not to use it again. Wang Lin's body flickered as ripples echoed and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was outside the battlefield. Here, he could feel the fluctuations of spells and smell the faint scent of death. As long as there were large battles, there would be countless deaths on both sides. Wang Lin had grown tired of these kinds of battles and didn't want to participate much. He had no sense of longing that would make him want to roar, "Cultivators like us never shrink from a fight." He was only here to complete the 3 conditions old ancestor Greenbull had set to repay the Great Soul Sect for those 3 gifts. This was Wang Lin's personality. He repaid kindness shown to him. Right now is not a good time to fight against Void Tribulent cultivators, but if one of them becomes seriously injured, then perhaps I can get lucky. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his body became smoke as he got closer and closer to the battlefield. As he closed in, the fluctuations of spells became even stronger and the aura of death became more intense. He could even faintly hear the sounds of treasures and spells colliding. This battlefield is a good place to capture origin souls to seal in my body for the rapid spell art. Wang Lin got closer and closer to the battlefield. Shortly after, he burst into the battlefield. Thunderous rumbles and fluctuations from spells came from all directions, along with colorful flashes of lights. There were originally 6,000 to 7,000 cultivators from both sides, but now there were less than 4,000 remaining. Their eyes were bloodshot as they engaged in a brutal battle. Wang Lin saw cultivators from the Green Devil continent die and he saw cultivators from the Heavenly Bull continent die, but he didn't act. He didn't want to participate in this killing. In his view, whether it was the Heavenly Bull continent or the Green Devil continent, one was just as bad as the other. There was no difference between them. In a flash, Wang Lin charged into the depths of the battlefield. Shortly after, Wang Lin turned to look toward the right. In the fog, there were 2 cultivators fighting, and the one on the losing end was facing many dangerous situations. The old man from the Green Devil continent was at the mid-stage of Arcane Void and his attacks were vicious. It's him. Wang Lin looked at the cultivator that was retreating. He had some impression of him. He was the old man that had appeared on the extreme sky prairie. This old man was in a sorry state and his face was pale. Blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth, but his expression was determined. After taking a few glances, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he charged forward. The cultivator hunting the old man had a fierce expression and he waved his arms. The 2 giant illusions around him chased after the old man. You have been battling against me for so long. Now die for me. The cultivator raised his hand and pointed forward. The 2 large illusions sped out and were about to catch up to the old man. The old man let out a sigh. He had somewhat seen through life and death. He had seen a lot of friends die in this battle, and now it was his turn. There was a sliver of sadness within him, but even more so, he felt relief. However, it was impossible for him to just die doing nothing. There was a flash of coldness as he prepared to blow himself up. This was the last thing he could do for his hometown before his death as a cultivator of the Heavenly Bull continent. This old man was born in the Heavenly Bull continent. My entire cultivation came from the Heavenly Bull continent, and now I'll return everything to the Heavenly Bull continent. I have no regrets. The old man's eyes were calm as he turned around. However, just as he was about to explode, his pupils shrank as he saw a shadow appear between him and the cultivator chasing him. This was a figure with white hair wearing white. Wang Lin silently appeared and causally waved his hand. The fog in the area rumbled. Then the 2 illusions trembled and suddenly collapsed. The collapse of the 2 illusions caused the expression of the Green Devil continent cultivator to change greatly. It wasn't that his spell was invincible, but for the other party to break it so easily meant only one thing. At the weakest, this person was a void tribulent cultivator. Thoughts flashed through his mind and the Green Devil continent cultivator felt his scalp go numb. He retreated without hesitation and was about to flee this place. Wang Lin let out a cold snort and took one step. He directly appeared a few thousand feet away right in front of the Green Devil continent cultivator. His palm descended like Mount Tai, and the cultivator didn't have any chance to resist as Wang Lin's hand pressed against his head. The cultivator collapsed and shattered into pieces. His origin soul was surrounded by a force and pulled out from the collapsed body. Wang Lin rapidly placed seals on the origin soul and then pressed it against his own chest. The origin soul disappeared, but a vortex appeared in Wang Lin's body. This vortex was the beginning of a spell vein Wang Lin had opened up according to the rapid spell art. All of this happened very fast and ended in a flash. The old man stared dumbfoundedly as he watched Wang Lin disappear. After a long time, he took a deep breath. He is the elder of the Great Soul Sect. The old man had met Wang Lin in the underground palace and recognized him. However, looking at Wang Lin's long, white hair, white robe, and that cold aura, the old man felt like he had met Wang Lin somewhere before. Wang Lin moved through the fog continued to move toward where the void tribulent cultivators were battling. Any arcane void cultivators he met would be immediately killed by him. He would seal their origin souls in his body to strengthen the first spell vein. Wang Lin vaguely understood the principle of the rapid spell art. He would have to constantly seal origin souls of cultivators so that they form a vortex. The rotation of the vortex would then reach an extreme speed. The more cultivators and the higher the cultivation level, the faster the vortex would be. As a result, when Wang Lin needed to use it, the speed of his spells would increase in proportion as well. However, there was a limit. Along the way, Wang Lin had sealed a total of 9 origin souls by the time he got near where the void tribulent cultivators were battling. He could no longer seal any more and couldn't form a second spell vein. This was explained in the rapid spell art, and after Wang Lin experienced it himself, he gained a profound understanding. If he wanted to form the second spell vein, he would need the origin soul of even stronger cultivator. Unless he could be like Su Detsai and start sealing from the Nirvana Void stage, the power would be a lot weaker. The vortex Wang Lin had formed now was stronger than 4 of Su Detsai's vortexes. One could see the vast distance in strength. Arcane Tribulent Cultivators should allow my second spell vein to form, but there aren't many Arcane Tribulent Cultivators here. Wang Lin looked at the fog before him, where all the Void Tribulent Cultivators were battling. After looking for a moment, Wang Lin frowned. It would be very difficult for any of them to become seriously injured. The Green Devil Continent Cultivators have taken some unknown pills that allow them to confront the fog and also enhance their power. Since it's like this, it's better to find the Arcane Tribulent Cultivators first. Wang Lin pondered and was about to quickly leave when his expression suddenly changed. Without hesitation, Wang Lin charged forward at full speed. When he charged out 30 feet, a ray of green light landed where he had been standing. The earth trembled and a thunderous rumble spread. Even the fog seemed to show signs of collapse after being hit by the green light. This blow created a powerful shockwave that pushed Wang Lin far away. If not for the fact that Wang Lin had noticed it in time, that blow would have seriously injured him. Wang Lin didn't turn around, but he felt the hair on his body stand up. He felt a divine sense locked onto him, and he rushed forward. Ripples echoed under his feet and he was about to merge with the world. Seal! However, at this moment, a cold voice echoed and the world seemed to become sealed. Wang Lin was unable to merge with it. Mid-stage void tribulent old monster. Wang Lin judged the cultivation level of the person who had locked onto him. He clenched his teeth and no longer tried to merge with the world. He summoned the Mosquito King that carried him away. Behind Wang Lin, the old man named Zhang who was battling against Lu Wenran and company stared at where Wang Lin escaped to. Killing intent appeared in his eyes and he left to chase Wang Lin, disregarding the situation of the battle. This old man Zhang Daozhong has been waiting for you for several days, and you finally came out, you little fox. You killed Lu Zuan, so I need to appease the sect master's anger. Wang Lin didn't say a word and flew more than 100,000 feet away with the Mosquito King. However, Zhang Daozhong was even faster, so in an instant, the distance between them was less than 1,000 feet. A mid-stage void tribulent old monster on the immortal astral continent could establish their own sect. The 7-colored celestial sovereign was a mid-stage void tribulent cultivator back then. He created his own sect and recruited disciples. Even the Great Soul sect was very polite to him, as these kinds of cultivators deserved respect. With Wang Lin's strength, he could battle early-stage void tribulent cultivators. Killing them would be difficult but not impossible. However, if he were to face an old monster like the peak 7-colored celestial sovereign, the difference would be too great. Even if he had 9 essences and reached the early stage of arcane void, this gap would still be too great. At most, he would gain the ability to fight back. In order to truly resist mid-stage void tribulent old monsters, Wang Lin would have to reach the late stage of arcane void, or his ancient Tao would have to go through the last trial. But Wang Lin had spent his life in danger. Sometimes, killing something didn't only depend on cultivation. There were other factors sometimes. However, at this moment, he had no preparations with a mid-stage void tribulent old monster chasing him. Even the world had been sealed, preventing him from leading, and it would take some time to break the seal. Once the old monster caught up, he would without a doubt die. At this moment of crisis, Wang Lin's full cultivation activated and entered the Mosquito King. The Mosquito King's speed increased greatly as it charged forward. Behind him, Zhang Daozhong calmly followed. Only there was monstrous killing intent hidden in his eyes. I want to see how you will escape under my gaze. Zhang Daozong was still angry about being tricked by Wang Lin. Also, Wang Lin had killed Lu Ziyuang, and he couldn't afford to face the sect master unless he killed Wang Lin. As for the impact of him leaving the battlefield, he didn't care. The reason he dared to leave was because this was all part of a plan the Green Devil continent had set for Wang Lin. This plan was to sacrifice a large amount of cultivators to delay this battle and lure Wang Lin out. In truth, if the Green Devil continent wanted to, they could have ended the second battle quickly because their reinforcements had arrived 2 days ago. The reason the reinforcements hadn't appeared and had hidden themselves was to kill Wang Lin. The things Wang Lin had done in the Pill Sea angered the 3 old ancestors of the Green Devil continent, so they had sent out a kill order for Wang Lin. This was because everything Wang Lin had done was heaven-shaking. He had killed the Green Devil continent's genius Void Cloud's avatar and destroyed their plan at the Pill Sea, resulting in the celestial pill exploding early. This caused the Green Devil continent to be affected, and part of it was destroyed along with most of the Green Devil continent cultivators at the Pill Sea. These were things that happened before, and now Wang Lin had killed the Devil Dao sect's Lu Ziyuan. Even Su Dezai was likely slaughtered by his vile methods. These series of things made Wang Lin the #1 must-kill target of the Green Devil continent at the beginning of this war. The moment Zhang Daozong began chasing Wang Lin, 100,000 kilometers away from the battlefield, 4 auras suddenly erupted. All 4 were mid-stage void turbulent. What was even more shocking was that after the 4 auras appeared, the sky above the extreme sky prairie turned into a strange shade of green. The green condensed into a giant scorpion. This scorpion let out bursts of hisses, and a green fog spread out toward the battlefield below. Green Devil Messenger. When Lu Wenran, who was battling the old man named Zhao, felt the 4 auras appear and saw the green scorpion in the sky, his expression changed greatly. He had personally fought against the Green Devil Messengers and knew how terrifying they were. He didn't expect for them to appear here. It has to be said, even in the Pill Sea, only 3 had appeared. For the Green Devil continent, every single Green Devil Messenger was extremely precious, so they wouldn't casually send out too many. Lu Wenran's face turned deathly pale. He didn't know that the target of these 4 Green Devil Messengers was Wang Lin. As for the Meridian, it was merely an accident. Lu Wenran's eyes were filled with fear as he roared, "Quickly return to the underground palace and seal the entrance." Even without his reminder, when the Heavenly Bull continent cultivators felt those 4 auras and saw the green scorpion in the sky, the only thought in their minds was to quickly return to the underground palace. After all, that was the last line of defense. The 4 Green Devil Messengers and the 2 mid-stage void turbulent old monsters were impossible to defend against. Ordinary cultivators landed on the ground and instantly entered the underground palace. Only the Heavenly Bull continent cultivators could do this. The Green Devil continent cultivators couldn't enter the earth. After all, the formation here still existed and was at full power. However, void turbulent cultivators like Lu Wenran were already locked onto and wouldn't be allowed to escape so easily. The 4 rays of green light moved through the fog. The giant scorpion in the sky continued to descend, releasing a large amount of green fog on its way. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, all the void turbulent cultivators from the Heavenly Bull continent let out roars of anger. It seemed like they were being prevented from entering the ground. As for Wang Lin, he was also inside the fog, and he felt the 4 powerful aura closing in. When he saw the giant green scorpion in the sky, he couldn't help but gasp. He clearly understood that his only chance would be to return to the underground palace. Once he was too late and the underground palace was sealed, he would have to face 6 mid-stage void turbulent old monsters. He wouldn't have the slightest chance of survival, even if he were to use the avatar and the 3 life spell. Everything would still result in his death. This life or death crisis was even more intense than normal. Wang Lin didn't hesitate, and the Mosquito King charged toward the earth. As long as he could touch the ground, he could enter it to leave. However, the world here had been sealed and he couldn't teleport, so it all depended on speed. When the mosquito beast rushed to the earth, Zhang Daozong was less than 500 feet behind him. He was in no rush to attack. He wanted to see Wang Lin suffer in despair before death. In the distance, a ray of green light closed in. A green devil messenger was going to hunt Wang Lin with the old man named Zhang. For the green devil continent, Wang Lin had to be killed. Otherwise, they can't dispel the hatred in their hearts. The green devil messengers were different from ordinary cultivators. They were extremely cold and fierce. They didn't care about what the enemy's cultivation level was. Even if they were facing a little Foundation establishment disciple, they would still use full force. They wouldn't consider that an insult to their identity. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He was till 3,000 feet away from the earth. In the distance he saw Yen Lu cough out blood. Her delicate body trembled as she escaped into the earth. After Yen Lu, a pale-faced Sudongda also escaped into the earth. The void tribulent cultivators entered the earth one by one after being injured. Lu Wenran coughed out a large mouthful of blood, and his right arm exploded as he charged toward the earth. A green devil messenger chased after him. Once Lu Wenran enters the earth, he will choose to seal the underground palace. I must be fast, faster. Wang Lin was anxious and was less than 1,000 feet from the earth. But at this moment Zhang Daozong attacked. It's over. After Zhang Daozong spoke, he pointed at Wang Lin. With that, the green light that terrified Wang Lin flew toward him. It instantly closed in. Wang Lin suddenly turned around and revealed a decisive gaze. The moment the green light closed in, the blue umbrella appeared before him. After the umbrella appeared, Wang Lin didn't have time to feel heartache over it as he roared. Explode! A thunderous rumble echoed when the green light collided with the explosion from the blue umbrella. The impact hit Wang Lin and popping sounds echoed inside his body. He coughed out blood as he put the Mosquito King away. He was less than 500 feet from the ground. The distance that normally wouldn't even take more than a breath to cross became a gap as wide as the heavens and earth. This was because not only was the old man named Zhang closing in, but the cold green devil messenger was less than 1,000 feet away as well. Facing two mid-stage void tribulent old monsters, Wang Lin couldn't cross that 500-foot distance. In the distance, Lu Wenran coughed out blood as he fell to the earth and disappeared. He saw Wang Lin, but he didn't hesitate to close the underground palace. He could have chosen to wait a little after securing his own safety to seal the underground palace. But he didn't. Fluctuations came from the earth. It was rapidly sealing. Wang Lin's eyes became red, as if he had gone crazy. As Zhang Daozong and the Green Devil Messenger closed in, he took out the 30 million Dao Soul Gourd. He threw it forward. Explode! Wang Lin's heart ached, but he didn't have time to think too much. As he roared, the 30 million Dao souls inside the gourd exploded and let out a thunderous explosion that echoed across the entire extreme sky prairie. The explosion of 30 million Dao souls was enough to threaten a mid-stage void tribulent cultivator. Even Zhang Daozhong's expression changed greatly as he quickly retreated. The Green Devil Messenger frowned and paused for a moment. With this chance, Wang Lin crossed the 500 feet distance in a frenzy. Just as the formation was about to close, he entered. The moment Wang Lin entered the earth, his face was pale and he could no longer hold in that mouthful of blood. So he allowed it to spray out. Just as he entered the earth, he felt the formation completely seal off behind him. If he had been a bit slower, he would have been stuck outside. At that time, he would face 6 mid-stage void tribulent old monsters. Even if he were to use all 3 of his lives, he wouldn't have a chance of surviving. However, the cost was simply too great. The collapse of the 30 million Dao souls made Wang Lin's heart ache. If the gourd had been used properly, he could have seriously injured a mid-stage void tribulent old monster. But he could only let it explode to give him a chance to escape. Forget it. Even though that gourd was extremely powerful, it was only an outside force. As long as I survive this crisis, I'll eventually obtain even stronger treasures. Zhang Daozong. I'll remember this. Wang Lin's expression was very gloomy. What happened just now was the most dangerous situation he had been in since he arrived on the immortal astral continent. If he had been a bit careless, he would already be dead. Wang Lin was always one to get revenge. He had memorized Zhang Daozong's attempt on his life, and he had already memorized Lu Wenran's action. Earlier, If Lu Wunran had delayed the sealing of the underground palace, Wang Lin might not have needed to explode the gourd to make it to the ground. But Lu Wunran's selfishness had placed Wang Lin in a dangerous situation. Lu Wunran. Wang Lin's eyes were red and were filled killing intent. When he came to the immortal astral continent, he had no sense of belonging. The people and places he saw all felt like strangers. He didn't hate the people here. Everyone was busy with their own purposes. But now he had changed his mind. This happened due to what had just happened. In a flash, Wang Lin entered the depths of the earth and he soon saw the underground palace. Thunderous rumbles echoed from above. Someone was attacking the formation to break into the underground palace. Although the formation was powerful, if 6 mid-stage void turbulent old monsters continued to attack, it would eventually be broken. In a flash, Wang Lin entered the underground palace. Only a little more than 1,000 cultivators had escaped. They were worried and had no intention of cultivating. They looked up as they listened to the rumbles above. They were anxious and desperate. His gaze would occasionally sweep toward the palaces. That was where the void turbulent cultivators were, and they were seriously injured as well. As the thunderous rumbles above became even more intense, the underground palace began to tremble and soil began to fall from the ceiling. Although they knew that it would take the Green Devil Continent cultivators a long time to break the formation, the continuous rumbling created an invisible pressure on everyone. Under this kind of pressure, those without a strong will would likely go crazy. As the thunderous rumbles continued to echo, many of the remaining cultivators revealed despair in their eyes. Looking at the dirt falling from above and feeling the palace shake, their fear became even more intense. It's over. They have 6 powerful old monsters and this formation can't protect us at all. Once they open the formation, we will be dead. The Green Devil Continent has reinforcements, why don't we have any? Why is it just us guarding this place? There is no need to guard anymore. It's useless. This place will soon be broken into. We should escape immediately. Their outroar echoed through the underground palace like a storm. Wang Lin was sitting inside his cave. His cave had no door, so he could easily see everything outside at a glance. Listening to the despair of those cultivators and feeling the endless rumbles from above, Wang Lin's expression gradually became gloomy. Wang Lin didn't care about the palace being destroyed. He was pondering how to deal with that Zhang Daozong once the Green Devil Continent cultivators slaughtered their way in. If they could seal the world once, then they could do it a second, third, and fourth time. This sealing was specifically targeted at him, which gave him a headache. Through this, Wang Lin was able to determine that the Green Devil Continent had noticed him, and they likely knew about the matter in the Pill Sea. It was like the 4 mid-stage void turbulent old monsters were here for him. Breaking open the 3rd meridian is only one of their goals. The other is likely to kill me. As a result, they must have planned this out very well to not give me any chance to escape. So if I want to save myself and fight back, then I must make myself stronger at any cost. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He quickly focused thinking of a way to make himself stronger. It had been a long time since he last felt like this. Only by being under the constant pressure of life or death could Wang Lin grown to this point in less than 3,000 years. Just as Wang Lin pondered, aside from a few hundred cultivators, the remaining cultivators' uproar became even more intense as the rumbling continued. It was unknown who was leading the way, but they even swarmed around the palaces. Fellow void turbulent cultivators, what should we do now? The Green Devil Continent cultivators are about to slaughter their way in. How should we resist? Do we have reinforcements? If we do, when will they arrive? And if there are none, are we just waiting to die? Senior, please give us an explanation. Give us an answer. If there are no answers, we can't wait for death. At most, this old man will surrender to the green. The last person who spoke was a middle-aged man. He was angry, afraid, and filled with despair. However, just at this moment, his eyes widened and his body flew into the air. His hands struggled around his neck as if someone was choking him. There seemed to be a giant pair of invisible hands choking his cheek. No matter how much he struggled, he could not break free. With a thunderous bang, the cultivator exploded into a blood mist that scattered across the more than 1,000 cultivators here. When the blood fell on their faces, everyone became silent. "What are you all panicking for?" A cold voice came out from the palace. Lu Wenran, who had lost an arm, walked out with a pale face, but his gaze was gloomy. Behind him, Yen Lu's face was deathly pale. She had specks of blood on her clothes, and she silently followed. Next to her was Su Dongde, who looked really weak. It seemed like he had been seriously injured at the last moment. Behind the three of them were the three early-stage void turbulent cultivators from the nearby sections. They were all weakened and silently followed. With Lu Wenran leading the way, all the void turbulent cultivators flew out. The old man named Zhou also followed everyone. Lu Wenran's gaze swept the earth before him. At this moment, he was faintly excited and didn't pay attention to the surrounding cave. He just subconsciously swept by. It is not the most critical moment yet. If anyone dares to cause any more chaos, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Fellow cultivator Zhou, come explain the situation. After Lu Wenran spoke, he looked at the old man named Zhou. The old man's heart trembled and he quickly nodded. He looked at the people below him with a complicated expression. With a sigh, he clasped his hands and spoke. Fellow cultivators, this old man is the one in charge of the underground palace here. Most of you have seen me. Make it quick. Lu Wenran frowned. The old man named Zhou trembled and spoke faster. This is the situation. Although there are 6 void turbulent old monsters outside, the third meridian still has a final ace. Once it is used, we can fight our way out and ensure everyone can safely leave. So please don't panic. This last method requires everyone to use their full cultivation to summon the soul of the heavenly bull and turn it into a suit of soul armor. After equipping the soul armor, the spirit of the heavenly bull will enter your body and your cultivation will reach a terrifying level in a short period of time. The old man named Zhou quickly said. After hearing this, the more than 1,000 cultivators' breathing became rough. They had never heard of this before. They even doubted the existence of the heavenly bull, but it seemed the heavenly bull did exist, and summoning its soul armor would increase one's cultivation level greatly. Because there is a certain level of danger to wearing the armor, after discussion between the void turbulent cultivators, we agreed to let Elder Lu, who has the highest cultivation level and contribution, have it. As the old man named Zhou spoke, in the distant cave, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a strange light. He didn't believe that Lu Wenran would wear this soul armor only if there was real danger. There had to be other benefits or else Lu Wenran would never do this. Fellow cultivators, although this soul armor is dangerous, it is a critical moment for our heavenly bull continent. How can I let others do it just because it's dangerous? The more dangerous it is, all the more reason I must be the one to wear it. If I die an unexpected death due to the soul armor, then please every year on this day, just send me a jug of old wine. Lu Wenran was extremely excited on the inside and could hardly contain himself. However, on the surface, he revealed a look of sadness, as if he was risking it all. His words caused Yen Lu to reveal an undetectable hint of contempt. When they were discussing this matter, Yen Lu realized that this was a great fortune. Summoning the soul of the heavenly bull to wear as an armor and gaining a big boost in cultivation level for a short period of time would help one increase their cultivation level and gain unimaginable benefits. However, not everyone could do this. Only after forming a connection with the heavenly bull could one do this. The greater the connection, the more terrifying the increase in cultivation level. Although it was a temporary increase, it would be much easier to climb to that cultivation level in the future. This kind of opportunity was extremely rare. Only when the entire Heavenly Bull continent was threatened and the Heavenly Bull 7 Meridian formation was activated could this happen. Most importantly, the amount of times the Heavenly Bull soul was summoned couldn't be high. If it was summoned too much, the soul of the Heavenly Bull would dissipate and the entire Heavenly Bull continent would be affected. This would affect the mortals and the foundation of the Heavenly Bull continent. Although this was the case, there would be some crazed people who would disregard all life and try to activate it by force. Someone like this would certainly be punished by the royal family. This was an indisputable order in the land of the Celestials. It had lasted for countless years, and no one had ever dared to violate it. Once it was violated, one person would die, one sect would die, one continent would die. The order stated that unless it came to the very survival of the cultivators on a continent, no one was allowed to damage the seals on the souls of the beasts. With the Green Devil continent invading, this command became lax. Yen Lu naturally desired such an opportunity. Su Dongda also longed for it, and the 3 early-stage Void Tribulent cultivators also longed for it, but they couldn't compete with Lu Wunran. Even if Lu Wunran was injured, but just based on the contribution in this war, they couldn't say anything. The muffled rumbles from above still continued. It was like the scythe of death that could come to reap their life at any moment. Fellow cultivators, please sit down and release your full cultivation. Focus your thoughts on the Heavenly Bull, and help me summon the soul of the Heavenly Bull continent. Lu Wunran's heart was filled with excitement. He had waited for this opportunity for a long time. He knew that although the soul armor was dangerous, it wasn't that big of a deal. Most importantly, if he missed this chance, he would have to wait for countless years for the next opportunity. This time, there would be a total of 7 people who would be eligible to obtain the soul armor. These 7 people would be famous in the Heavenly Bull continent in the future. After he spoke, the cultivators below pondered a bit and then sat down. They had no choice, this was the only way. Yen Lu and company behind Lu Wunran were unwilling, but it was too late, so they could only secretly sigh and sit down. Right now, only Lu Wunran remained standing, and he could not hide the excitement in his eyes. He looked at the old man named Zhou and nodded. The old man named Zhou didn't dare to refuse. His hands quickly formed seals and he began muttering a chant that only he could hear. His cultivation was lacking, and the reason he was in charge of this place and didn't have to participate too much in the battle was because his body made it easier for him to communicate with the Heavenly Bull's soul. He was similar to the Green Devil messengers. His identity was that of a Heavenly Bull servant. Wang Lin was sitting inside the cave. His eyes lit up, but he didn't act recklessly. He continued to wait. Outside the cave, the old man named Zhou bit the tip of his tongue and coughed out blood. His right hand grabbed the blood and formed a blood seal. Heavenly Bull's holy soul. I use my blood to guide the holy soul. The old man's expression was solemn as he threw the blood seal in his hand. The seal released a bright red light that shrouded the entire underground palace. Fellow cultivators, send your cultivation into this blood light. The old man named Zhou suddenly shouted. After he roared, the more than 1,000 cultivators released their full cultivation. Ripples echoed across the earth. When the last cultivator sent out their cultivation, they revealed a painful expression. All the cultivation they had spread out was absorbed by the blood light. The endless blood light absorbed all the cultivation and flew back into the blood seal. There was a thunderous bang and then gray fog appeared. The blood seal was at the center of the fog, and it slowly turned until a vortex formed. The vortex slowly sped up. As it turned, thunderous rumbles started to echo. The depths of the vortex seemed to lead to a mysterious space. A crazed roar came out of the strange space. Roar! The moment this sound appeared, the underground palace trembled. When the cultivators below heard this, their faces turned pale. They coughed out blood and looked weakened. Even the expressions of Yen Lu and company changed when they heard this roar. This was the roar of the Heavenly Bull. Lu Wunran could no longer hide his excitement and revealed it completely. He stared at the strange space inside the vortex and began to laugh as he listened to the roar of the Heavenly Bull. His inner excitement had reached a limit. His eyes revealed desire and greed. He understood that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to obtain that short burst of power that would benefit him greatly in the future. Wang Lin was inside the cave and staring at the vortex in the sky. He listened to the roar of the Heavenly Bull. He was no stranger to this roar. The first step to summoning the soul of the Heavenly Bull was the cultivation of more than 1,000 cultivators to open up the vortex to the sealed Heavenly Bull. The blood imprint was the second step. Fellow cultivators, take 9 drops of 450 grams of blood. No more and no less, and gather it in your right index finger. The old man named Zhou waved his right hand, and a wound appeared on the tip of his right index finger. The proper amount of blood flew out. At the same time, the more than 1,000 cultivators below raised their right hands. At this point, they had no path of retreat. They followed the old man named Zhou and squeezed out the proper amount of blood, which then flew out. The large amount of blood condensed together to form a chain that swept into the vortex. After reaching deep into the vortex, it fiercely pulled out. The roar of the heavenly pull echoed once more. The blood chain seemed like it was trying to pull out the soul of the heavenly bull. The roar became even louder and Lu Wenran became even more excited. He licked his lips and his eyes were filled with monstrous longing. This is mine. This belongs to me, Lu Wenran. With the heavenly bull soul armor, I can slaughter my way out. Although the power will only last for a short period of time, I won't easily return this armor. Lu Wenran stared at the vortex in excitement. He had waited a long time for this day. The reason he had targeted Wang Lin was because of esteemed Green Bull's attitude toward Wang Lin, so he felt threatened. Then they were both sent here as well, which made Lu Wenran act the way he had. The red chain continued to pull, and the roar of the heavenly bull became even more clear. A silhouette of the bull was being pulled out. However, this didn't last for long before the chain showed signs of not being able to last. Seeing this, there was a flash of coldness in Lu Wenran's eyes. Fellow cultivator Zhou. Lu Wenran suddenly turned to look at the old man named Zhou. Then he glanced at Yen Lu and company. The old man named Zhou smiled bitterly in his heart. He clenched his teeth and clasped his hands at Yen Lu and company. The heavenly bull is not coming out. I ask fellow seniors to release your origin souls to help me pull the soul out. After the old man named Zhou spoke, his right hand touched his forehead and his origin soul flew out. He flew toward the vortex and grabbed the chain. At this time, under Lu Wenran's red and threatening gaze, the 3 early-stage void turbulent cultivators from the extreme sky prairie sat down and closed their eyes. They felt helpless as their origin souls flew out to help the old man named Zhou. Elder Yen Lu, Elder Dongda. Lu Wenran looked at the two of them with a chilling gaze. Yen Lu let out a sigh and no longer hesitated. Both of them sat down and their origin souls flew out, grabbing the red chain. With the power of 5 void turbulent cultivators and the old man named Zhou as the guide, everyone pulled. The heavenly bull inside the vortex let out a heaven-shattering roar. It echoed through the palace, through the earth, and even to the surface. As the roar echoed, a giant heavenly bull silhouette was pulled out from the vortex. A terrifying pressure shrouded the area. The moment the heavenly bull silhouette appeared, it shined brightly and attracted the gazes of all the cultivators below. The heavenly bull silhouette shrank rapidly before everyone's gazes and turned into a suit of armor that floated in the air. The armor was completely black and gave off a powerful soul aura. The moment the armor appeared, Yen Lu and company's origin souls returned to their bodies, and they revealed complicated expressions. Lu Wenran laughed as he charged toward the armor. The heavenly bull 3rd meridian soul armor belongs to me, Lu Wenran. However, just as Lu Wenran was about to walk out, a ray of light charged toward the armor from a cave not far away. I don't agree that the soul armor belongs to you. This voice was cold as the winter wind, and it set off a huge wave as it echoed. Yen Lu's eyes narrowed and revealed a hint of joy. Compared to Lu Wenran, for some unknown reason, she would rather Wang Lin have it. There was also the old man named Zhou. His expression changed greatly and there was fear in his eyes. Su Dongda's eyes revealed a strange light as he looked at Wang Lin, but no one knew what he was thinking. The 3 early-stage void turbulent cultivators looked up and began to pay attention. There were also the more than 1,000 cultivators below. They were all startled and didn't expect such a thing to occur. Someone would disagree with Lu Wenran's decision after the soul armor appeared. It has to be said that although Lu Wenran was injured, his cultivation was still there. His cultivation was not something ordinary cultivators could challenge. As Wang Lin's words echoed, he charged out with the long-prepared spatial bending. He appeared before the soul armor and blocked Lu Wenran. Wang Lin. Lu Wenran's eyes revealed crazed killing intent. He didn't expect Wang Lin to be in the underground palace. When he had fled underground, he saw Wang Lin. He had deliberately sealed the underground palace the moment he entered to kill Wang Lin with a borrowed knife. However, not only had Wang Lin not died, but he had come to destroy his plan. Now he could no longer hide the killing intent in his eyes. You dare to stop me? You're courting death. Lu Wenran charged at Wang Lin and raised his right hand. His mid-stage void, turbulent cultivation erupted. Do you dare to injure me in the eye of the public? I'm an elder of the Great Soul Sect, someone that old ancestor Green Bull sent to guard this place. You dare to injure me? Are you not afraid of the pursuit of the Great Soul Sect? Are you not afraid of the anger of old ancestor Green Bull? Are you not afraid there will be no place for you in the Heavenly Bull continent because you killed an ally during a war? Wang Lin didn't dodge at all as his voice echoed. As he roared, the more than 1,000 cultivators below remembered that the elders that came from the Great Soul Sect weren't just Lu Wenran, Yen Lu, and Su Dongda. There was a fourth person. Lu Wenran's expression changed and his body subconsciously paused for a moment. Wang Lin seized the opportunity to step back, but when he touched the soul armor, it showed no sign of integrating with him. This caused Wang Lin's eyes to narrow. Lu Wenran stared at Wang Lin. Along with the killing intent in his eyes, there was also mockery. The soul armor has not reached the last step, so you can't fuse with it. Wang Lin remained calm as he stared at Lu Wenran and slowly said, It doesn't matter if I can't fuse with it, but I don't agree with you fusing with it. Since he first entered the palace, he had kept a low profile. Even the other people here had forgotten that he was an elder of the Great Soul Sect. However, at this moment, he became arrogant and no longer kept a low profile. His words and actions immediately attracted the gazes of the below. Many of them didn't understand how Wang Lin dared to go against Lu Wenran with his cultivation level. However, the viciousness of his words was more powerful than any treasure, making Lu Wenran not dare to act. As Wang Lin had said, if Lu Wenran attacked today in front of everyone else, unless he killed everyone present, the Great Soul Sect would never forgive him. Even if everyone here were to die, the old ancestor would still be able to divinate this kind of big matter. He would still be hunted by the Great Soul Sect. At that time, he would have no place in the entire Heavenly Bull continent. Just thinking about this made him become covered in cold sweat. How would he dare to attack anymore? Lu Wenran stared at Wang Lin and slowly said, So it was Elder Wang. When you suddenly appeared, I thought a spy had entered to steal the soul armor, so I attacked. Now that I recognize it is Elder Wang, it was a misunderstanding. Wang Lin slowly said, No problem. Since Elder Lu admits your mistake, I naturally won't fault you. However, Elder Lu, I don't agree with you taking the soul armor. Lu Wenran fiercely clenched his hands under his sleeves, but he revealed a smile. Oh, I wonder who should have it? Yourself. Lu Wenran didn't ask for the reason but changed the direction of the conversion to attack Wang Lin. If Elder Wang has taken a fancy to the soul armor and you want it for yourself, then I can understand your actions. For your own self-interest, you will disregard the lives of the more than 1,000 cultivators here. Elder Wang, I underestimated you. However, even if you don't agree, even if you want it for yourself, you have to ask everyone here if you have the qualifications. Lu Wenran's cultivation level was high, so it was natural that he was cunning. With a few words, he had completely removed Wang Lin's momentum and his own mishap and even turned the situation around. I believe Elder Wang Lin has the qualifications. As soon as Lu Wenran finished speaking, Yen Lu suddenly opened her mouth. Her words were soft, but they echoed through the underground palace and shook everyone's hearts. As she spoke, Yen Lu smiled at Wang Lin. Elder Yen Lu, you have to take responsibility for your own words. Lu Wenran's pupils shrank. He stared at Yen Lu and his gaze became cold. Yen Lu looked at Lu Wenran and gloomily said, I don't need Elder Lu to remind me. Yen Lu naturally knows. I also believe Elder Wang has the qualifications, Su Dongda suddenly said on the side. After his words echoed, The more than 1,000 cultivators below went into an uproar. The words of one void tribulent cultivator was already heavy, but now 2 void tribulent cultivators had recognized Wang Lin. This in of itself revealed the problem at hand. Most importantly, they were both great soul sect elders. Good. The coldness in Lu Wenran's eyes became even stranger as he looked at Su Dongda. The anger in his heart had reached a limit. Lu Wenran stared at the 3 void tribulent cultivators from the nearby sects and said while gritting his teeth, "Do the 3 of you think that Elder Wang's cultivation level is high enough to use the soul armor? Are you going to put the lives of the 1,000 cultivators here on someone at his cultivation level?" The 3 of them remained silent. They didn't want to offend Lu Wenran, but they also didn't want to offend Yen Lu and Su Dongda. After all, they were all great soul sect elders. As for Wang Lin, they didn't take him too seriously. Their silence made Lu Wenran sneer. His gaze landed on the cultivators below. Everyone he looked at lowered their heads. None of them dared to speak at this moment. Since the others remained silent and Elder Yen Lu and Elder Su Dongda think I do? What does Elder Lu think? From the start, Wang Lin's expression had been calm. Lu Wenran stared at Wang Lin, and a moment later, he laughed. The anger in his heart instantly disappeared and he restored his calmness. Elder Wang indeed has the qualifications. Now then, it is a choice between you and me. I want to know your reasoning for not agreeing with me obtaining the soul armor. Wang Lin coldly said, "You haven't contributed enough to this war." When Lu Wenran heard this, he immediately laughed. "I haven't contributed enough? I took you all to fight twice and brought you all back to the underground palace. In the first battle, I held off the enemy mid-stage void tribulent cultivator, and in the second battle, I held them off as well. If not for me, there wouldn't be more than 1,000 cultivators alive. Everyone would be dead. My contribution isn't enough? Then, Elder Wang, I want to ask, what contributions have you made?" Wang Lin didn't hesitate to wave his right hand. Lu Ziyuan's head appeared in his hand. He raised up the head. "He is a Green Devil Continent Void Tribulent Cultivator. I killed him." After he spoke and the head appeared, the entire underground palace became silent, but soon a huge wave was set off. Everyone here knew about the death of the Green Devil Continent's Void Tribulent Cultivator. They had countless guesses about who had killed the enemy Void Tribulent Cultivator. This question had no answer, but at this moment, when they heard Wang Lin's words and saw the head, their hearts rumbled. They were filled with fear and disbelief. It was him. It was he who killed the enemy Void Tribulent Cultivator. How can this be? He is obviously not even at the arcane Void stage, but he could kill Void Tribulent Cultivators. To kill a Void Tribulent Cultivator in such a short period of time, this person must be hiding his cultivation level. His cultivation can't be as it seems. He is also an elder of the Great Soul Sect, so how can he be weak? The Great Soul Sect must have their own plans for sending him. It wouldn't be as simple as sending him here to die. This person has been very low profile and didn't compete with others to live in the palace. Instead, he chose to live in cave like us. If such a person obtains the soul armor, it is fine. When Yen Lu saw the head, she still gasped even though she had already guessed it. Her gaze toward Wang Lin changed greatly. It really was him. There was also Su Dongda beside her. His pupils shrank and a huge wave was set off in his heart. As for the 3 Void Tribulent Cultivators from the nearby sects, they were even more shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at Wang Lin. The old man named Zhou felt his heart skip a beat. He suddenly thought about the door to the cave that he had destroyed but hadn't repaired yet. An uproar echoed from below and entered Lu Wenran's ears. His calm expression fluctuated as he stared at the head filled with fear and unwillingness in Wang Lin's hand. His heart trembled. He clearly knew that if he let things continue like this, then Wang Lin's contribution would be similar to his. He refused to allow such a thing to happen. Elder Wang is joking. I personally saw a senior with inexplicable cultivation kill this person and throw the body aside. I didn't expect you to take his head to pretend you killed him. Lu Wenran's expression revealed nothing as he spoke. With this identity he could not say such things, but for the sake of using the soul armor, he had to slander Wang Lin. Because the last step of fusing with the soul armor was the will of all the participating cultivators here. Only by obtaining the approval of the vast majority of the cultivators here could he fuse with the soul armor. Once he fused with it, he would no longer need to consider the opinion of anyone else. Elder Wang Lin, I didn't expect you to do this. With your cultivation, how could you kill a void tribulent cultivator? It's fine if you can't kill a void tribulent cultivator. It's fine that you avoided the battle. No one will say anything, even though many people from the third meridian have died. But even though they died bravely. I will not forget them. No one here will forget them. The heavenly bull continent will not forget them. Put away the head and back down. I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, if you continue to play with us and pretend to take credit, I can kill you without asking the ancestor. Because your behavior is not just an insult to me, but an insult to the more than 10,000 dead souls here. Lu Wenran roared at Wang Lin with a strange force in his voice. His expression was very excited, as if he was very angry about Wang Lin's behavior, but he was still restraining himself as if he was grieving. His words immediately caused the uproar of Wang Lin taking out Lu Ziyuan's head to die down a lot. The more than 1,000 cultivators below began to silently ponder. There were many people who looked at Wang Lin with contempt and anger. Elder Lu's words are quite accurate. He could never achieve it with his cultivation level. He must have taken the head to pretend. This kind of person is simply too shameless. That's right. With Elder Lu's cultivation level and identity, how could he lie? If he saw someone else act, then it should be accurate. There is something wrong. If Elder Lu had witnessed it, why did he only mention it now? In the midst of the uproar, only the few void tribulent cultivators remained quiet. They naturally had their own judgment and calmly looked at Wang Lin and Lu Wenran. Listening to Lu Wenran's words, Wang Lin shook his head. He looked at Lu Wenran with a hint of mockery and revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. Wang Lin didn't seem to care. When Lu Wenran saw Wang Lin's expression and gaze, his heart skipped a beat. However, he had carefully thought about this, and there was no way for Wang Lin to take out any real evidence. Unless it was an origin soul. Thinking about this, Lu Wenran no longer worried. Although he hadn't watched that person die, he had sensed Lu Ziyuan's origin soul collapse. So he knew there was no chance the origin soul was still around. I took out his head and you say I'm faking it. Then look at this. Wang Lin's gaze became cold, and he no longer wasted time arguing with Lu Wenran. He waved his right hand and a second head appeared. This head was the Green Devil Continent Void, Tribulent Cultivator Su Dutsai. Su Dutsai's head was in a sorry state. His empty eyes revealed endless fear and resentment. There were dried blood marks coming out of his orifices. The moment the head appeared, the entire underground palace became dead silent. Everyone's gazes were locked onto the head. Even the 3 void tribulent cultivators from the nearby sect suddenly stood up. It's him! Su Dutsai. I battled against him in the first battle. He can cast spells extremely fast. Ordinary cultivators at the same cultivation level would not be his match. I was wondering why he didn't show up in the second battle. It turns out he was killed by Elder Wang. The 3 of them all gasped and looked at each other. They saw the fear and shock in each other's eyes. Yen Lu's expression also changed, and she subconsciously stood up. She stared at Su Dutsai's head and was filled with disbelief. She already thought it was crazy for Wang Lin to kill one, but now she saw the second. There was also Su Dongda. His heart trembled, and for the first time, he looked at Wang Lin with deep fear in his eyes. He had only spoken up earlier because he felt like Lu Wenran was being too arrogant, which made him unhappy. However, now he felt like his actions were extremely correct. If this Wang Lin was not qualified, then no one here was qualified. As for the old man named Zhou, his face was deathly pale. He clearly remembered that he didn't consider Wang Lin worthy, and his words were not polite. Thinking about this, he was covered in cold sweat. This fiend! He has the heads of 2 void tribulent cultivators. It's impossible that he took both heads after someone else killed them. The more than 1,000 cultivators below silently pondered for a while. Then an uproar even more intense than before broke out. To them, void tribulant cultivators were divine beings far above them. Seeing Wang Lin take out the heads of 2 void tribulant cultivators was too much of a shock for them. You can say that an old man with unfathomable cultivation level killed the first Green Devil Continent void tribulant cultivator. Then I just happened to see and cut the head off the corpse. Then that unfathomable old man appeared when I went out for my patrol and killed the second Green Devil Continent void tribulant cultivator. I also happened to see it and I cut the head off the corpse. Wang Lin said gloomily as he looked at Lu Wenran, whose expression was rapidly changing. Lu Wenran's heart rumbled like a huge wave. He looked at Su Detsai's head and his scalp felt numb. He looked at Wang Lin and didn't expect him to have killed 2 early-stage void tribulant cultivators. Even for him, void tribulant cultivators were no joke. This Su Detsai was so famous in the Green Devil Continent that even he, Lu Wenran, had heard of him. He knew Su Detsai had a terrifying casting speed. During the first battle, when he battled Zhang Daozong, he recognized Su Detsai. After Wang Lin spoke, Lu Wenran's expression was a bit twisted and he spoke slowly. I didn't see the unfathomable old man, but since he acted once, there is a chance he acted a second time. As for you having the heads, I can only say your luck is pretty good. You, Lu Wenran's words were interrupted by Wang Lin's laughter. As Wang Lin laughed, he raised his left hand and a ghost soul appeared in his left palm. The ghost soul let out a miserable scream, and its appearance was that of Su Detsai. Lu Wenran. And look at what this is. Wang Lin stared at Lu Wenran. When Lu Wenran saw the ghost soul, his face turned pale and he retreated a few steps. He opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he couldn't say a word. The moment Su Detsai's ghost soul appeared, all his words from before became pointless. Fellow cultivator Zoom, what are the steps to fuse with the armor? Don't waste time. Wang Lin's gaze swept past the old man named Zhou. The old man's heart trembled and he quickly nodded. Even Lu Wenran was speechless. Unless Lu Wenran decided to kill Wang Lin now, then everything was already set. Fellow cultivators, this is the last step of the soul fusion. Because the soul armor was summoned by your blood and cultivation. Whoever is willed by the majority of you can integrate with the soul armor. The old man named Zhou was crafty and didn't specify who, so he wouldn't offend Lu Wenran too much. Once he spoke, everyone became silent. Lu Wenran raised his head and killing intent arose within him as he stared at Wang Lin. He was measuring the gains and losses of his actions, but he was unwilling to give up just like this. Bold thief, you pretend to gain merit and insult the dead. You deserve death. Lu Wenran clenched his teeth and made his decision. He would not allow Wang Lin to obtain the soul armor. Otherwise, with their conflicts during this time, he would be immediately suppressed. There was nothing to think about at this moment. Lu Wenran was going all out. If he dies, he can't compete with me for the soul armor. At most, I will do my best in the battlefield and gain merits before heading back to the sect to accept my punishment. I believe the old ancestor won't kill me for a dead man. Lu Wenran let out a roar and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin had been on guard the whole time. The moment Lu Wenran charged forward, he immediately retreated. The first spell vein in his body gave Wang Lin extremely fast casting speed. At the same time, the soul armor behind Wang Lin gave off endless ghostly light. Due to the old man named Zhou, the cultivators below quickly made their decision between Wang Lin and Lu Wenran. As everyone was choosing, the eyes of an old man in the crowd lit up and he slowly said, "Cultivators of the extreme sky prairie, Elder Wang Lin saved my life once. I hope you all chose him." With his identity in the extremely sky prairie, his words caught the attention of some people here. Yen Lu clenched her teeth and charged at Lu Wenran. She was going to help Wang Lin resist Lu Wenran. She was going to risk it. There was also Su Dongda. He hesitated a bit before he decided to act. Since he had already spoken, he wasn't afraid of offending Lu Wenran even more. Lu Wenran was very fast. He had made up his mind. He had to kill Wang Lin. Even if it was before the eyes of everyone here, he had to do it. He had already lost the upper hand, so he had to attack now. In a flash, he closed in on Wang Lin. As Wang Lin retreated, he took 3 steps. After the 3rd step, his right hand quickly moved and the underground palace rumbled. A 7-colored lance appeared and a second 7-colored lance covered in fire also appeared. The 2 7-colored lances shot toward Lu Wenran. Wang Lin didn't stop retreating. As his steps fell, he raised his hands. The spell vein vortex in his body rapidly rotated, allowing his hand to erupt with terrifying cast speed. Under the speed, Wang Lin's cultivation cycled rapidly. He began launching continuous spells just like Sudetsai. Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and the war spirit print appeared. 2 palm prints flew toward Lu Wenran one after the other. Immediately after, Wang Lin's left hand formed seals and the world turned into a sea of fire. The realm-burning umbrella appeared. 2 ancient umbrellas, one above the other, released monstrous fire. The 7-colored lances closed in on Lu Wenran first. He waved his sleeve and his powerful mid-stage void tribulent cultivation erupted, causing the 2 7-colored lances to collapse. However, shortly after, the 2 war spirit prints collided with Lu Wenran. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Before Lu Wenran could react, the 2 realm-burning umbrellas released destructive fire that closed in on Lu Wenran. Lu Wenran's pupils shrank. At this moment, he no longer doubted that Wang Lin had killed Sudetsai. Aside from Sudetsai, no one else could cast spells at this terrifying speed. Only by killing Sudetsai could one search his memory for the method. This was just the beginning. He was far from the end. Using the spell vein in his body, Wang Lin retreated and his hands rapidly formed a seal. The illusion of a sea quickly appeared in the underground palace. It was as if everything here had disappeared and turned into an endless ocean. The world was filled with darkness, but in the distant horizon, there was a red line as the sun rose up. Sundered night. Wang Lin let out a roar and waved his hands. The red line expanded infinitely and turned into a bright red sun. The sun suddenly erupted with the power to tear the night apart. In the other direction of the sun, another sun that seemed to be burning appeared. After it appeared, it erupted with the same force to tear the night apart. Immediately after, 2 giant doors appeared above the sea. An ancient aura appeared, making it seem as if time had begun to slow, and it shrouded Lu Wenran's mind. All of this happened in a flash. Wang Lin had never used so many spells in such a short period of time in his life. But this was far from the end. The moment he finished Sundered Night and Flowing Time, Wang Lin waved his sleeve. The spell vein vortex in his body rapidly rotated. Call the wind. Summon the rain. Magic arsenal. Mountain crumbles, lands collapse. Dark moon, clear sky. As Wang Lin waved his sleeve, 2 dark moons appeared along with the 2 bright suns, creating a shadow. Lu Wenran was shrouded in the spell of the Dark Moon sect. Thunderous rumbles echoed rapidly. Lu Wenran resisted the war spirit prince as he was being burned by the realm-burning umbrellas and hit with the force of Sundered Night. As time began to reverse, there was a roar of anger and all of Wang Lin's spells collapsed. The 2 giant palm prints exploded and the 2 ancient umbrellas shattered. The sky and sea all disintegrated. Finally, the 2 moons and stone doors collapsed. Lu Wenran was in a sorry state. He had lost an arm and was already injured. In order to resist Wang Lin's bombardment of spells, he had used all his power. He looked pale as he charged toward Wang Lin. But with Wang Lin's delay, Yanlu and Sudongda closed in to stop him. Scram! Lu Wenran's eyes were red with killing intent. As Yanlu and Sudongda closed in, he waved his sleeve and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood turned into 2 avatars that charged toward Yanlu and Sudongda. As for himself, he rushed toward Wang Lin with monstrous killing intent and a complete disregard for his own injuries. Die for me! As he roared, Lu Wenran raised his arm and grasped the void. A 9-tooth gear appeared in his hand and he mercilessly smashed it toward Wang Lin. A shrill howl echoed as the 9-tooth gear closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He knew how powerful a mid-stage void tribulent cultivator was, but he had to destroy Lu Wenran's plan in the underground palace. Otherwise, once Lu Wenran obtained the soul armor and gained a boost in cultivation level, he would be in a dangerous situation. This was his only chance to make himself stronger, so he didn't want to miss it. Sometimes, when one wanted to obtain something, one would have to pay a certain price, would have to possess more courage than others, and would have to make a gamble. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with madness. He dared to gamble and could afford to gamble. He had not used the 3-life spell yet. He would use 1 life to gamble. If he won, he would obtain a great fortune, but if he lost, he would still have 2 lives and could quickly escape. As the 9-tooth gear closed in, Wang Lin sensed death approaching. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and mercilessly grabbed the void before him. Heaven ripping! Wang Lin let out a roar as his hands mercilessly ripped to the side. The 9-tooth gear collided with the rift that was torn open. There was a thunderous bang as 4 of the teeth on the gear collapsed. However, the remaining 5 teeth were like blades of death that shot straight for Wang Lin. In a flash, it was within 30 feet of Wang Lin. It rotated rapidly and was extremely sharp, as if it wanted to split Wang Lin apart. It rapidly closed in. Wang Lin felt intense pain in his body and felt like his body was going to be split in half. The rotating gear touched him and blood sprayed out from his entire body. Lu Wenran laughed hysterically. He had expected Wang Lin to die. In his mind, he had already imagined Wang Lin's body being torn in half and his origin soul collapsing. "You're not qualified to be my enemy." Behind him, Yen Lu and Su Dongda were too late to rescue Wang Lin. Lu Wenran had risked serious injuries to cough out blood to form 2 avatars to stop them. Although they would only last for a few breaths, he believed it would be enough if he used his full cultivation. "Die for me. Once you die, the soul armor will be mine." Lu Wenran roared and sneered as he watched Wang Lin press his hand against the gear and get pushed back. Blood sprayed everywhere and Lu Wenran laughed hysterically. All the surrounding cultivators were dumbfounded when they saw this, and fear and panic filled their hearts. Lu Wenran was like a stranger in their eyes. "Mad. He has gone mad. He is killing Elder Wang before us. He will definitely kill everyone here to seal the information. He doesn't care about anything at all. If he obtains the soul armor, I fear he will kill us all and push the blame to the Green Devil continent." The more than 1,000 cultivators on the ground looked at the crazed Lu Wenran with fear in their eyes. Even some of the cultivators that had originally chosen Lu Wenran felt deep regret. "Die, die, die, die." Lu Wenran's mad laughter echoed throughout the underground palace, but it suddenly stopped. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Wang Lin's retreating body wasn't split like he had imagined. Instead, as the blood sprayed out, he heard the sound of metal colliding. Wang Lin's powerful physical body played a key role at this moment. A lantern giving off a soft glow appeared on Wang Lin's head. The lantern's light shrouded him and caused his painful body to rapidly recover. Lu Wenran's eyes revealed crazed killing intent. When he saw that Wang Lin hadn't died as he expected, he charged at Wang Lin. "So what if your body is strong? So what if you have a treasure protecting your body? Die, die, die for me." With one step, Lu Wenran was less than 500 feet from Wang Lin. With the second step, he was less than 100 feet away. He raised his hand and was about to launch the killing blow. At this moment, the heavenly bull soul armor turned into countless black strands. It moved very fast past Lu Wenran toward Wang Lin. All of this happened in an instant. In a flash, Wang Lin was surrounded by countless black strands, and a powerful aura erupted. When Lu Wenran was hit by this aura, he coughed out blood. His eyes were filled with intense fear and reluctance. "No!" Lu Wenran watched with his own eyes as the countless black threads swirled around Wang Lin's body. The aura in Wang Lin's body became more powerful at a terrifying rate. This caused sweat to appear on his forehead, his heart to tremble, and indescribable fear to appear in his eyes. There was even more a maddening sense of jealousy. All of this should have belonged to him. This aura should have belonged to him. All of this should have belonged to him, Lu Wenran. A thunderous rumble echoed. Wang Lin, who was surrounded by countless black threads, pressed his hand against the gear. Cracks suddenly appeared on the gear and it shattered into countless pieces. Wang Lin's body seemed to move. As the countless threads moved, they quickly wove into a suit of black armor. This armor covered Wang Lin's whole body, including his neck and face, leaving only his closed eyes and his white hair. A giant heavenly bull shadow appeared behind Wang Lin. This bull contained a heaven-defying aura. The bull's eyes were also closed. Wang Lin's cultivation level increased at a crazed speed. He was borrowing the power of the soul armor, and although it was only temporary, it would give Wang Lin unimaginable benefits. He directly reached the early stage of arcane void while ignoring that fact that he was still missing an essence. After less than one breath at the early stage of arcane void, his cultivation climbed to the mid-stage of arcane void. Immediately after, at an even faster speed, his aura reached the late stage of arcane void, making his hair flutter without any wind. His cultivation level was still increasing, and all of this happened in a flash. Not only was Lu Wenran stunned, but Yen Lu, Su Dongda, and the 3 early-stage void tribulent cultivators who were not helping either side were all shocked. There was no need to mention the more than 1,000 cultivators below. They all stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Lin while witnessing the miracle of someone who had obtained the soul armor. I can't let him continue. Lu Wenran felt fear. His eyes turned red and he roared like crazy. He rushed forward and appeared before Wang Lin. His single arm formed seals as he erupted his full cultivation to bombard Wang Lin. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the light from the spells were blinding. However, none of the spells could affect Wang Lin. Wang Lin still had his eyes closed and was allowing Lu Wenran to use various spells. Just the armor was enough to make Wang Lin invincible. Even if Lu Wenran blew himself up, he wouldn't be able to hurt Wang Lin at all. The longer this went on, the more jealous Lu Wenran became. He continued to roar and bombard with spells, but the result was still the same. It's mine, not yours. Wang Lin, the soul armor is mine. You stole my soul armor. You will die a terrible death. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Lu Wenran didn't even realize that he had been taken over by his inner demons. This kind of thing should not happen, given his cultivation level, but it was all because his expectations were too high and he had seen all disappear before his eyes. Everything he had done to prepare for this had been done for someone else. Such a blow was something he could not accept, and with how sudden it happened, he refused to accept it. Wang Lin's appearance was the culprit of all of this, and his madness was all because of Wang Lin. But this was the result everyone else saw from the outside. Only Wang Lin knew that in Lu Wenran's mind, there was the figure of a woman in white weeping. Since Wang Lin was going to act, he was going to do his best to calculate all the results. The multi-layered illusion had been quietly planted without Lu Wenran noticing. As Lu Wenran attacked like crazy, Wang Lin's aura climbed once more. He directly stepped into peak arcane void and then entered arcane tribulent. This change was like a heavy invisible blow that landed on Lu Wenran's mind and almost made him cough out a mouthful of blood. His eyes became bloodshot and began attacking like crazy. I was at the Pill C and you were also at the Pill C. Why was I arranged to escape but you remained to explode the Pill C to obtain great merits? If it was me, I could have done it as well. I'm at the 3rd meridian and you are here as well. My cultivation level is higher than yours and I have seniority. This soul armor is mine. What qualifications do you have to steal from me? Wang Lin's eyes were closed and he still hadn't opened them. His aura after entering arcane tribulent increased once more. The first arcane tribulent, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 8th, 9th. No arcane tribulence arrived at all. It was extremely safe. Wang Lin's aura changed 9 times and increased 9 times. He directly entered the void tribulent stage from arcane tribulent. Early stage void tribulent. The moment Wang Lin reached the early stage of void tribulent, he suddenly opened his eyes. The heavenly bull shadow behind him also opened its eyes, revealing a ferocious and heaven-defying gaze. Roar! The heavenly bull shadow raised its head and let out a roar that spread through the underground palace, the earth, the entire extreme sky prairie, and across the continent. On the surface, the 6 mid-stage void turbulent cultivators heard this roar and their expressions changed greatly. The roar of the heavenly bull. This must be the roar of the heavenly bull. Only the heavenly bull can make my heart tremble with a roar. I have heard a similar sound before. It was the roar of the green devil. This must be the heavenly bull. The 6 of them felt something bad in their hearts. If they were like this, there was no need to talk about the nearly 2,000 green devil continent cultivators. Their bodies trembled and fear appeared in their eyes. That roar had almost caused their origin souls to collapse. In the underground palace, Wang Lin's eyes were red. This red was not caused by madness but by the soul armor. This came from the heavenly bull's heaven-defying resentment. You're going to kill me? Wang Lin's red eyes showed no emotion and was extremely cold as he looked at Lu Wenran, who had stopped bombarding and retreated with a pale face. You're going to kill me? Wang Lin murmured as if his memories had returned. He raised his right hand and waved. With this wave, the world rumbled and Wang Lin's right hand turned into a heavenly bull that charged toward Lu Wenran. With a bang, Lu Wenran's body was knocked back like a kite with a broken string. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent as he charged forward with the black armor that only revealed his eyes. With one step, he appeared before Lu Wenran. He didn't use any spells and merely kicked Lu Wenran. The moment Wang Lin raised his right foot, the illusion of the heavenly bull's horn appeared. With a thunderous bang, Lu Wenran let out a miserable scream and his body collapsed into a blood mist. His origin soul quickly escaped. He was no longer crazy. His thoughts were replaced with fear. At this moment, he no longer felt jealous or madness. It was as if he had fully recovered from the madness and screamed as he retreated in fear. I'm an elder of the Great Soul Sect. You can't kill me. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he caught up. He waved his right hand and Lu Wenran's origin soul exploded. He lost his lower half. I'm the disciple of esteemed Green Bull. If you kill me, teacher won't let you go. Lu Wenran was weak after losing half his body, and even his voice was weak. He frantically retreated with fear in his eyes. But Wang Lin took another step and closed in once more. He waved his right hand and Lu Wenran's body collapsed once more, leaving only a head that could dissipate at any time. My status at the Great Soul Sect is very noble, you? His head retreated as he shrieked. At this moment, he was really afraid. He didn't want to die. He was a mid-stage void turbulent cultivator, so it was difficult for him to die, but at this moment, he felt death descending upon him like never before. Don't kill me. Just as his words came out, Wang Lin appeared next to his head wearing the terrifying black armor. Wang Lin had a cold and indifferent expression as his hand slammed down. I won't be sending you off. A thunderous rumble echoed as the palm descended. Lu Wenran's origin soul's head exploded and he died. This was Wang Lin. He didn't care about the identity or background of the people he killed. If he didn't kill Lu Wenran today, once the effect of the armor wore off, Lu Wenran would not let him go. Since the situation was either Wang Lin died or Lu Wenran died, there was no point in Wang Lin caring about his identity. Even if the other party was the son of the Celestial Emperor, he would have still killed him. At this moment, Wang Lin clearly felt the existence of power. Every movement was filled with spells. He had never felt like this before. Essences were no longer important at this moment because he clearly felt his essences disappear and become part of his bloodline. His body could be considered a body formed by essences. His blood was the water essence and his eyes were the thunder essence. His existence was formed by essences. This feeling came from the armor on his body. At this moment, he had a feeling that he was no longer a cultivator, but the fierce heavenly bull that had cultivated in the vast space for countless years. Wang Lin raised his head and coldly stared above the underground palace. Killing intent appeared in his eyes. Zhang Daozong, I'm coming. Wang Lin fused with the heavenly bull shadow behind him and charged upwards. In the surface of the extreme sky prairie, Zhang Daozong and the old man named Zhao looked at the ground with suspicion. They clearly felt a powerful aura rushing out from the depths of the earth. Although they only felt a bit of this aura, it was enough to make their hearts skip a beat. It was as if a huge heavenly bull had awakened and was letting out a roar as it charged up toward the sky. The two of them weren't the only ones who felt this. The four cold green devil messengers all had solemn expressions as they stared at the earth. The four of them had been selected among countless children by the three ancestors of the Green Devil continent. They were all extremely talented, and once they reached a certain cultivation level, they were sent to the Green Devil Scorpion Temple to become servants of the Green Devil Scorpion. Over the countless years, there were many messengers like them, but after countless rounds of eliminations and death, only 9 of them obtained the recognition of the Green Devil in the end. These 9 people were all the Green Devil messengers of the Green Devil continent. They were the inheritors of the will of the Green Devil Scorpion that was suppressed under the Green Devil continent. It was because of this that their feelings were much more clear than that of Zhang Daozong and others. They clearly knew that the aura from underground came from a heavenly bull messenger that had obtained the recognition of the heavenly bull. The earth trembled even more violently and muffled rumbles echoed. The grass collapsed and turned into green powder. The wind lifted the powder into the sky, making it cover the surrounding area like a fog. Zhang Daozong's skin crawled and he was the first to fly up into the air. Behind him was the old man named Zhao. The 4 Green Devil messengers all had serious expressions, but they didn't fly into the air. They quickly dispersed and sat down in 4 different directions. Their hands formed seals and they let out roars. As they roared, large amounts of green gas appeared behind them. The green fog rapidly churned and formed for green scorpions. These 4 green scorpions were extremely ferocious. After they appeared, they let out sharp howls and charged into the earth. Immediately after, the 4 of them bit the tips of their tongues and spat out blood. Their hands pressed against the earth. Then they closed their eyes and 4 strands of green gas as thick as an arm rushed out from behind them. The gas gathered in the sky to form a green mirror. Although the mirror was an illusion, it gave off a powerful devilish aura. When Zhang Daozong and the old man named Zhao saw the mirror, their eyes became filled with respect. As the green gas swept across the mirror, a continent appeared. There weren't many mountains on this continent, but there were many swamps. Even some of the mortal cities were built above swamps. It was very strange. The continent looked smaller than the Heavenly Bull continent, only have 70% of the size. However, it was covered in swamps, and the haze around the continent made it look like a dream. The world inside the mirror was the Green Devil continent. As the 4 Green Devil messengers roared, the mirror slowly sank and shrouded the ground between the 4 of them. With this position, it covered the entire extreme sky prairie to suppress it. Deep in the earth, Wang Lin had fused with the heavenly bull behind him and was rushing out. Behind him was the underground palace. He had no intention of becoming a hero. He was doing this not for the heavenly bull continent, but for the 3 conditions. However, Wang Lin understood reason. His soul armor contained the cultivation and blood of more than 1,000 cultivators back in the underground palace. He could not leave by himself. At the very least, he had to ensure their safety before leaving. Now he was going to rush out from the earth to kill 3 mid-stage void tribulent old monsters and complete the second task old ancestor Green Bull had given him. As he charged forward, Wang Lin's face was covered by the black armor, revealing only his cold eyes and his snow-white hair. He was very fast and he was only a few thousand feet away from the surface in a flash. But just at this moment Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He clearly felt 4 very familiar yet disgusting auras appear and charge toward him. He vaguely saw 4 green scorpions fiercely charging at him. Wang Lin felt a sense of disgust and hatred from his heart toward those 4 green scorpions. He knew that this was not from himself but from the soul of the heavenly bull. It was obvious that countless years before the heavenly bull and the scorpion were suppressed by the celestial ancestor, they knew each other. Or rather, they were old enemies. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he suddenly stopped. The heavenly bull shadow condensed in his body and disappeared without a trace. Only Wang Lin remained here. There was no hesitation as Wang Lin raised his foot. He no longer charged upward but instead went toward the west. With one step, Wang Lin moved like a bolt of thunder and disappeared. When he reappeared, there was green gas before him, and a fierce green scorpion charged at him. Before the scorpion got close, it swung its tail. The tail lashed toward Wang Lin like a whip. Wang Lin revealed a cold gaze and completely ignored the scorpion tail lashing at him. He raised his arms and grabbed the earth before him. Heaven ripping! His early-stage void turbulent cultivation had fused with his ancient Tao power to form a spell that was no longer an ancient Tao spell. As Wang Lin's hands suddenly ripped the earth and a giant rift appeared before him. It extended toward the incoming scorpion. A thunderous rumble rang out. The rift instantly extended to an immeasurable size and collided with the tail of the scorpion. The tail trembled and instantly collapsed. At the same time, the huge rift swept through the green scorpion's body, heading toward the surface. The extreme sky prairie trembled. On the west side, the earth suddenly burst open, revealing a huge crack more than 100,000 feet wide. The earth trembled. The moment the crack appeared, a burst of green gas appeared. There was a miserable scream as it dissipated. One of the 4 green devil messengers turned pale and coughed out blood. One heaven-ripping had killed a green scorpion soul. Wang Lin looked at the scorpion and then turned around to see 3 masses of green gas charging at him. They revealed themselves to be 3 of the same scorpion, and they ferociously charged at him. I wonder, with my current cultivation level, if I used the 7-colored lance, would it have the power of several suns like when Peak the 7-colored celestial sovereign used it? Wang Lin looked at the 3 incoming scorpions with battle intent. He stepped forward. The moment his step landed, the earth trembled as if it was unable to withstand his step. His right hand moved quickly, and he used the 7-colored lance. His speed wasn't much faster than before he put on the armor, but he was several times faster than ordinary cultivators. With a wave of his hand, 7-colored light filled the world and soon a 7-colored lance appeared. The lance gave off a destructive aura. It was very unstable, as if it could collapse at any moment. The 7-colored light on the lance rapidly changed and condensed into a kind of black. Before, there was no black among red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. However, at this moment the 7-colored lance was extremely black and was filled with monstrous killing intent. This was the real 7-colored lance. Only once one had reached a certain cultivation level could the 7-colored lance reach its first transformation. Wang Lin raised his hand and grabbed the 7-colored lance's first transformation. The moment he grabbed the lance, it trembled and the black light changed again into white. This was the 7-colored lance's second transformation. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent as he held the lance and threw it forward. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the 7-colored lace's second transformation flew toward one of the 3 scorpions. As the white lance flew forward, the color on it changed once more from white to gray. This was the 7-colored lance's third transformation. This was the strongest transformation the 7-colored celestial sovereign could use. The 7-colored lance's third transformation turned gray and closed in on a scorpion. The scorpion let out a howl and spat out a large amount of green gas that collided with the lance. Thunderous rumbles echoed deep underground. The earth continued to tremble and an explosion shot upwards from underground. This caused a large area of the extreme sky prairie to collapse due to the impact, and large amounts of dirt and grass flew into the sky. Unfortunately, the soul armor only increases my cultivation level. It doesn't increase my cultivation level based off my body but based off the aura of the heavenly bull. If I were at the early stage of void turbulent, I would have 9 essences completed. And if I had 9 essence true bodies, 9 lances would appear. I'm confident in destroying all 3 scorpions at once. Wang Lin secretly shook his head. This soul armor was, after all, an external object. Although powerful, it wasn't his own. There are still 2 scorpions left. I can test my other spells to see if there is a need to continue mastering them. Wang Lin made up his mind and suddenly turned around. The two green scorpions before him looked gloomy with a hint of fear. They no longer charged at him but rapidly retreated toward the surface. Wang Lin's strength was beyond the expectation of the four green devil messengers. They didn't expect Wang Lin to become so strong after obtaining the recognition of the heavenly bull. This was enough power to instantly erase mid-stage void turbulent cultivators and was infinitely close to a late-stage void turbulent cultivator. This is worthy of the immortal astral continent. If I had this in the cave world, then neither the seven-colored Taoist nor old Ghost John would have been my match. Wang Lin felt emotional. The immortal astral continent must have a way to awaken Wan Air. Wang Lin revealed a determined gaze as he looked at the two scorpions rapidly retreating. He revealed a cold smile and chased after them. The two scorpions fled very fast, but Wang Lin was even faster. With one step, the earth trembled and he instantly closed in. He raised his right hand and his eyes revealed a strange light. War Spirit Print. As his words echoed, Wang Lin pointed forward. With this, the sky above the extreme sky prairie immediately changed. All the clouds scattered and even the light dissipated. A huge palm print large enough to cover the entire extreme sky prairie appeared. After the palm print appeared, it rapidly descended on the earth. It covered up the sun and replaced the sky. It was as if a giant had opened his palm and pressed down on the earth. After it had descended halfway, the top of the palm still could not be seen. This palm was simply amazing. But, strangely, this ordinary-looking palm with clear fingerprints began to shed its skin. It was as if there was a layer of seals wrapped around it, and now it had reached a critical point where the seals could no longer contain it. After the seals collapsed, the palm print that appeared in the sky was similar in size as before, but its appearance was very different. This palm no longer had 5 fingers, but 6 fingers. The 6th finger was red and had long, shocking nails. It was completely different from the other 5 fingers. The remaining 5 fingers and the palm were black, forming a stark contrast with the bright red finger. This palm print seemed to be a fusion of Tao and devil. The 6th finger seemed like the finger of a devil. On the extreme sky prairie, fear appeared on the faces of the remaining 1,000 green devil continent cultivators. As they stared at the sky, their bodies trembled and despair appeared in their hearts. There were also the 2 female early-stage void turbulent cultivators. Their hearts trembled when they saw the palm print, and they took out their strongest defensive treasures and spells without hesitation. At this moment, they didn't have time to pay attention to others. The only thought in their minds was to save themselves from this terrifying palm. Zhang Daozong was dumbfounded. He stared at the giant palm with disbelief in his eyes. Devil Dao Grand Handprint. This is the Devil Dao Grand Handprint. It is a 6-fingered Devil Dao Grand Handprint. This is the most powerful spell of my Devil Dao sect. A secret not passed on to others. Only the sect master of each generation can learn this spell. Other people of the sect can't even learn it, much less people outside the sect. This Wang Lin, how could he know this spell? There was also the old man named Zhao who was also filled with shock. Without hesitation he waved his sleeve and his body was shrouded in a blur. His hands rapidly formed seals to cast protection spells. Everything happened in an instant. After the palm transformed, it suddenly fell down on the extreme sky prairie. The more than 1,000 green devil continent cultivators could not resist at all and were the first to die. Their origin souls were completely destroyed. One palm had killed more than 1,000 people. This kind of terrifying power even stunned Wang Lin. This was not the end. The 2 female early-stage void turbulent cultivators had used all their spells and treasures before the palm fell. They coughed out blood and looked weakened. Although they weren't dead, they were seriously injured. All their organs had exploded and they were holding on by one breath. However, this didn't last long. Their bodies exploded, leaving only their origin souls. Zhang Daozong and the old man named Zhao also coughed out blood, and their faces instantly turned palm. Below them, the 4 green devil messengers trembled and blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. However, because of the green mirror above them, their injuries weren't heavy. However, the two green scorpions in the earth below them could not bear it. When the palm print landed on the earth, a powerful vibration transferred through the ground. The two scorpions let out roars and exploded before Wang Lin. This is the real war spirit print. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly and he charged for the surface. He was very fast and instantly closed in on the surface, causing the surface of the extreme sky prairie to tremble. Seeing that Wang Lin was about to rush out, fear appeared on the cold faces of the four green devil messengers. "We can't let him come out." The four of them almost roared at the same time. As green devil messengers, their hearts were in sync, and at this moment all four of them were filled with fear. As they roared, they put their hands on the ground and their foreheads touched the ground. This action was like worshipping. However, it was this worship that caused the green mirror to let out a sharp howl and land on the ground. The mirror expanded infinitely and shrouded the entire extreme sky prairie. "We summon the green devil scorpion soul to suppress this person." The four of them spoke at the same time. The voices fused into one that echoed across the earth. The extreme sky prairie suddenly changed and the prairie disappeared. The earth turned into an endless swamp and even all the mountains around the prairie disappeared. Everything here became the world of the green devil continent. Whether it was an illusion or real, it could be said that the extreme sky prairie had disappeared from the heavenly bull continent. Rather, it hadn't disappeared but had been shrouded by a projection of the entire green devil continent. This projection was used as a suppression. There was also Zhang Daozong, old man named Zhao, and the two female cultivators' origin souls. They had barely survived the war spirit print and now they were all desperately descending. They used their full cultivation to help the green devil messengers with the suppression. They understood that if they were unable to suppress Wang Lin, who had obtained the recognition of the heavenly bull, they would meet a terrifying fate. The heavenly bull messengers are different from us. They can obtain peak power but only temporarily. Although I don't know for how long, it can't be for too long. As long as we suppress him, we can kill him once the time is up. One of the green devil messengers roared. As he roared, Zhang Daozong and company seemed to be filled with limitless power and expectation. They spread out their cultivation to help the suppression. The earth trembled and thunderous rumbles echoed. Every echo caused everyone's faces to turn slightly more pale. Wang Lin continued to bombard from below. He was going to break the projection and charge out. Realm burning umbrella. Wang Lin's hands formed seals and countless restrictions appeared. A giant fire umbrella appeared in the sky above the green devil continent projection. The umbrella opened for a moment and a monstrous fire descended, burning the projection and the world. The moment the sea of fire appeared, the two early-stage void turbulent female cultivators' origin souls cried out, but they gritted their teeth and sacrificed their life treasures. They joined forces to resist the fire. The realm-burning umbrella didn't have a transformation like the seven-colored lance and the war spirit print. It was still the same, only a lot stronger. But it was still a bit worse than the seven-colored lance and the war spirit print. This spell seems very powerful, but in truth, even the madman only scratched its surface. Even with my current cultivation level, I can't display its true strength. Or rather, the spell is not as powerful as I thought, and this is the limit. Wang Lin thought to himself. Then I want to try my own spells next. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as he looked up. He raised his right hand and suddenly waved. The land before him suddenly became blurry and was replaced by the raging sea. This appeared in the eyes of the green devil messengers as well. The sea spread out like crazy and the umbrella in the sky dissipated, replaced by darkness. The darkness released endless chill, and cold winds swept by, shrouding Zhang Daozong and company. To the east, there was a fine golden light, and a rising sun began to slowly appear. It also contained an extremely powerful law of origin. This power could tear apart all darkness and cause all night in the world to collapse. When Wang Lin created the spell, he didn't really understand it, and it was by accident. It wasn't until this moment that he saw the amazing scene inside the sun. This scene startled him. The sun in the darkness gave off the power of the law of origin. The power to tear open the night contained an inexplicable aura. This aura belonged to Wang Lin because he had created the spell. However, even though it belonged to Wang Lin, not even he understood what the aura was. He just had a feeling that this aura was the root of sundered night and the root of the law of origin. It was formed by Wang Lin's faith. This faith was the faith to tear open the dark night and break out from the ordinary. It was also a heaven-defying will. If the dark night was seen as the layers of bondage on the body, if the dark night was seen as the rules of the world that made a man an ant, if the dark night was the countless mountains that fell on Wang Lin, then the power to tear open the dark night was his true defying will. Unless one had a heaven-defying will, they couldn't create such a spell. If one didn't have something they would not and could not give up, it would be impossible to create this kind of spell. Wang Lin initially didn't understand, but after seeing the aura inside the sun, he vaguely understood why he could create sundered night. Because of his unwillingness to give up Li Muin, he was going to tear apart the dark night of the world. For Li Muin, he was going to make it so the night could no longer cover his eyes. This was sundered night. This was the spell Wang Lin had created for Li Muin. Even though this spell had nothing to do with Li Muin, Wang Lin's heart, will, pursuit, and persistence were all clearly displayed in the first spell he had created. He thought about his Wan Air for a moment inside the sun. Fighting against people, fighting against beasts, fighting against the earth, fighting against the heavens, fighting against space, fighting against all things, fight against the immortal astral continent. All of this was the dark night, and everything Wang Lin had done was for one goal: to tear open the layers of darkness that covered his eyes and search for the light after the darkness of night. This was sundered night. Wang Lin didn't understand before and was confused himself. However, now, with the help of the soul armor and his current cultivation level, he understood it a bit after using sundered night. This was the first spell he had created, and the only spell that contained his own faith. It accompanied his indomitable soul and fused with it to form a spell surpassing Dao spells. This spell had completely fused with his body, his life, and his faith. Wang Lin didn't know what kind of spell this was, but Zhang Daozong and company knew. The moment the sea submerged the world and the sun appeared in the distance, everyone's attention was attracted to the only light in the darkness. When the sun appeared and an inexplicable aura spread out, Zhang Daozong's expression changed greatly. His body trembled and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The appearance of the sun with the inexplicable aura caused his mind to rumble as if millions of bolts of thunder had exploded within him. This aura is... Zhang Daozong's face instantly turned pale without any trace of blood, and fear filled his eyes. There was also the old man named Zhao. He stared at the sun and felt the faint aura that was very light but tenacious inside it. He forgot to breath. If someone were to tell him that all the cultivators on the Heavenly Bull continent were going to die overnight, he would still not be as shocked and terrified as now. It can't be. It's impossible. Unless he is a reincarnation. The two female early-stage void turbulent cultivators only felt a terrifying aura, but they didn't lose themselves, because they didn't understand what that aura represented. They didn't understand, but when the 4 green devil continent messengers saw the sun, their expressions became extremely ugly. There was also extreme fear inside their hearts. This is a faith spell, beyond spells and Dao spells. The faith spell that only Grand Empyreans can use. This is definitely a faith spell. Once the sun contains enough faith, it will transform into the strongest spell that is even more difficult to obtain than Dao spells. Only the 9 Grand Empyreans can use faith spells. Rumor has it that faith spells can't be inherited. Every faith spell was created by the Grand Empyreans themselves. Who the hell is this person? How could he use a faith spell? Although the faith is not powerful, it exists. Faith spells were above Dao spells, and their power could not be described. These spells required faith, but not the will like the fire essence, but from one's own experience and perseverance. It could be considered the final metamorphosis of domains. Will and faith were completely different, like the difference between the heavens and earth. Only after one's will became strong enough would it become faith. a persistent faith that would never look back. This faith was not just flames, but a firm belief in oneself. A strong belief in what one has done and that one will persist onward. Domain, essence, faith. Once a domain reaches its limit, the corresponding essence appears. Once an essence reaches a limit, it becomes an essence true body. If the essence true body contains will, then it will transform into a true soul. The reason it was called a true soul was because although there was will, it was extremely difficult to change again. Once it reached completion, it would give birth to faith. Spells, Tao spells, faith spells. These three different spells correspond to the two metamorphoses of domains. Spells correspond to domains, Tao spells correspond to essences, and faith spells correspond to faith. However, this last level was something only the 9 Grand Empyreans could reach. Everyone else could only look up from below them. Sundered Night was a spell created by Wang Lin, and it contained his life of tearing through the darkness. The reason Grand Empyreans could turn spells corporeal was because their powerful faith could create something from nothing. To create something from nothing was the root of all Grand Empyrean spells. Wang Lin had his eyes closed underground, but he could see everything outside. At this moment, it was as if he had reincarnated into the sun. He looked at the sea below and saw everyone's terrified gazes. I believe you are all part of this dark night. I believe you are all part of what's trying to stop me. I believe that once the sun rises, you all will dissipate with the night. I believe that after the dark night, there will be the light that I have searched for thousands of years. I believe that light definitely exists, it must. I believe. My hair is no longer black. The night gave me black hair, but it represents the light. My eyes are no longer black. They contained fire and thunder, along with the rule-like restriction. The night made my eyes black, but the fire will burn the night. The thunder will light up the night. The restriction will break the rules. I'll use my eyes to see the light. Wang Lin's voice echoed across the sea created by Sundered Night. These words fell into the ears of the Green Devil messengers Zhang Daozong, the old man named Zhao, and the 2 female early-stage void tribulent cultivators. His words were like the Tao scriptures from the past, but right now, they contained Wang Lin's faith. Wang Lin opened his eyes. The moment he opened them, the sun at the edge of the sea released a dazzling light. The light spread endlessly, and it contained Wang Lin's faith. It dispelled the darkness and searched for the faith of light. This was faith to defy the heavens and tear open the night to resurrect Li Muan. It was his life as an indomitable soul. This was this first faith spell. The darkness in the sky disappeared without a trace, and the sea also disappeared. The origin souls of the 2 female early-stage void tribulent cultivators disappeared. There were no miserable cries. They seemed to have been infected by Wang Lin's faith, and they were liberated when the light tore apart the darkness. They smiled as their origin souls were destroyed. The old man named Zhao trembled, and his body was torn apart with the darkness. His origin soul trembled and struggled with the night as he let out bursts of roars. He was unwilling to die like this as a mid-stage void tribulent cultivator. Even though he had an independent avatar back in the Green Devil continent, which would prevent the death of his original body from truly killing him, he was still unwilling. But under the faith spell, his struggle didn't last for long before he smiled, closed his eyes, and dissipated. As for Zhang Daozong, his cultivation level was a bit higher than that of the old man named Zhao. His body collapsed and his origin soul screamed as he retreated. He spat out a hidden jade that emitted a soft light. It protected him for a moment before shattering. Zhang Daozong's eyes were filled with despair. He had never cultivated an avatar in his life, but he held on by a breath. His origin soul began to dissipate under Wang Lin's faith spell, but it wasn't destroyed. He condensed into a ball of light and flew off into the distance. He gradually lost consciousness and barely managed to escape. The sound of the mirror shattering echoed. The Green Devil mirror the 4 Green Devil messengers had created collapsed, and the projection of the Green Devil continent dissipated. The earth trembled and everything returned to normal. It was still the extreme sky prairie. The 4 messengers coughed out blood and rapidly retreated. As they retreated, the black-armored Wang Lin walked out from the earth. His white hair fluttered with the wind and a terrifying aura surrounded his body. The 4 green devil messengers were filled with fear. After being pushed into the air, the 4 of them looked at each other and escaped in 4 different directions without hesitation. While they scattered, the 4 used different methods. 2 of them took out treasures. One was a green paper crane and the other was a white whisk. The 2 of them stood on their treasures and flew off at full speed. As for the other 2, one of them bit his tongue and spat out blood. Green light surrounded him, he fused with the blood, and instantly moved 10,000 kilometers. The last green devil messenger formed seals and his body began to rotate, forming a tornado that connected the heavens and earth. He quickly flew off into the distance. The 4 had used different methods, but they were all very fast. The moment Wang Lin appeared on the surface, the 4 of them had disappeared without a trace. However, how could Wang Lin let them escape? He was going to complete the conditions old ancestor Green Bull had given him with the 4 of them. At this moment, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes and he stepped forward. Ripples echoed under his feet and he instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was before the green devil messenger that had turned into a tornado. When Wang Lin appeared, he waved his right hand and attacked with thunder. With this attack, the world rumbled and Wang Lin's palm was replaced by thunder. The thunder was dazzling and formed a huge ball of thunder. At the edge of the ball of thunder, there were large amounts of lines that looked shocking. The ball of thunder quickly collided with the green devil messenger that had turned into a tornado. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. The tornado collapsed when it collided with the thunder. The countless strands of thunder formed a net that shrouded the terrified green devil messenger. The sound of thunder crackling echoed. The green devil messenger coughed out blood and let out a cry. He was shrouded by the thunder net and fell to the ground. This scene looked shocking from the distance. The thunder net was like cobweb that wrapped around the green devil messenger and completely sealed him. After Wang Lin used the thunder net, his body trembled slightly. The aura coming from his body became unstable. Wang Lin understood that this was a sign that the soul armor was about to lose its effect. The green devil messenger was sealed with the thunder net, and there was no way for him to break out from this thunder net created by Wang Lin with his early-stage void turbulent cultivation that used a fusion of his thunder and restriction essences. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to step toward the west. In a flash, he disappeared. West of the extreme sky prairie, the other green devil messenger was sitting on a paper crane with a pale expression. He was using his full speed to escape like crazy. From his view, what had just happened was simply too terrifying. They had come here to complete the task the old ancestor had given them. Kill Wang Lin. Even if there was an accident and Wang Lin obtained the soul armor, he wasn't afraid. After all, he knew some information about the heavenly bull soul armor. There was a time limit, but when he saw Wang Lin use faith spell, he suddenly understood that Wang Lin was not simple. The faith spell that Grand Empyreans can use, he can use it at will. This is a matter of great importance. I must escape to report it to the old ancestor. However, just as he was thinking about this, his pupils shrank. Before him, ripples echoed and the black-armored Wang Lin walked out. Stay! Wang Lin's eyes revealed a cold gaze. After he walked out, his 8 essences turned into 8 lines that gathered in his palm to form a fist-sized ball. That was him using his powerful early-stage void turbulent cultivation to fuse his essences by force, and he threw it at the green devil messenger. The little ball formed by 8 essences was silent as it shot toward the green devil messenger. The expression of the green devil messenger on the paper crane changed greatly. His hands quickly formed seals and he pressed it toward the sky. Green devil, enter the body. His voice was sharp and was filled with endless horror. A monstrous, green light came from his body and collided with the ball of essences. As thunderous rumbles echoed, Wang Lin moved forward and there was a flash of blood light. He chopped down with the blood sword using his early-stage void turbulent cultivation. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The green light around the green devil messenger collapsed. A blood line appeared between his eyebrows and his body was cut in half. His origin soul was destroyed along with his body. The blood sword in Wang Lin's hand continued to tremble. With that chop, the blood sword absorbed a part of the blood from the green devil messenger and let out a sharp sword him. It had once killed many celestials, but since falling into Wang Lin's hands, this was the highest cultivation level celestial it had killed. The moment the green devil messenger died, the illusion of the heavenly bull appeared around Wang Lin. It let out a roar of excitement as if it was very happy about Wang Lin killing the green devil messenger. The moment the heavenly bull soul appeared, it inhaled. A wisp of green gas came out of the messenger's body. It turned into the shape of a scorpion and struggled a bit before it was devoured by the heavenly bull. Wang Lin was startled, but he didn't pause for a moment. He raised his foot and disappeared. Directly north, the green devil messenger that was escaping using blood escape continued to cough out blood. As a result, he moved faster and faster until he was a blur. In a flash, there was no trace of him. The moment Wang Lin appeared, he only saw a blur and then it disappeared from his eyes. When he turned around, the messenger had turned into a green dot that was gradually disappearing. The void turbulent aura around Wang Lin became even more unstable. It showed signs of falling back to arcane turbulent. His eyes lit up as he stared at the direction where the third green devil messenger was escaping toward. He raised his right hand and quickly pointed in that direction. "Stop!" A roar came from Wang Lin's mouth. With this, the entire world became dark as if a mysterious power had rushed in and froze everything. This included the third green devil messenger who had already escaped far from Wang Lin. His body trembled and stopped in place. The moment he stopped, there was a flash of blood light and the blood sword swept by. With a loud bang, the messenger's body collapsed and the heavenly bull soul appeared around Wang Lin to devour the wisp of green gas the messenger released. He had sealed one person and killed two people. Wang Lin's aura rapidly fell back down to the third or fourth arcane turbulent. Wang Lin looked south, where the last messenger had escaped to. After silently pondering for a bit, he gave up on hunting the last one. Instead, he charged toward where the first messenger was sealed. A moment later, an excited roar of the heavenly bull came from where the first messenger was sealed. It had devoured the green gas from 3 dead green devil messengers, and the green gas seemed to be a great nourishment for it. The blood light from the blood sword became even brighter after killing the 3 mid-stage void turbulent messengers. A few ancient characters began to appear on the sword. The characters were not those of cultivators but of the ancient ones. Wang Lin's white hair fluttered and his cultivation fell down to late-stage arcane void. He looked very tired as he took a step and charged toward the underground palace. Along the way, his cultivation level dropped once more to mid-stage arcane void. When he reached the entrance to the underground palace, his cultivation level returned back to normal to late-stage spirit void. The heavenly bull armor seemed to melt, turning back to the countless black threads that surrounded his body. In the end, they gathered around the right side of his face to form a black heavenly bull tattoo. The tattoo flashed, causing Wang Lin to look very strange. The moment he entered the underground palace, his foot trembled. A powerful sense of weakness came from his body, as if he had lost his cultivation and became immortal. The more than 1,000 cultivators, including Yen Lu and company, all looked over with anxious gazes. They couldn't see what was happening outside the underground palace. They had been waiting for the result. Of the 6 mid-stage void turbulent old monsters, 2 escaped and 3 died. Wang Lin didn't know if the old man named Zhao had an avatar or not, because Wang Lin wasn't close enough, so he didn't mention him. The 2 early-stage void turbulent cultivators are dead. Aside from them, all the Green Devil Continent cultivators are dead. Wang Lin only said these 3 lines before his face turned pale, and he flew back into his cave. He summoned EC and completely sealed the cave with restrictions. He then sat down and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He ignored the dead silence caused by what he had said. All the cultivators silently pondered as they looked toward Wang Lin's cave with shock and awe. Heavenly Bull Soul Armor. So powerful. Is this the power of the soul armor? There was no uproar. Everyone silently pondered and then slowly scattered. Yen Lu and company also looked at Wang Lin's cave with complicated gazes before they returned to their own caves to begin healing. After all, they had been injured in the previous battle as well. In a flash, 7 days passed. During these 7 days, the entire underground palace was silent. Even when they went out, they unwittingly remained silent. In this silence, some people carefully left the underground palace and ascended to the surface. They looked at the extreme sky prairie that seemed to have been turned upside down and were dumbfounded. Recalling the 3 sentences that Wang Lin had said before going into closed-door cultivation, the people that saw the huge change to the extreme sky prairie felt a wave of terror. This showed that Wang Lin's words were all true. In addition, there was not a single Green Devil continent cultivator left on the extreme sky prairie. Wang Lin's words appeared in everyone's heart. Yen Lu also arrived on the surface and looked around with deep fear in her eyes. Her cultivation level was high, so she could see things others could not. From her point of view, there was a huge palm print in the extreme sky prairie. However, something inside the palm print was easy to miss. There was an extremely violent slaughter here 7 days ago. Yen Lu silently pondered. Su Dongda stood beside Yen Lu and looked around with a complicated gaze. This elder Wang will immediately fly into the heavens. I fear it won't be many years before we have to address him with respect. Su Dongda let out a sigh. After 7 days, more than half a month passed. It had almost been a month since the slaughter. During this time, some cultivators scattered to the edge of the extreme sky prairie to see if anyone from the Green Devil continent remained. But in the end, they found nothing. Everything was as Wang Lin had said before going into closed-door cultivation. Everyone beside the few that escaped had died. The flame of war still burned across the Heavenly Bull continent, but there was a rare peace on the extreme sky prairie. No new orders came from the Great Soul sect and the Guei sect, so no one could leave. They could only guard the 3rd meridian. Although the days were boring, once a cultivator found a broken treasure on the extreme sky prairie, things became interesting. More and more cultivators flew out to find the treasures and items left by the dead Green Devil continent cultivators. However, a vast majority of them had been destroyed by Wang Lin's spell. Even if there were some that remained, they were mostly broken. But there were still a few that were relatively intact, and even if they were broken, they still had some value. This kind of life was very fun for the cultivators. There was no slaughter and no death, and because they had fought together, they felt familiar with each other even though they were strangers. However, this atmosphere immediately disappeared once they returned to the underground palace. Everyone who returned would become silent and look at one of the very ordinary-looking caves. That was where Wang Lin was in closed-door cultivation. These cultivators included Yen Lu and company. All of them remained silent in the underground palace, as if they were afraid of disrupting Wang Lin. Wang Lin's battle and 3 sentences had won the respect and fear of these cultivators. Time began to unknowingly pass once more. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. During these 3 months of time, the entire extreme sky prairie had been searched by the cultivators, leaving nothing behind. But Wang Lin still hadn't come out from his closed-door cultivation. On a certain day, a few hundred cultivators on the prairie formed a small square where they were trading what they had found on the prairie and their own items. Suddenly, a muffled rumble came from the distance. This sudden sound caused their expressions to change greatly. They all stood up and the leisureness from the past 3 months disappeared and was replaced with solemn expressions. The muffled rumble didn't come from the extreme sky prairie but from further away. It had traveled an unknown distance, but it still made the world hear dim. The rumble instantly spread above everyone and gave off a feeling of blood and ferocity that could not be seen, but felt. It instantly swept by and spread further away. The hundreds of cultivators on the ground were startled. They didn't know what had happened or why this rumble would appear. Some of them vaguely saw that at the edge of the world, a heavenly bull covered in blood was letting out a miserable roar. This rumble that spread across the earth was the roar of the heavenly bull. The reason the rumble was continuing was because it seemed like the heavenly bull was escaping in pain. However, less than a dozen people saw this blurry image, and they all remained silent. As the roar swept by, it shrouded the entire extreme sky prairie. The cultivators inside the underground palace all opened their eyes and their expressions changed. They all rushed to the surface and looked at the sky. They were startled. The expressions of Yen Lu and company also changed as they flew out from the palace. They looked at the cave Wang Lin was in and then headed toward the surface. As a result, Wang Lin was the only person left inside the underground palace. During these 3 months, he had remained motionless. He had been suppressing his internal injuries battle after battle, and now that it was calm, he had begun to heal. During these 3 months of time, Wang Lin continued to familiarize himself with the soul armor and also digest the insight he had gained from when his cultivation level increased. This insight was precious to him. He was going to memorize it until it slowly became a part of him. This would benefit him greatly when his cultivation level increased. During these 3 months, Wang Lin had also studied his Sundered Night. Unfortunately, without the soul armor, Sundered Night was no longer a faith spell. The moment the roar echoed across the extreme sky prairie, Wang Lin awakened from his cultivation for the first time in 3 months. A sharp pain came from his heart and spread across his body, causing him to be covered in cold sweat. The heavenly bull tattoo on the right side of his face began to burn and gave off a sense of unspeakable sadness and anger. The sadness came from the heavenly bull soul. Wang Lin's heart trembled. He heard the muffled rumble and looked up toward the surface. His vision became blurry and he seemed to faintly see some images. It was an endless mountain range, and there were thousands of cultivators. After months of struggle, these cultivators had died until only a few hundred remained. Among them was someone wearing a full suit of black armor, and they gave off the aura of the heavenly bull's soul. It was obvious that this person had been recognized by the heavenly bull, like Wang Lin, and had been someone assigned to guard one of the 7 meridians. Wang Lin watched this person go through one slaughter after another. In the end, this person was hit by a red hand that suddenly descended from the sky 9 times in a row. The armor around this person collapsed and this person died. The red hand trembled and turned into a red-haired old man. The old man had a gloomy expression and stood in the air like the sovereign of the heavens and earth. He was worshipped by all the Green Devil Continent cultivators below. Wang Lin couldn't feel his aura from the images, but from the fact that this old man had killed someone wearing the soul armor meant that this person's cultivation was monstrous. After the cultivator wearing the soul armor died, the entire mountain range collapsed and scattered. The endless mountain range became a pit of death. As it collapsed, a part of the invisible barrier formed by the 7 meridians collapsed. It was no longer complete. Wang Lin's vision went dark and he awakened. He silently pondered for a moment. What he had just seen was not something others could see. Only those who possessed the heavenly bull soul armor could detect it. One of the 7 heavenly bull meridians had collapsed. It took several hours for this violent roar to slowly dissipate into the distance. This sudden development caused all the cultivators in the extreme sky prairie to feel like something bad was about to happen. There were many speculations, but they all felt like something big was going to happen. In the following 2 months, the cultivators of the extreme sky prairie were no longer as relaxed, but even more tense. This was because the roar from 2 months ago had repeated 2 more times in the last 2 months. The 3 roars, the 3 faint yet powerful roars, had caused the pressure on everyone's hearts to increase greatly. On the 7th day after these 2 months, a ray of light closed in on the extreme sky prairie from inside the heavenly bull continent. The ray of light quickly arrived above the underground palace and turned into an old man in black who was in a sorry state. This old was not someone from the Great Soul sect. He came from the Guei sect. The extreme sky prairie's 3rd meridian. Obey this command. I came under the soul order from the Great Soul sect and the Guei sect. Immediately leave this place and retreat back 1 million kilometers to gather at Mount Tianluan. There will be someone there to greet you all. Listen to the order and quickly leave. Owner of the soul armor of the 3rd meridian. This old man, Ouyang Zhan, requests a meeting. The old man stood in the sky and looked anxious, but he didn't forget to be respectful. After all, someone who possessed the soul armor was worthy of respect. As he clasped his hands, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes in the underground palace. he disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was outside across from the old man. When the old man saw Wang Lin, he was startled. He obviously didn't expect the person who owned the soul armor to be at Wang Lin's cultivation level. But he didn't dare to look down on Wang Lin. After all, being able to protect this place meant that there was something special about Wang Lin. The Heavenly Bull's first, second, and seventh meridians have been destroyed by the Green Devil continent. 3 owners of soul armors have fallen. Ouyang has come on orders to inform the owner of the 3rd meridian soul armor to use a transfer array to immediately return to the Guei sect for a top secret plan.